One and all to the home of British motorsport for the latest of a long list of fantastic BARC 2025 championships. It's the TCR UK Civic Cup. We've got Formula Fords behind us. There's an absolute buttload of fantastic races that we've got looking forward to. Now, the reason we've come in a little bit earlier for the stream is because we are running ahead of schedule, which is something that is fairly rare, to be honest. But you might be able to hear a lot of the Formula Fords behind me getting warmed up, starting them engines, which means we might not be able to actually have a word with them, which is a bit of a shame. But we'll get to it. It's fine. Me and Ben are also connected by this long cord. And if you're wondering, the weather app lied to me, hence why it's grey skies and I'm in shorts. But hopefully tomorrow will be a bit of a nicer day. No real rain about the place. It is a bit cool though. We should be in for some quick lap times. 3 TCR drivers have actually already broken the lap record for the TCR previous lap record here at Silverstone Nationals. So it is a fast day for motorsport. Jordan Dempsey is on pole position, as you can see behind us, about 2.5 tenths quicker than second place man Tom Nippers, sorry, I thought he said something different on his car. I thought he was lined up in the wrong position there. But Tom Nippers, second place. And that is a big margin at Silverstone National. Anything below a tenth of a second is the norm around here. But anything over a tenth of a second is seen as quite a big margin. I think it's in the TCRs, I think there's about 8 of them within about a tenth of a second. It is ridiculously close, which is really, really great. My name is Jack Oliver, as I said, and we've got Paul Walsh in the commentary box to take you through the whole day. He'll be joined by Andy McEwen, Paul O'Neill tomorrow as well. So we've really got a fantastic show for you overall. I'm going to try and see if we can just wander down the pit lane a little bit. As I said, I am connected by this sort of cord that we'll have to make sure we don't get too far. Marshals, how long have we got? Under 2 minutes, right? That means I can't talk to any of the drivers, and we need to get out of the way. So, Paul Walsh, I think what I'm going to do is hopefully you're on the other end of your commentary booth, and I'm going to throw over to you for the Formula Ford 1600 series.
Out from camera 3. You're clear, guys.
Well, thank you, Jack, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and what a lovely afternoon we have here at the Silverstone National Circuit. Of course, arguably one of the most iconic circuits in the United Kingdom. It is a circuit which is known just not on what is a club level, but also on an international level, playing host on a regular basis to a whole variety of racing series, all the way from British GT to Formula 1, and of course, what is TCR UK this weekend, because you're tuning in to what's the TCR UK weekend here at the Silverstone National Circuit for Saturday and Sunday, the 17th and 18th of May, and well, we're all set and ready to go for what will be our opening race of the day. And as Jack mentioned, they'll be kicking off very shortly with the heroes of Formula Ford FF 1600 Sprint Series 2025, and well, we do have what is a number of machines out there, a whole variety of machines making the way out, and we're all ready and set to go with regards to that racing. But as we do get ourselves set, ladies and gentlemen, well, we will be getting the grid up on screen shortly, and we will walk you through that grid as we do have all of our drivers getting set to leave the pit lane and making the way on out. And well, as they make the way on around here, there are going to be what will be the best part of 2 races today. But for their first race, on pole position will be Jordan Dempsey in the Medina Sport BH23. Alongside him will be Tom Nippers in the Van Diemen. Then on row number 2, we've got Connor Willis and Rob Hall, with William Liston line up in what is 5th place on row number 3 ahead of Drew Cameron. Then on row number 4, we've got Ben Maludi ahead of Ben Tilley, who I had the pleasure of catching up with in the paddock only moments ago. Billiven will be starting at 9th ahead of Grace Parkington, and that'll be your first 10 places on the grid, your first 5 rows. But we've got even more cars than that to make the way on to this grid, and indeed we've got plenty of cars out there in all different classes as well, but they will be followed up by what will be on row number 6 in due order, the combination, I do believe, of Michael Fitzgerald and John Hayes Harlow, and we can see them there up on screen now. And then on your final row of the grid for your 14 drivers, it's going to be the combination of Simon Fraser and Bernard Leclerc, who will be starting at 14th out of 14 machines. But all the drivers absolutely set and are ready to go, and of course this will be getting underway with what will be a standing start following their formation lap at the moment. And as all the drivers gradually make the way on through, well, we haven't quite got the sunshine that was promised to us earlier this week at Silverstone. We've got a lot of cloud, but we have got no sign of rain whatsoever, and it is a lovely scenic view there from our cameramen who are making their way around the circuit, and everyone's on the grid there, all absolutely ready to go. And well, very shortly those lights will be coming on as everybody sits there on the grid ready to go. And well, they've been given the signal, and without further ado, for the first race this weekend, ladies and gentlemen, It's going to be lights out and away we go here as the drivers roar their way away and in towards the opening corner. But as they make their way on through there, side by side racing action as they pile on through. Brilliant running there. Well, as all the drivers get themselves set, it is going to be fantastic. And we do have what is a slight technical hitch here at the moment, some delayed pictures in our commentary booth, which we are rectifying. So as a result, and whilst we are waiting to rectify that, it does mean we might be a little bit behind in what we're covering. In fact, that is the formation lap getting underway there. Do apologise, but we will be seeing all the drivers making their way on through. One moment, ladies and gentlemen, as we do try to get that slight technical hitch rectified. But in the meantime, as that formation lap is going on, well, the thing about these FF1600 machines is the fact that you've got multiple classes out there. You've got Class A, which are machines built between the 1st of January 1987 and the 31st of December 1992. They're the newest machines out there. Then we do have the Class B machines, which were built between what was the 1st of January 1982 and the 31st of December 1986, so slightly older. And then you've got the oldest machines out there, the Class Cs, and they were built before 1982. We've also got plenty of invitational machines out there, and those invitational machines are all cars built to the Formula Ford Ken spec regulations as built before what is the end of 1998, and you'll see those on what will be the class specification as the ones with the grey shroud behind the door numbers when you see on the timing screens, and meanwhile the classes A, B and C, they will have different colorations, and we'll take you through those colorations when we can. As all of our drivers get themselves into position on the grid, well, I believe it might be lights out and away we go at this time, ladies and gentlemen. They do look out the window there, and I think they are all go for what will be at the racing. Well, in fact, no, they're all still making their way into the grid. My apologies. And as they go on through, we'll give us a brief moment. We will see what we can do with regards to the fact that we're slightly delayed here in the booth, but we're working on it. And as the engines roar, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be lights out and away we go then for our first race of the day after the formation lap has been completed. And as all drivers roar their way then into the opening corner, and well, it's going to be short, it's going to be sweet, it's going to be some rapid fire laps around here. It's 1.65 mile length here at the Silverstone National Circuit, and it looks as though they're a good start from what was our race lead, well, pole sitter and now race leader of one England, very much mistaken, Jordan Dempsey, who's had a brilliant start to this, and as he rolls his way on around right now, we're heading up towards what will be the Maggots hairpin, because of course the circuit being curtailed at the run into Maggots into Beckett, so they'll make their way back on themselves and heading down the Wellington straight as they come down. Well, right now it's line astern between all of our drivers, no change at the moment, and everyone is still there together. And as they pull the way on through, we've got a bit of side-by-side at the moment there coming into what is Brooklyn's corner and rolling the way on and around right now with no change of position. And as they come on through, well, it is going to be a change, and that change being Dempsey leading still, but further on back we have seen what is Liston drop down the order, and well then Moody and what is Cameron moving up. So a difficult start for Liston, and further down the order we do have Hayes and Harlow. There is going to be Hayes Harlow into 10th ahead of Parkinson, who has dropped behind Fitzgerald in the run to 10th, 11th and 12th. But as all the drivers continue to push onwards, we're making the way on around, and I believe we are just continuing to get things rectified. Please bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. We are just resolving a slight technical issue at the moment, but we will be back to give you commentary shortly. But enjoy the pictures in the meantime for this brilliant FF1600 racing. ladies and gentlemen. We do apologise for the slight lack of commentary there, but the good news is we've got our slight technical hitch fixed here in the commentary booth, so we have missed the best part of what is 3.5 minutes of the opening racing action in terms of being able to cover it, but great news, we are back. Let's get straight into it then, and we do apologise for that slight temperamental issue. But as we can see, there's a big run right there for the number 35 of Hull, running out there of what was the maggot hairpin and coming back on around as they make the way down there. A quick bob and weave between our top four as they head in towards what will be the Brooklands corner, and a bit of a defensive move there from Dempsey, trying to cover off Nippers as they come through the left in towards the right and making the way out of the corner and up towards Luffield, then all the way round and on to the start-finish straight they'll go. And this top four absolutely pushed each other onwards now as they make the way on up towards another lap here. These laps are going to come in thick and fast as they come through, and as they do, well, right now it's going to be all about the draft, and Nippers covering one side then the other, but here they come in towards Cops corner. Is it going to be too wide there? I think it is between Nippers and Dempsey, and it is going to be a potential change of position between them as they come on around. And well, who's leading coming out of what is turns 1 and 2 and in towards 3? We're about to find out as they come charging on by in towards the braking zone for Maggots they go, and well, it is going to be there by looks of things. The number 5 of Dempsey has fallen behind Nippers, and Willis and Hall still together right on the back of it. Now, one thing as they make the way on down was the Wellington straight here. It's going to be side by side again as they come on down. Great respectful racing between both drivers here, and well, it's a fan. It's 2 by 2 here as they head towards the braking zone for Brooklands, and well, it's not going to quite be a move, or is it? Well, Nippers in the end holding on as Dempsey tucks in behind, and Willis and Hall there looking to make the exchange, but they don't quite do it. And well, these drivers absolutely teasing and tussling here as they make the way out to Luffield in towards what will be Woodcock corner, and through that right hand they go. The number 99 there of Willis in third, looking proud and looking to follow the turn Dempsey as they head up towards the opening corner this time, but this time it's going to be line astern here. Nobody looking for a cheeky potential move, and well, great racing room to be given and respect to be made. Further on down the order, we do of course have what is Liston still leading in their respective class, and well, with Tilly just behind them, but staying with these leaders, these invitational machines as they make the way on around, all under the Formula 4 Kent spec of course, and one absolutely bumper grid this weekend, but no change at the moment between the top four. But when I was speaking to Ben Tilley in the number 48 earlier on before we went racing today, he was saying to me what you can expect here is that draft is going to be so powerful on the straight and heading in towards what is turn number 3. They're going into Brooklands. Will Dempsey be able to get the move done? No, he won't. On the outside to inside, he's trying to force the issue to get all the way to the inside of Luffield corner, but not quite working out, and out of that right hand they go and on towards what will be Woodcock. Right now it's going to stay as is. What you can see is all this fighting, Cameron in the number 12 and 5th is actually being brought into the pack, but Hall having a bit of a poor run as we've got a driver there going quite slow. I think that's Leclerc who is going a lap down as they make the way past number 57. And all the drivers making the way now through the opening corner once again. I think it's now going to become a game of high-speed chess here as they head in towards what will be the Maggots hairpin, in the fact that nobody quite wants to go for those potential moves at this time. But as they head on through, and the reason they don't want to go for those moves, of course, because they start going side by side with one another, they may lose the leader of the pack, and it suddenly opens up everybody. But heading onwards, down towards what will be turn number 3, whilst all this is playing out, as we do see Dempsey trying to go for a move around the outside again. He's tried it twice, it hasn't worked, and was there a potential move there also coming from Willis? We won't be quite sure, because as we do follow what is some action going on through there, well, that's Liston, your Class A leader ahead of Tilly, your Class B leader, and all of our drivers then making the way on through as we do see the field coming in towards the end of the lap. We'll back towards the leaders, and well, it seems as though Dempsey was not able to make the move on Nippers, and Willis right behind, but Hall falling back a bit more. But here they go then. Is it going to be a scramble for 3 wide? I think it is. Is it going to be 3 wide into turn number 1 here? Everyone absolutely giving it a go, but in the end, does Dempsey get it all the way around the outside? I don't think he did, as Cameron there comes up in 5th, watching how it all plays out. And well, I think that is Dempsey. Dempsey's into lead, but will it be that way as they come down in towards turn number 2? Dempsey's leading 2 wide there, and horizontal 3 wide almost as they come on around, and that's the 189 of Nippers that's being forced up the inside by Willis. Willis is still there with him as they come on down onto the Wellington straight. And well, right now it's a bumper start to the racing action this weekend, heading in towards what will be turn number 3, and as they make the way onward, well, it is going to be Dempsey holding on here, but is that going to be a move looked at by what is Willis? No, it's not. And well, behind, there's Hall. Hall's trying now to get involved, looking up the inside to the outside for returns. Woody's 3 and 4, but making their way on around then. And well, a little bit of a run deep there from what is the car of Nippers. So making their way onwards, as we do have the number 90 there, Fraser going to lap down, but staying inside. And well, as they roar their way onwards here, time's gradually tricking away, and it does look as though we're going to have a little bit of change here. Dempsey was leading, but leading by only 11 thousandths he crossed the line. Nippers looking around the outside here. He's going to go all in. I think he's going to get it through Cop's corner. And well, Willis and Hall meanwhile just tucking in behind and staying there right with him as they weave Bob and Wife their way down towards what is at turn number 2. And so the brakes they go. The top 5 this time decide to run line astern as a pack, and well, making the way on around in towards what will be the Wellington straight here. No change at the moment, so it looks like everyone's taking a brief breather right now. I think everyone's starting to go down the what is the focus point of, okay, the race isn't over quite yet. And well, as we do look towards the front of the field, and we can see there now Nippers up the inside of Dempsey. They're 2 wide going to Brookland, through the left, in towards the right they go, and as they do, well, it is Dempsey just edged out there under braking, so Nippers having to cut things really close, but they know exactly how to run the limits for each other. Fastest lap in this race, by the way, owned by Willis in the number 99, which was a 1 minute 2.17. They're doing a lap a minute essentially, so we're going to get plenty of laps here as we do see what is now the long conga line of Formula Ford at 1600s, but making the way in towards turn number 1, and through the right end they go. No change at the moment, but as they roar their way up towards what will be turn number 2, well, will we see a change this time? I don't think we are, or we're about to find out here as they come into that braking zone, and everyone's staying together at the moment. All these invitational drivers here all opting to stay closely together and running very happily together here as they make the way on around, but upwards they'll go then towards the Wellington straight. And well, Dempsey has tried once, he's tried twice, he's going to try again as he looks around the outside here, and well, Nippers right now proved to be very good at the defensive driving, and Dempsey right now already going from what is being hunted to the hunter as they make the way left into right. And the thing is, he's trying to hold that outside, but he just does not have enough confidence in the tyre grip in order to carry it all the way around the outside into the inside. And Nippers, to be fair, shutting that door very gingerly, very carefully in order to get this done. And as they make the way onto what will be the start finish straight here with 4.5 minutes remaining. Well, the one other thing that a number of drivers were saying to me down in the paddock in the build up to today is that these cars you can absolutely throw around this Silverstone circuit. You don't have to have any hesitation in the fact they are all about being lightweight, and making the most use of the tyres, and therefore you can have that confidence. But the only thing about these cars as well is the fact, because they give you so much confidence to push harder, well, track limits here at Silverstone, you have plenty of runoff area, but understandably, if you decide to make an excursion into that runoff area, then the marshals, and particularly what will be the racing vigilators, they will not be too happy as you do run wide. But right now, no sign of running wide here as we go 2 wide down towards Brookland. Dempsey again looking around the outside, but he's a bit further back this time as he really wonders, does he want to go for it or not? But I think Willis behind him in third says to him, you are going to go for it, guys, I'm going to go for you. And now Willis looking around the outside here. Well, he's going to have to really cut this back if he wants to try and get a good run to start finish straight. And in the end, Nippers just simply forced him to stay behind. But that's the thing as well with the 189 driver, if he can get the 2 behind him to start to fight each other, he can just gradually pull away, and I think that'll be something that he definitely wants to try and do today, does Tom Nippers, as he makes his way onwards, because it's an incredible battle at the front of the field. We've also got a bit of a scramble behind, and well, I believe that's Maludi and Liston fighting each other for 6th place overall. Liston being your Class A leader, of course. He's broken away from Ben Tilley to 210, who's your Class B leader, and we do have what is at the machine of Hayes Harlow in what is Class C leading that all the way down in, I believe, what is 10th place. But as our drivers make the way out, then you can see everyone now starting to run a little bit wider coming out of Maggots on the national loop, and I think they're all starting to feel, so you know what, we're going to push it now a little bit, because we've all been quite polite, we've all been quite sincere with regards to those track limits, but now the gloves are going to start to come off. But remember, they've got 2 races over this weekend, and therefore they're going to give it everything, because this is their season opener. And well, what a 2025 sprint series it's opened up on so far, in the fact that we haven't even completed race 1, and we've already had enough battling action to fill an entire chapter of a book. But as they head up towards the time line, 2.5 minutes on the clock, and that means we will get what will be a best part of 3 more laps, and including the one they're going to go on to. And coming across that line, well, we can see now the top three are really pushing onwards. The battle for 4th and 5th between Hall and Cameron is close there. And, well, as they do make their way through, I believe that was the car there of, I believe that was Fraser, who was having to step aside down the blue flags. But it does look as though the battle at the front now has gone from a battle of 5 cars to a battle of 3. But Nippers is gradually pulling away here. And meanwhile, Jordan Dempsey is not quite able to stay with him. If anything, I think Jordan Dempsey is now an increasing pressure from Connor Willis as they head onto what will be the Wellington Straight here, and that toe is so strong in these machines. They've got very little bodywork to them. It really is the case. They punch a huge hole in the air, and the car behind, where it absolutely sucks its way in terms of speed all the way up behind the other car, and then can look for that potential move under braking. But you've got to be bold under braking, and of course plenty of corners here in terms of overtaking opportunities. You've got 5 corners, of which all 5 of them are overtaking spots, and therefore from lap to lap means anybody's guess will be leading, and we've seen that all so far. But with some stability now returning to this front of the field, well, it's only going to be 2 more laps to go here, as side by side behind, and that's Hall and Cameron battling side by side, 35 and 12 going all in, and I think that is going to be a change. I think Hall's just been able to hold on at the front there, and well, that's going to work out for Hall quite nicely. But here they go then down towards what will be the Maggots turn number 2 for the penultimate time. They bunch back up at the front of the field, and coming through that right-hander. Is there going to be any change? Not this time. They're going to stay as they are. But these drivers definitely trying to push onwards as much as they can now in towards what will be that braking zone, coming down towards turn number 3. Onto the brakes they go, but here comes Dempsey looking around the outside. Meanwhile, Willis, they're just staying with him behind. Hall and Cameron looking to exchange tyres as they make their way into the left-hander, albeit Hall's going to defend there, and he's going to defend it well. So there's going to be no change between them at this time as they roar the way out now in towards the final lap of this race. And well, as they roar up towards the braking zone for turn number 1, well, who's going to be leading here is Nippers has now got Dempsey right behind him, so Dempsey's left everything in the tank for this final lap, and here they go, ladies and gentlemen, one more lap, side by side into turn number 1, Nippers on the left, Dempsey on the right, and it is going to be Nippers there who holds him off for now. But now will Dempsey look for the cut back here as he makes his way up towards Maggots, so I think Dempsey overcooked it slightly on that line and therefore hasn't quite got the run initially, but we'll see here as they come on in. In fact, no, Dempsey's under pressure on Willis now looking for an opportunity. Dempsey says, I'm going to put the car right in the middle of the road here and make it impossible for you to look for a move. Through the right hander they go. Willis they're taking a little bit of a wide line in order to carry as much speed as possible, but this top 3 absolutely staying hooked together here as they head down towards what will be turn number 3. Onto the brakes they'll go, and well, here comes Dempsey. It's a huge lunge, a big lock up on the front left brake. He goes all in here, and well, he leaves it all to the last gasp. But now Nippers just needs to hold the inside, but he's got traffic in front, and that traffic's going to hold him in place. And now Dempsey's just got to go around the outside. It's going to be very close here as they make them through 3 wide initially with the traffic, and now as they come through, is it Dempsey? Is it going to be Nippers? I think Dempsey may just have this in the number 5. He will. He gets ahead. The checker flag is about to wave, and it goes the way of Dempsey, who takes victory there just ahead of Nippers, with Willis in 3rd. Hall holds off Cameron to 4th, with then it will be 8.5 seconds back, I believe. Maludi will make his way across that line shortly, but my good lord, what a race. We'll have Liston as your Class A winner ahead of Ben Tenney, who's going to be your Class B winner, and then Bilev will be finishing runner-up in Class A at a parking who completes your top 10, and it will be there the sole Class C machine of Hayes Harlow, who'll be finishing in 11th ahead of Fraser, Leclerc and Fitzgerald to complete the finishing order. But my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, what a way to open up our account here. And you can see Dempsey waving his hand in celebration, enjoying his cool-down stroke victory lap. And well, I can imagine the conversation that he and what Tom Nippers will have after this race. I think they might definitely be thinking about, we've already done enough here to earn themselves a drink or 2, but they've got to keep in mind they are going to be having one more race today, and that will be later on in the afternoon, this fine Saturday the 13th of May. But what a way to open up this weekend. A brilliant battle between them, and well, with Dempsey making his way down there, the number 5 has been piloted by Jordan Dempsey, the BM Racing driver in that Medina Sport BH23, absolutely giving it everything, and in the end leaving it all to a final lap move in order to get it done. But what a move, what a use as well of, was a lap down car as well. But here come the results up on screen, ladies and gentlemen. These results, of course, being provisional subject to any Stewards inquiries, and Jordan Dempsey taking victory overall and in the invitational class for race number 1 and round number 1 of the 2025 Heroes of Formula Ford FF1600 Sprint Series Championship ahead of Tom Nippers, with Connor Willis there 3rd place. Rob Hook was 4th ahead of Drew Cameron, with Ben Maludi 6th place set, a bit of a quiet 6th, albeit he had Class A winner William Liston behind him, and it was Class B winner Ben Tiddy right behind Liston. And then we did see Yap Billabin and Grace Parkinson completing your top 10, with John Hayes Harlow winning the Class C, the solo Class C entrant, but still very happy to see the number 3 out there. Simon Fraser was in 12th ahead of Bernard Leclerc, and Michael Fitzgerald was your last finisher, 14th out of our 14 entries. And well, what a race. And the fastest lap being set on lap number 10 by none other than Jordan Dempsey, and was absolutely flying there. I can imagine all the drivers there will have their own story to tell with regards to all that battling, and it was absolutely superb. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, well, we're going to take a breather here. We're going to need one, and we're going to cut down to Parc Fermé with Jack Oliphant, who's going to get some interviews with our winning drivers.
Wow, what a race for the Formula Ford, and I'm pleased to say that one driver at least followed the rules in Connor Willis. Every other driver, the 2 podium sitters of Jordan Dempsey and Tom Nippers, has driven off around the corner. We'll have got this cord that we'll have to contend with, but let's go and get an interview with Connor Willis first, shall we, because he came 3rd in that race. Connor, feel free to come over and have a chat. We've got plenty of time. He's keen. I always like a driver who's actually keen to chat to me, because normally they run away for quite understandable reasons. No, Connor, that was an absolutely insane race to be a part of, wasn't it? I mean, from your perspective, you saw some of the best overtakes. You were part of it. I mean, how hectic was it for you?
Oh, it was so much fun. Great racing with Jordan and Nippers. It was just so much fun to be with those guys, well experienced. And it's my first podium, and so I'm really happy with the result. But I sent one down the inside 3 wide, so it's good racecraft and learning experience. So I'm looking forward to race 2. It's going to be so much fun.
I love the fact that you're already looking forward to race 2. That shows that it was a good race already. When you're saying you're throwing it left, right and centre, 3 wide, 4 wide, I mean, how do you do that so brave with open wheel racing like these? Because, of course, obviously, you have to be careful that you don't collect each other.
Yeah, I started racing Miatas, so we had bodywork, bump draft and stuff, so it's a lot different.
So contact's a bit more occurrence, isn't it?
Yeah, but these are definitely different. No contact because all the open wheels and stuff. So definitely a learning curve, but so much fun putting like wheels like kind of in line with each other and stuff, really close. But yeah, it was safe racing, great racing with these guys, so had a blast.
Yeah, and podium for the first race of the series as well is a pretty buzzing. And you are now my favourite driver. Do you want to know why?
Why is that?
It's because you followed the rules. The other 2 aren't here. At least you parked in the correct place. Yeah,
waving us over, so I just came.
Well done. You listened to the marshals, and the marshals do an amazing job. So fantastic. Connor, brilliant, congratulations. Go and enjoy your victory lap around the fans. Right, I believe I've got some drivers now over here. So Jordan Dempsey, we're going to talk to you first, I believe. Race winner, of course, overtook on the last lap. But, the front 3 started and finished in the same order. That does not tell the story of that race, though, does it?
Yeah, no, it was a crack of a race. I really, really enjoyed that. And to be fair, it was good, clean racing the whole way through. I knew I had to do something clever to try and get by Tom, and luckily the back marker played into my hand. So yeah, cracking race, and good to have a good 4 or 5 car battle for the first 10 laps. I was like, geez, we need to break away from these. And in fairness to Connor, he put off a cracker of a move on us into Brooklyn, so I didn't see it. But yeah, I know, it was a crack of a race. Really good to be back.
I was going to say, I mean, this is the first race of the year. I mean, there's only 3 rounds, of course, but how does it feel to be on that top step?
Oh, brilliant. And I can't thank Peter and all the BM racing lads enough. Like, the car was mega. Like, handling wise, we definitely probably had the best car out there. It was just absolutely mega. Just glad I can get over the line. It's
a bit of a shame, isn't it, that we don't get to see these cars racing a little bit more often, isn't it? And with you guys at the helm, because they are so entertaining. And as I mentioned, you only hear Thruxton and then Donington later in the year. I mean, there must be a bit of a hunger to try and get these cars out on track more often.
Oh yeah, I'd say it's the best class in the country, at least for club racing anyways. Like, I've always come back to it, and it's always been my love is Formula Ford. So yeah, it's nice to be back, and hopefully it's a sign of things to come for the end of the year.
Absolutely. What else have you driven then, if you say you keep coming back to it? What's the other stuff that you've gone and done?
I raced F4 over in America and in Asia, and F3 Asia. I used to race against Jack Doohan and people like that. It's still, like, if I was to pick between racing any of them, I'd always pick Formula Ford. So
that's what we love to hear. Brilliant. Thank you very much, Jordan. Right, let's bring in Mr. Nippers.
Hello, are you okay?
Yes, I'm very well. That's very polite of you. No one ever asks.
I know, I've had that before. No one asks. I always ask.
Yeah, no one ever asks. It's brilliant to hear. No, Tom, it was a cracking race. We've already heard from 2 of the top 3. What was it like being in that sort of middle sandwich? And obviously, you were close to it at the end there.
No, it was brilliant. I felt like we had. I felt like we probably were the quickest of the three, if that makes sense.
Oh, okay.
As in, we had the majority of it in the lead, but Jordan's nailed it at the end. I mean, he's nailed it. That last corner, we had the. I said to Jordan, I am not going to be the guy who comes over and makes excuses at the very end. I said, but we got a bit unlucky with the back marker, and Jordan took it. But yeah, I think I'm excited for the next one. Do you know what I mean? Because it's yeah, it was just nice because last time I raced Jordan, he was like, it was a couple of years ago when he won the championship, and he was miles up the road from me. Do you know what I mean? So it was nice to be now we're in the same fight. It feels like a lot of progress, Yeah. But yeah, it was good fun.
I was going to say, because this is a series, not necessarily a championship, isn't it? I believe, but. It's just a great exhibition of fantastic cars out there. How is it to maintain these cars and to get them back up to race spec year on year? Because let's face it, they're not new, are they?
No. I mean, yeah, the modern ones, they're fairly. Like, I was going to say, our car's like Trigger's broom. There's so much new on it now. Do you know what I mean?
Okay,
it's back and forth. The chassis is still the same, but the actual car's all very modern. But it's like, we were out last weekend. We didn't do the testing and all that sort of stuff. You look at it and it's like to try and keep it out all the time is difficult. But we Yeah, I mean today, for example, it's just a great opportunity to be racing here before the haze at the end of the year, and and then when you've got someone like Jordan out as well, it's just such a good comparison. So you can see where you are, and we look good. I was really happy with that then, and just didn't quite get it at the end, but obviously there's another one to go, so I'll try and leave on a high.
Absolutely. What about Thruxton and Donington then? Are we going to see you return for those races?
I don't think we're doing I think the Thruxton one's only classics, if I'm not wrong. I think the Thruxton one's only classics, but I think Donington's the thing. But obviously, I'd love to do it. It's just a budget thing. If we can get there, we'll get there. I'm excited. I want to race every single second I can.
Yeah.
But it's just a case of getting the car out. Once we can get the car out, I'm there every time. I want to do it every time we can.
Oh, fantastic. No, if that is true about Thruxton, then somebody's given me the wrong information. So I do apologise about that one. Tom, fantastic. Well done on the podium.
Thank you very much.
Right, that is all the Formula Fords that we've got here in front of me. Anyway, there is loads more around the corner. So I don't know if there's another driver that we want to have a talk to. Somebody trying to make eye contact with me, which, as I said, never normally happens because everybody always runs away from me. We're having someone. Class winners. Okay, yes. Well, we're in the lunch break, so we'll chat to anybody and everybody who's willing. So I do apologise. I don't know people by face. What's your name? Sorry.
Will Liston.
Will Liston. Fantastic. So you're obviously in that sort of mid-pack, I'm guessing, of the overall race. How was it in that sort of cluster of cars?
Yeah, it was brilliant. I made a meal of my start, and that front train got away, and then myself and Ben and some of the historic class runners, which is sort of what Heroes of 1600's founded on. We had a massive scrap, and Ben Miludi as well. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Good battle. Came away with the class win, which is always good. I've just got to thank the people that put me in the car this week, and it's a borrowed car. It was a last-minute inclusion. Richard Tarling, the car owner, has picked up an injury, so I got the call, so hopped in it yesterday, and all things considered, pretty happy with how we're running.
That's a hell of a call to get, isn't it? Obviously, you don't wish anybody to get a bit of an injury, but I mean, how last minute was that then?
We did it this week.
This week?
Yeah, we did the deal this week, so... I'm just thankful to have good people around me putting me in the car. My supporters here, my supporters in Australia. My mates Riley and Ellen in Australia got engaged today, so congratulations to them. Ecstatic for you. The team around me here and in Australia just does so much to put me in a car, and I'm very grateful for it.
Well, hopefully they're up and watching this, because obviously it was worth watching on their engagement day. Probably not, but
I'm sure they've got other things.
They probably have got other things, but you can send them this clip afterwards at least, can't you?
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for coming and have a chat to us. Congratulations on the class win, and good luck for race number 2.
No worries. Thank you very much.
Right, and we have one last class winner. Come in. As I said, unfortunately, I don't know necessarily faces compared to names. I will get better at this throughout the day, don't worry.
I'll be here again later.
Well, exactly. If you're here again later, I won't need to learn any other names. But sorry, what is the name, sorry?
It's Ben Tilley.
Ben Tilley, fantastic. Now, what was the race like from your perspective? Because all these different classes, were you aware of your class position in amongst all the rest of the race?
Yeah, in the 1985 car, so it's a bit older, but yeah, it's good fun. It was running quite hot. It was about 90 degrees from the fourth lap in, so I just I could have tried a bit more, but just kept pulling out the toe just to keep it cool. But yeah, good fun.
What is it like driving those slightly older classes?
Yeah, they're good fun. They're really forgiving. You can kind of throw it about and it just kind of does what you want, really. We better get the weight on the left rear, power on, and just slide it around. It's good fun.
Fantastic stuff. No, it looked like a really entertaining race. What's it like in comparison to when you jump on that grid? Do you feel like you want to be in that slightly newer car? Do you want to be in the ones that are sort of towards the front, or are you quite happy you enjoy the car that you're in?
I mean, it'd be nice to be in a newer car, but the owner, Simon Hadfield's been very kind and let us have the car for a
Oh,
week.
fantastic. Oh, it's not yours. Oh, my apologies.
No, it's not mine, no. So I'm just 4 wheels and a steering wheel, so yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, brilliant circuit as well, Silverstone, isn't it? I mean, it's a great racing. It's an opportunity to go all kinds of 3 wide around nearly every corner here.
Yeah, 1 lap into Brooklands, we were 3 wide, was a bit tight, but yeah, give it a go. It's good fun.
No, the Formula 4s are absolutely fantastic. Hopefully we see you over the next couple of, Thruxton and potentially at Donington Park as well. Is that the plan?
Hopefully, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Ben. Right, that is all the class winners, I believe, to have a chat to. I'm just making sure that no one's trying to catch my eye again. We have going to the lunch break after this. I believe it's the Miltech Sports Civic Cup straight after lunch. There's going to be a little bit of a break. Then we might do a little bit of a pit lane walkabout, try and get a chat to a few of the drivers and all the championships. There is, of course, plenty more to be chatting on about, and we even have, during that lunch break, we're going to do a little bit about a important cancer awareness, retino... Oh dear, I've forgotten the name of it. That is pretty awful, isn't it? But there'll be more plugged later in the broadcast, don't worry, and we'll catch up with you in about 20 minutes' time.
If your eye is dull, go to the doctors. If your eye looks wonky, go to the doctors. That's also called a swim. If your eyes change colour and you're all in the light, go to the doctors. Thank you.
Right, everybody, it's almost time for the first race of the weekend for the Miltech Civic Cup. I'm here with Jack. Jack, you're going to give us a bit of information about the Civic Cup, aren't you? Tell us what's happened already this season.
Yeah, we've had a good start to the season. At the moment, Campion, Lewis Kent are trading blows at the top end.
That's going to be a battle to watch all season, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be a battle into paddock hill as well today, isn't it? So I'm looking forward to that. The FN2 looks really suited around here, actually, and Campion looks like he's got it on rails, so I think it's going to be really good off the start, so I'm excited.
It's nice to be here at Brands Hatch as well. What does the circuit mean to you guys at Civic Cup?
Yeah, we love it here. It always creates great racing, doesn't it? It's so close, especially on the Indy circuit. They're never far away from one another, so it's always great to watch. And the spectacle of the trucks for everyone here today, and the added bonuses of them having the garages, and just the little bits around the event today have just made it really special. So when they go off for race one, I think it's going to look really good.
Top man, Jack, and the sun is shining as well, of course. Thank you so much for talking to us, really appreciate it. Let's just move up here very quickly if we can. I just wanted to grab Matt Wilkins, of course, on pole in the Diamond Trophy. So let's just have a quick chat with him if we can. Don't go anywhere, almost time to go rest. We haven't got too much time, Matt. It's good to see you. How you doing? Things going well on pole in the Diamond?
Yeah, not too bad. We did hope to be a bit further up, but we'll see if we can go forward in the race.
What can you do from here then? You got pace to be challenging that lot over there?
Let's hope so, yeah. It's not too easy to overtake here, but we'll do what we can.
You're the man to watch. You're the man to watch, Matt. Thanks so much. I couldn't hear too much of what he was saying there, actually, but here we go. That's the beauty of it. So much noise. The sun is shining. Where else would you rather be than here at Brands Hatch? Time to go racing for the first time this weekend for the Miltech Civic Cup. Dave.
Cars already on their green flag lap then, so let's give you the grid for Miltech Civic Cup Race 1. Alistair Camp and Lewis Kent, the championship protagonists, on the front row of the grid. One each of the two models of car there as well. Second row, Scotsman Liam McGill in number 62 alongside 54 Harvey Caton. Wesley Swain, 92, 17 Jake Hewlett on row 3. Fourth row, Francisco Howitt, number 50, one of several junior saloon car graduates in this race, alongside 66 Dave Marshall, 19 Jack Riddell and 90 Jake Renshaw, completing the top 10. Row 6 is 84 Matt Wilkins. As we heard, he's the first of the Diamond Trophy qualifiers. That's for drivers aged 40 and over. He starts alongside 192 Adam Parker. Row 7, Charlotte Birch, ex-Ginetta GT racer, among other things, alongside 37 of Josh Bromley. Row 8, 14 Aidan Mitchell, 25 Will Butts. Row 9, Harry England in treble 3, and number 6 Charlie Constable, completing the top 20. Number 65 Sam Nicolau, and 23 Gary Townsend. We'll also see him out in his Lotus Cortina this weekend in the pre-66 touring cars. Row 11, 93 Ben Bateman and 322 of Jamie Petters. 79 Adam Jackson and 495 of Mark Hughes on row 12. Row 13, 74 Anthony Gannon, 76 Simon Welch, 86 Daniel Petters, who missed qualifying, starting from the back of the grid. Cars pulled into line then. It's the black car with the green and pink livery of Alistair Camp, who's also racing in the TCR UK Championship this year. He's having a very busy year, is Campy. Far cry from his early years of his career on the dirt tracks in short oval racing. Starting alongside ex-TCR UK star Lewis Kent, scored his first Civic Cup win at the season opener at Donington. Liam McGill from all the way up in Edinburgh on the second row of the grid, alongside young gun Harvey Caton, who had a spell in the lead of the second race at Donington a few weeks ago. Green flag waves at the back of this big grid of Honda Civics. There is one gap. I think that might be Harry England that's missing. He had an off in qualifying earlier on. So 26 cars out there, and away they go for race 1 of the weekend for the Miltech Civic Cup. They're all away well. Car a little bit slow away towards the back, Simon Welch in the white and purple car, but it is Alistair Camp who leads through Paddock Hill Bend for the first time. Second place Lewis Kent, McGill in third, then it's Caton as they head into Druids for the first time. Side by side for fifth position, trying to make his way around the outside there is Jake Hewlett, the black and green number 17. They make their way down the hill. Somebody running out a little bit wide there on the exit as they start to sort themselves out. This brightly coloured field of Honda Civics, a fantastic, well-subscribed championship, the Civic Cup, seen as the feeder series as well for the TCR UK Championship. Sort themselves out around the first lap then. That's one of the Petters boys running wide there, Jamie Petters I think that was, as they head around the conclusion of lap number 1. Alistair Camp has lost the lead. It's Lewis Kent into the lead, McGill in second place. Battling up the outside, that's Wesley Swain in the number 92 car with the Dayglow yellow wheels, but it is Lewis Kent who leads the way. McGill second, Camp down to third, then it's Caton, then a gap back to the number 17 of Jake Hewlett in fifth position. Dave Marshall side by side with Wesley Swain behind them. Then slotting in behind is Francisco Howitt, the red and white number 50. Swain gets the move done on Dave Marshall at the Graham Hill Bend. Behind them is Matt Wilkins. I think he's leading the Diamond Trophy category. There's also been contested the Paul Whitfield Trophy. As across the grass, Francisco Howitt got squeezed out there by the red machine of Dave Marshall. Did a bit of rally crossing, but he's back on and he's held the place as well. It's in the Paul Whitfield Memorial. That's for rookies and for drivers who have not yet finished in the top 10 of the overall championship. We'll pick up on that towards the end of the race as Dave Marshall going up the outside there of Francisco Howitt, who's not giving way at all. That's the battle for 7th place. Lewis Kent starting to pull away a little in the lead. Alistair Camp under fire for 3rd place. That's from Harvey Caton, another ex-junior saloon car racer from Staffordshire. They charge their way through. Very busy in the pack indeed. There's Wilkins, the blue car down the inside. Likewise Dave Marshall, who's trying to get the move done on Francisco Howitt. He is not giving way at all. They're really rubbing as they come along Cooper Straight. I thought Dave Marshall were going to spin out there, but he survived it. Wilkins will go past both of them as a result of that. They're all bottling up behind. Jack Riddell's in there as well. We've got yellow flags waving at Surtees. Somebody may have gone off at the exit there. Yes, it's the number 14 of Aidan Mitchell, unfortunately. The Shropshire driver, the Ben Sharp racing car, has gone off. Look how busy it is in the pack now. Will Buckley, Welshman, number 25 in the middle of this little lot, chasing 37 of Josh Bromley. Rodell's in there. Francisco Howitt as well. Too many to count in this midfield fight. Dave Marshall's got out ahead of them. Matt Wilkins as well. Will Buck goes for the outside of the 37 of Bromley. Then it's Howitt, Rodell. Then Petters up on the outside there, recovering that overslide on the opening lap. Will Buck gets blocked there coming out of Druids. I can hardly keep up with this. This is frantic one-mate racing. Two different models in there, of course. The leading FN2 is currently Alistair Camp in third place. It's Lewis Kent who leads from Liam McGill. 322 there is Jamie Petters. Number 90, that's Jake Renshaw in the midfield. Francisco Howitt fighting back on the inside of Bromley, but side by side with Rodell as they cross the line. I think that's Harry England in there behind them. He did have an off in qualifying, but he has started the race. That's good to see. So it wasn't him that was missing from the grid. And he's still there on the outside of the number 50 of Francisco Howitt. There's England in the FN2 shape, the later shape Civic, the late 2000s car that is, the EP3, the earlier shape from the early 2000s. Still these two, they've been side by side for a whole lap now. Still Lewis Kent who leads by just under a second from Liam McGill. Third place Alistair Camp, it's Harvey Caton. Bromley finally runs out wide into Surtees and Jack Rodell splits that pairing. Will Butt up the inside as well in the 25 in the Welsh red, white and green, the colours of the Welsh flag. Man from Pontypool. Behind them Jamie Petters, then Harry England. Then behind them it's Adam Parker, number 192. Too close to call as they come across the line between those 4 or 5 cars. New fastest lap of the race by Liam McGill, 53.387. So he's going for our leader, Lewis Kent, who's looking for his second win of the season. Jamie Petters clips the back of Josh Bromley as they go through Druids. This is the fight just outside the top 10. There is Lewis Kent, our race leader on his local circuit here at Brands. There's McGill in second and Harvey Caton really pushing for third place. Caton in the area Motorsport car number 54 on the tail of Alistair Camp. 2021 champion. It was Max Edmondson who won the title last season, not returning to defend the title this year. Up the hill towards Druids. Alistair Camp leading the FN2 category. These four fairly well ahead, over 4.5 seconds ahead of Wesley Swain in P5. Hewlett is 6th, Wilkins 7th, Marshall 8th, Howitt 9th, Rodell 10th. Spend 9 minutes of this race to go. This Kent's in the Essex Bodies car, the Essex and Kent Motorsports team he ran for in TCR UK. Still this battle raging, but Jamie Petters ahead of Will Butt in the number 25 car. Then we've got Josh Bromley, Harry England fighting up the inside there. Who's that behind them? It's the number 90 car, I think, of Renshaw. Running out wide, 192 of Adam Parker. 22 Charlotte Birch trying to get involved as well. 65 Sam Nicolaou is in there as well. Late entry for this weekend. Just the one retirement so far, number 14 Aidan Mitchell. Saw him go off at Surtees. Now the outside goes the number 90, I think that was, of Renshaw. Back at the inside, Josh Bromley, and there's contact with Harry England. England gathers it up. Keeps going, he's going to lose a place or two though, keeps his foot down, stays ahead of Renshaw. Nicolaou is going to be squeezed out on the outside. That's going to allow Adam Parker to go through and possibly Charlotte Birch as well. Along the Cooper Straights. Fantastic stuff in the midfield, very, very busy indeed. Towards Surtees they come. Nicolaou up the inside attacking the 22 of Charlotte Birch. Behind them 495, that's Mark Hughes. They're still side by side further back, Birch and Nicolaou together. Nicolaou on the inside. Mark Hughes looking to maybe slingshot past both of them into paddock. There are the leaders coming out of Graham Hill Bend. Still Lewis Kent controlling the pace. Increases lead to 1.35 seconds now over Liam McGill and Alistair Camp, who leads the class. Big lock up there from Harry England into Druids. Kent still holding off Josh Bromley in the 37. A bit of a lock-up there down to the left-hander at Graham Hill Bend. They're really on the edge of adhesion in this first race of the weekend for the Miltech Civic Cup. A little wide there, Bromley, but that allows him to get the cut back up the inside of Will Butt there, leaning on each other once again. These two, they're inseparable, these two. Harry England trying to have a go at them in the treble 3 as well. He moves to the inside. Meanwhile, back at the front of the field, Alistair Camp has caught Liam McGill, who is now having to defend for second place. This is allowing Lewis Kent to get away in the lead slightly now. He's increased his lead to 1.6 seconds. McGill Motorsport car holding second. Harvey Caton on his own in fourth place now, being dropped slightly. The black and white car with the blue bonnet. Still this train of cars at it for what is 12th place overall. Every point vital in this championship. Lewis Kent leading. Looking at the Paul Winfield Trophy, the lead car in that at the moment is, I think, the 7th placed car. The battle for second place through Graham Hill Bend. Liam McGill still holding it at the moment. Sorry, the 9th place car, not 7th. Francisco Howitt is the first car in the Paul Winfield Trophy for rookies and for drivers who have not yet finished in the top 10 of the championship. And the Goodyear Diamond Trophy, that's for drivers aged 40 and over. I think that's Matt Wilkins still on top. He's in 6th place as Josh Bromley once again side by side with Will Butt. And Butt goes wide over the curbs. Harry England still in behind them. This is frantic in the midfield. As if these two cars, the 37 and the 25, are tied together by a piece of string, isn't it? Jake Renshaw up the inside now on Harry England, the number 90. Adam Parker's 192 car in behind them. It's over 4.5 minutes to go. It's been a very close affair indeed, certainly in the midfield for the Miltech Civic Cup, but bounces up on the curb. That paddock Hill Bend. The gap is 1.8 seconds for Lewis Kent ahead of Liam McGill. McGill busy with his mirrors full of Alistair Camp, the former champion. Meanwhile, the midfield battle rages on. Really stacking up behind Will Butt at the moment, as Josh Bromley's been able to escape slightly at last from the driver who's been fighting tooth and nail with all race long. Camp leads the FN2 class. There's been a change for 4th place, I think. No, Harvey Caton's transponder isn't working, so he's still there in 4th. He's having to be timed manually. He's still in P4. You see him in the right of your picture there going through Graham Hill Bend. Things seems to have stabilised at the front of the field. Got one retirement in the pits. Jamie Petters has pulled off. We concentrate on the midfield fight. Who's going to be next to have a go at Butsy in the 25 car? That's Jake Renshaw, the number 90, the Ben Sharp racing car. Already lost one of that team's cars, Aidan Mitchell, dropping out of the race. The number 37 car of Josh Bromley, as the head of this group, has been given a 10-second penalty for exceeding track limits. Must be when he ran wide coming out of Graham Hill Bend. He'd already got the 5-second penalty. So Josh Bromley's going to lose a lot of places with that penalty, given how close it is in the midfield. Less than 3 minutes to go now in this first race of the weekend for the Miltech Civic Cup. With Lewis Kent looking reasonably safe up front. Liam McGill second. Alistair Camp leading the FN2 class in third. Caton still fourth. Wesley Swain is fifth. 6th place is Matt Wilkins in the Motion Motorsport car. He's looking set to win the Diamond Trophy segment. Francisco Howit's possibly going to win the Paul Winfield Trophy category, as Harvey England does a bit of rally crossing there. Harry England, sorry, in the treble 3. Very easy easy to do there if he gets loose over the curbs at Surtees. Here's the fight for second place. This is why Lewis Kent's been able to get away a little. Liam McGill is having to defend from Alistair Camp. Car going a lap down there. That's the 76 car of Simon Welch being lapped. Silver and orange metallic paintwork of Lewis Kent's car glistening in the sunshine here at Brands Hatch. He's heading for win number 2 this season to extend his points lead. He's only a point ahead of Alistair Camp coming into this second weekend of the season, with Harvey Caton and Liam McGill joint third in the points. Kent will open up a lead here over Camp. McGill will go ahead of Caton. Jake Hewlett's 5th in the points. He's down to 8th in the race. Oh, time penalty, 5 seconds for track limits for number 45. That's Alistair Camp. So that's going to drop him down. It's going to drop him to 4th place behind Harvey Caton in the final reckoning. So Alistair Camp's got a penalty for exceeding track limits. That gives Liam McGill a safe second. They're coming around to start their final lap this time. Still this battle rages on. They can't get past the 25 of Will Butt. The leaders over the line to start their final lap. Barring any major disaster, Lewis Kent has got this one in the bag. Sam Nicolaou under pressure as well, and again Harry England runs wide there. I think his tyres have gone off. And they come together ahead of it. Oh, that battle's come to a head. Well, you've been able to see that coming for several laps, haven't you? Will Butt tangles up with the number 90 of Jake Renshaw, who goes into the gravel at Clearways. Well, they've been fighting so hard in the pack. Something eventually had to give there, and that something, sadly, was Jake Renshaw. Not a good race for Ben Sharp Racing. Meanwhile, here comes Lewis Kent. The yellow flag's out in Clearways. Matters not for Lewis Kent. The man from Witham is coming in to take his second win from 3 races this season. Up to the checkered flag. Kent wins it. Liam McGill comes over in second. And we'll wait to see. I think Alistair Camp will lose 3rd place. We'll have to wait to confirm that because Harvey Caton's transponder isn't working, so we'll have to wait to see what the gap was. Or did he get clear enough? We'll have to wait and confirm as soon as we can. Meanwhile, here comes the midfield battle. I tell you, Wesley Swain has finished 5th, Matt Wilkins 6th, Dave Marshall is 7th. The midfield battle comes over the line. Bad luck there to Jake Renshaw. And you can see the other Ben Sharp racing car of Aidan Mitchell sitting in the infield as well. That team with some work to do ahead of race 2, which is tomorrow at just after midday. So everybody has now taken the checkered flag. We'll wait confirmation on the penalty there, because I think Alistair Camp will drop 1 place in the result. There's the penultimate lap tangle. Jake Renshaw going into the gravel, tangled with Will Butt in the number 25. Yeah, tried to get through. There just wasn't room for the 2 of them on the inside there. Went for the same bit of tarmac, went onto the grass, and round he went. Provisional result then, Lewis Kent the winner by just under 1.5 seconds ahead of Liam McGill, and Alistair Camp at the moment showing in 3rd. We'll wait to see if that does get corrected, because I don't think he was 5 seconds clear of Harvey Caton. We'll wait and confirm that. Swain 5th, Matt Wilkins wins the Diamond Trophy splits. That's Dave Marshall, Jake Hewlett, Francisco Howitt and Jack Riddell completing the top 10, and I think by my reckoning that means Francisco Howitt wins the splits. Meanwhile, we can head down the split for the Paul Winfield Trophy, I should say. Meantime, we can head down to Parc Fermé.
The Civics will never disappoint today. It's back-to-back wins as well for Lewis Kent, a winner last time out, of course, at Donington. Lewis, we're going to see a good battle between you. In fact, Alistair, you may as well stay with us as well. Of course, third place for you, the win for you, Lewis. But it's never easy, is it?
No, I didn't think it was going to be too easy. Went into the last corner. Ali obviously didn't get too much temp into his rear tyres. Rookie mistake.
Ouch!
Oldest rookie on the grid, but you know, still rookie mistake. But no, it's unfortunate for him. But yeah, we picked up and checked out, sort of thing. But yeah,
back-to-back wins as well. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's nice. As Paul said, last time out, 15 years since I've won. Now I've got 2 in a row, so it's quite nice. Hopefully tomorrow we can carry on and do the same again.
Top man. Let's grab Ali for a quick chat, shall we? Of course, third place, not quite what you wanted, but not too bad anyway.
No, mistakes happen. That's how I got on this planet, eh?
I didn't say that. You said that. Look, what are we going to do different tomorrow?
Just not mess up in the last corner. Like you said, amateur mistake to make, and when it went, I was like, no, and then obviously then you just think, don't put it in the gravel and end the race, so it's just damage limitation from there on, and we managed to pick up. I don't know if we got the fastest lap, but we just got our head down and kept going.
Not too bad.
Points where we can.
Don't be too hard on yourself.
No.
But, just do better tomorrow. See you later. Big shout out to Liam McGill as well, coming home in second place there too. Let's just grab a quick word with him. Nice racing out there.
Yeah, it was not too bad. Kind of was driving my own race to an extent, but then Ali kind of clawed his way back, so we had a little battle there, so that was good. Yeah.
We saw you were right up there last season as well. This season, you three, it's going to be a good battle, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Sometimes FN2 has the upper hand, sometimes it doesn't, so that's all quite interesting for people watching. But yeah, no, it should be quite close throughout the season. Hopefully it's close throughout the season anyway. We'll see what happens.
Eye on a big prize this season?
Well, we'll just have to take it as it comes. We've not had the best start, but yeah, we'll just see what happens.
I'll ask you that question halfway through the season. See
Yeah.
what you say there, yeah.
Starts coming to the grid then for the Miltech Civic Cup, second of 3 races for them here at Brands Hatch this weekend. And their race yesterday was a second win of the season for Lewis Kent, the former TCR UK champion, switching to Civic Cup this year. He led home Liam McGill from Scotland. Alistair Camp was third on the road, but a track limits penalty dropped the 2021 Civic Cup champion back to 4th behind young Harvey Caton from Staffordshire. So this is a reverse grid race, partially reverse grid race, race 2. The top 10 finishers from yesterday will start in reverse order. So it was Jack Riddell who was 10th yesterday. He'll start from pole for this race. We're hopefully going to see 27 Honda Civics out there for this one. We've got 2 classes, EP3 and FN2, 2 different shapes of Honda. Jack Riddell and Francisco Howitt on the front row of the grid, former junior saloon car man. Second row, Jake Hewlett, number 17, and the 66 is Dave Marshall. Row 3 is Matt Wilkins. He won the Goodyear Diamond Trophy class yesterday. That's for drivers aged 40 and over. He lines up alongside Wesley Swain in his FN2 Civic. Alistair Camp and Harvey Caton on row 4. And the top 2 from yesterday, Liam McGill and Lewis Kent, complete the top 10. Row 6 is number 25, Will Butt. Had a bit of a tangle with Jake Renshaw in yesterday's race, but survived to finish 11th. He starts alongside Harry England, who overcame an incident in qualifying to compete yesterday. Row 7 is 192, Adam Parker, alongside 23, Gary Townsend. He's doubling up with the pre-66 touring cars this weekend in a Lotus Cortina. Charlotte Birch lines up on row 8 alongside Sam Nicolaou. Row 9 is 495, Mark Hughes, alongside 6, Charlie Constable, another graduate of the Junior Saloon Car Championship. We'll see those out in our next race. Row 10 is 79, Adam Jackson, and 37 of Josh Bromley. Track limits penalties dropping him back down the order yesterday as well. He completes the top 20. Row 11 is 93, Ben Bateman, ex-short oval racer. He's done mini stocks and Formula 2 stock cars. Raced the last couple of years in a Vauxhall Nova in the classic stock hatch series. Starts alongside 74, Anthony Gannon. Then we've got 76, Simon Welch, alongside number 90, Jake Renshaw. He ended up in the gravel at Clearways in yesterday's race. 322, Jamie Petters is next, alongside 14, Aidan Mitchell. He ended up on the infield Surtees yesterday. And at the back of the grid, a driver who missed yesterday's race, Daniel Petters, number 86, the ex-pickup truck racer, among others. He had to change an engine in his car yesterday and missed qualifying in the first race, but he starts at the back here. He practiced out of session this morning with the Track Action Racing Club cars. Let's see who Ian was able to catch up with in the assembly area prior to this race.
Right, everybody, here we are at Somebody area once again, and it's time for the second race of the weekend for the Miltech Civic Cup. Remember, yesterday Lewis Kent took the win, Alistair Camp in third, Liam McGill in second. It's going to be a fantastic title fight this season in the Civic Cup. The racing is so close as well. I've just come down to chat to Charlotte Bircher. Oh, Charlotte, didn't see you there. It's almost as if we hadn't planned this at all, had we? How did yesterday go?
It was good. I don't think the results reflected the race that we had. It was probably one of the spicier races I've had in Civics, which is good. Yeah. But I think I was a little bit too kind on the opening laps, which I've woke up with my moody face on today. So going to be a bit more spicy earlier on, and hopefully not let so much go in those opening laps.
So look, I'll speak to everybody and then make sure we keep a close eye on your race. I mean, look, Brands Hatch Indy, what's so great about it?
I think just the whole grid had, I was speaking to some of the drivers after, I think the whole grid had those spicy races. I think everyone was just dicing because it's such a close grid around here. Everything.
These Civics are amazing, aren't they? I mean, you were here last year as well with the Civics, weren't you? What makes it so tight?
I think just generally any Civic Cup race is pretty tight because everyone's so evenly matched. The racing is generally like that. But around here, I think, I don't know if it's a short circuit or what, but it makes for good racing every time we come here. So
right, Charlotte, you're going to go forwards in this race, big time. Looking forward to it. I'll let you crack on here because we're about to get run over here as well. If you just pop the camera, if that's okay, on number 14, Aidan Mitchell's car yesterday, part of Ben Sharp Racing. You remember yesterday they actually retired from the race. What you didn't see is a mad scramble before that race to change a clutch. They changed a clutch in half an hour to get it onto the grid. In fact, the warm-up lap had happened, then they just managed to get it out of the pit lane literally seconds before the race went green. So here we go, lots of stories happening with the Miltech Civic Cup. We are about to go racing, it's going to be another cracker. Dave, over to you.
So the car's just about to head off on their green flag lap then, the second of 3 races this weekend for the Miltech Civic Cup, promoted by Maximum Motorsports, the promoters of the TCR UK Championship based in Birmingham. I know Stuart Lyons and his team have done a lot of work over the years to bring this championship up to such a high stature. First held in 2020 and won by Bruce Winfield. Since then, we've seen the most successful driver in the last 2 years, Max Edmondson. He's been champion in 2023 and 24. Alistair Camp won it in 2021. He's on this grid, the only former champion out there. And Matt Luff was the winner in 2022, now campaigning, I believe, in Audi TT elsewhere. The opening rounds of the season were at Donington in March. It was Alistair Camp who took the win in the first race, Lewis Kent taking race 2, and it was Lewis who won here at Brands yesterday. The grid for this race, we'll quickly take you through it as they come round. Jack Riddell and Francisco Howitt on the front row as the maroon and black car of Jack Riddell on pole. Francisco Howitt alongside him, number 50, is in white and red. Jake Hewlett is in black and green. Dave Marshall is an FN2 car, he's in red. There we see the leading cars on the grid. Matt Wilkins, the winner of the Diamond Trophy for the over 40s in blue. Wesley Swain in blue, black and day-glow yellow. Alistair Camp, the green, pink and black car, same colours as his Hyundai he races in the TCR UK Championship. There's our race 1 winner, the silver and orange car there of Lewis Kent. The other award in the championship this year is the Paul Winfield Trophy, which is contested by the highest placed rookie driver in its first year, in his or her first year in the series, or who has not finished in the top 10 positions in the championship in the past. It was Francisco Howitt who was the top runner in that division yesterday, and he starts on the front row here. So I think we've got all 27 cars out there. I saw Daniel Petters at the back having changed an engine yesterday. With Jack Riddell in pole position, number 19. It's the MJB Sports Cars machine. Francisco Howitt alongside. So the FN2 class headed up by Dave Marshall, who's competed for a number of seasons now in his Civic, the KA Car Sales sponsored car. Wesley Swain behind him. Alistair Camp, the quickest of the FN2s, usually he's there on row 4. And there's a car in the pit lane. That's Lewis Kent. Lewis Kent's pulled into the pit lane. Problems for the championship leader. The bonnet is up. So Lewis Kent, if he starts, he's going to have to start late from the pit lane because the race gets underway. Well, the championship leader in trouble. We get the race underway then. And down towards that first corner, a bit of a slow start for Gary Townsend there in the 23. He's made a bit of contact with Josh Bromley. So we are underway. It's cars sliding all over the place on cold tyres. It is Jack Riddell who leads ahead of Jake Hewlett, and Dave Marshall is in third position. Oh, entangled there, Liam McGill. Francisco Howitt's gone around. Look out, wallop. Harry England has hit the spun car of Francisco Howard. I think that was cold tyres, as it is a cold day here at Brands Hatch. Unfortunately, we've got a number of cars in trouble. They're sliding all over the place. Harvey Caton goes off. Will Butts into a slide there as well. Well, they're just about going to make it round the first lap. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it. There's another one going sideways. That's Gary Townsend. There's more cars going off. The 495 of Mark Hughes has tangled up with, I think that's Charlie Constable, the number 6. Well, everybody's hit problems there in the opening exchanges. Jack Riddell has got the lead, and the order completely jumbled behind them. There's Jake Hewlett, Alistair Camp in third place, and beyond them, Dave Marshall. Fifth position is Wesley Swain. Race has continued. They've all got going again up here at Druids after that earlier contretemps. Alistair Camp round the outside of Dave Marshall. He's up into third position. It's Jack Riddell who leads the way. They slide their way through Granville Bend. There's hardly any grip out there in the early stages. It is only a short lap. They only had a short green flag lap to try and get heat into their tyres. I think that's the problem there. First 5 have broken away. Matt Wilkins, bit of damage on the front of his car. He's in 6th position. Harvey Caton 7th. Then Will Butts, the Welshman. Charlotte Birch. Adam Parker under fire from Josh Bromley. He made contact with Gary Townsend off the grid. Liam McGill's got going again in the 62. He gets ahead there of Sam Nicolaou. Now, have we lost any cars in all of that? Yeah, well, we know Lewis Kent didn't take the start. Francisco Howitt's in the pits. I think everybody else, though, has survived. Francisco Howitt took a hit in the front wheel in that spin when at Druids on the first lap. He was collected by Harry England. So the race now settling into its rhythm. Jack Riddell leads the way from Jake Hewlett in second place. There's a battle further back. Josh Bromley and Will Butt at it again. They were inseparable in yesterday's race as well. Liam McGill trying to race his way back up the order, second yesterday. He's got ahead of Charlotte Birch. There's one car pulling to the side there. I think that's Mark Hughes, the number 495. We saw him go off at Surtees on the opening lap. Somebody charging through up the inside there. That's Adam Parker. Wesley Swain takes Dave Marshall. That's a change for 4th place, the second of the FN2, the later shape Civics. 2 EP3s out in front, the early 2000s on the Civic shape. The FN2, the late 2000s example. The gap coming down slightly. Hewlett giving chase. It's gets a tighter line. He nearly cut the corner there at Graham Hill Bend. He's taken the marker post with him. It's Riddell who continues to lead, looking for his first win of the season. He's sliding his way through. They really are cornering on the edge of adhesion here. Alistair Camp up behind them. There goes that marker post off the front bumper of Jake Hewlett's car, and he's tagged by Alistair Camp there. Alistair Camp, who began his career in short oval racing, before moving up into hatchbacks on the circuits. And there's more contact. That's Ben Bateman, another ex-oval man. Sent sideways, a bit of contact with Aidan Mitchell coming through from the back after a retirement yesterday. Riddell's continuing to lead. Alistair Camp on the tail of Jake Hewlett for second place. Alistair Camp, a construction company boss from Derbyshire. Busy season, doubling up with TCR UK in his Hyundai as well. Side by side, that's Josh Bromley and Liam McGill. Sam Nicolaou in behind them, and he's got one of the Petters boys up behind him, the blue and yellow car. McGill through on the inside at Graham Hill Bend. Will Butts, Gary Townsend and Adam Parker behind them. Townsend, an ex-ovaler as well, used to do Formula 1 stock cars. He's raced everything, classic touring cars to Mazda MX-5s over the years. Liam McGill somehow just about staying ahead of Josh Bromley there. Jamie Petters, 322, another junior saloon car graduate in behind Sam Nicolaou. Will Butts, the Welshman, behind them. The colours of the Welsh flag, the green, white and red. 10 minutes of this race just over, still to go. The lock up there for Sam Nicolaou. He runs out wide on the exit, so does Josh Bromley. No change for the lead at the moment. Still Jack Riddell looking for his first win in the championship. Charlotte Birch under fire. That's the number 90 of Jake Renshaw. Another man coming through from the back of the grid after failing to finish yesterday. He went into the gravel after some contact at Clearways. In race 1, another race to come for the Miltech Civic Cup later on, of course. There's number 79 Adam Jackson further back in the order. Holding off, I think it's Charlie Constable, and a bit of contact there. Adam Parker clips the back of Will Butt. It's going to allow Gary Townsend to go through. Jamie Petters side by side with Josh Bromley. Petters' team have raced all manner of things over the years. Junior saloon cars, pickup trucks, Porsches as well. Jack Riddell has escaped somewhat because Jake Hewlett is busy trying to fend off Alistair Camp, and now Wesley Swain in there as well. Jack Riddell, the leader, is also the leader of the Paul Winfield Trophy eligible drivers. What about the over 40s club? We'll check that a bit later on, because it's getting very busy towards the front of the field. I think the leading Diamond Trophy driver is Matt Wilkins in 6th place again. There's 5 eligible drivers in that category. Down towards Paddock Hill Bend they go. Still Jake Hewlett holds off Alistair Camps, allowing Riddell to get away in front. He's just done the fastest lap.
Welcome back to Silverstone, everybody. Andy McEwen here in the commentary box, and ready to get all excited about the Miltech Civic Cup. We're going to have cars out on circuit very shortly for their first of 3 races. 1 race today, 2 races tomorrow. It's exactly the same story for TCR UK, who will be up a little bit later on, and already, in fact, we have got cars heading out onto the circuit, so we're not that far away from kicking off our Civic Cup racing action. This is the grid then, after a very, very competitive qualifying session earlier on in the day. It's Alistair Camp, the championship leader, who has managed to snatch pole position. Alongside him will be Wesley Swain. He'll be on pole position for race 3 tomorrow. Dave Marshall makes it an all FN2 top 3, with Lewis Kent, winner last time at Brands Hatch, on the outside of row 2. Then Harvey Caton and Liam McGill, also a Brands Hatch winner, was Liam ahead of Jake Hewlett and Jake Renshaw, with Matt Wilkins and Dan Petters inside the top 10. Dan bouncing back after a really disappointing time last time out at Brands Hatch. Then, just outside the top 10 on the grid, Harry England and Disco Howitt, with Jack Riddell. He was a winner in the middle, the reverse grid race at Brands last time. He's got Josh Bromley for company on row 7. Row 8, Charlotte Birch and Jamie Petters, with Anthony Gannon and Aidan Mitchell next in line. Then it's Will Butt and Adam Parker. Adam Parker should probably move forward from 20th on the grid, you would have thought, as we then start to move towards the tail end of what is, as always, in the Miltech Civic Cup, a very sizable grid. We've got 26 of them here this weekend, and the final 3 rows then occupied by Graham Ross and Ben Bateman. Charlie Constable, he's definitely further back than he should be. Sam Nicolaou with Simon Welch and Mark Hughes at the tail end of the grid. Well, Paul is alongside me, not Paul O'Neill, who will be joining me tomorrow. The nation's favourite Scouser will be here, part-time basis as always. We've had a bit of an upgrade for today. Paul, you've already been getting very excited about Formula Ford racing, and well, to be honest, Civic Cup racing is sort of a bit like Formula Fords, just with roofs.
Oh, indeed. You put the roofs on these cars, and all powered with those lovely K20 engines. And, well, it's going to sound, if you've ever been sat there, ladies and gentlemen, with the running joke, of course, about when does VTEC kick in? Well, you're going to be seeing VTEC kick in most definitely for what will be this upcoming race, as it's going to be an absolutely packed grid, like Andy has said. And the thing is, Andy, as well, in the fact that it's a short circuit, only 5 corners, and everyone's going to be absolutely itching to be leading into turn 1.
Well, yes, definitely. It's interesting because most of the drivers, Paul, have been telling me that whoever's in the lead, they're not going to be able to get away. It's going to be a slipstream fest, and yet also some of them saying it's going to be very difficult to overtake. So the run through the first few corners is going to be crucial. I think the reason they're saying it will be difficult to overtake is because everyone's so evenly matched. Generally, to overtake another car, you need to have a performance advantage over them. When everyone is running around with near identical lap times, which was the case in qualifying this morning, then it can be tricky to actually make an overtake stick and get alongside, but to actually make the move stick is another matter. That being said, when we were last here on the national circuit back in September, they put on 3 of the best races of the season, so I've absolutely no doubt we will have a similar sort of situation today.
Oh, 100%. And we did see that brief panning shot there of Mark Hughes starting from very, very back of the grid. I had a chance to catch up with Mark in the build-up to this one. He said it all went wrong in qualifying, the wrong setup on the car, the tyre pressures weren't right. He was absolutely fuming about it. But the thing is as well, in the qualifying session, yellow flags come out and a number of drivers had their lap times deleted. So therefore this grid is definitely shuffled. It's been shaken and stirred as well. So you're going to see a number of drivers feel a bit out of position here.
Yes, although quite a number of them had the lap times reinstated in the end. There was a lengthy debate in race control that went on. There were about 5 or 6 drivers, I think, who had those lap times initially taken away. I think all but one of them managed to get them reinstated. So for once, they went and had an argument with race control, and it actually came out with a successful outcome. But yeah, Dave Marshall was, I think, the highest profile of those drivers, qualified 3rd. Wasn't very happy when he thought that he was going to have that lap time taken away. He reckons his car's a little bit down on straight line performance, but with the power of the toe around here, I think he should be able to very much stay in contention. Worth pointing out that Alistair Camp, who is on pole position for this race, he is the championship leader as well after the first 5 races of the season. It's 5 races they've had. They score points in qualifying as well, so he's just picked up a bonus 6 points earlier on this morning to extend that championship lead. Second place is Liam McGill, and Harvey Caton is 3rd place in the championship. Harvey Caton yet to win a race this year, but has been well and truly in the thick of it all season long. Lewis Kent then, who finally has started to win with some regularity in this championship now, the double former TCR UK champion, he's 4th, and Jake Hewlett, the best of the newcomers to the championship, is 5th. But the one thing that all of those 5 drivers, and in fact even 6th place in the championship, Wesley Swain, have in common, they are all run by Area Motorsport. That very much has been the team to be with.
Oh, most definitely, and well, an absolutely winning team in terms of its ways so far this season. And as all the drivers now get themselves onto that grid, where they've done their formation lap, they're going to be getting the flag very shortly to say that the lights are going to be going on. And well, it's going to be race number 1 of 3 for this weekend, and round number 6 is only moments away.
Yes, it is. So, on your right, Alistair Camp, championship leader. To the left, Wesley Swain, looking for his first victory in the championship. He is that 6th Area Motorsport driver in the top 6 in the championship, and he'd love to try and inject himself into title contention. Let's see if he can do it then. The lights are out. Away we go. Race 1 of the weekend at Silverstone bursts into life, and Wes Swain looks to have got a decent start. Alistair Camp, I don't think, has got him covered off, and as they turn into the first corner, yes, Campy just about stays ahead. Dave Marshall sweeps to the outside line as well. Lewis Kent is there in 4th position, but it is the red FN2, I think, that is the one on the charge. Dave Marshall up to 2nd place and having a nibble maybe at Campy into the braking zone at Beckett's. Hold your breath till they all get through. Marshall is sideways. He's really sideways, right out onto the grass, and Dave Marshall on cold tyres has gone off the road, and all of that hard work, Paul, that he did through the first corner is undone.
Oh, most definitely. He'll be absolutely fuming at himself about that. He's got no time to really talk about it because he's got a free wide situation further back as our leaders right now make their way into Brooklyn for the first time. And, well, a bit of a front lock up there from our 2nd place runner. But otherwise now everyone's starting to come down. Ooh, big sideways moment there. Who was that?
That was Harvey Caton, and now he has another sideways moment, that time very much assisted by another driver. So Harvey Caton being roughed up a little bit on the opening lap. He will lose another spot, I believe, then, as they run out of Luffield corner. One car, I think that was Josh Bromley, through the gravel further back. A dramatic opening lap of the race as we expected, and already the order has been jumbled up. Not necessarily right at the front though. Campy leads, Swain 2nd, Kent 3rd, and Liam McGill into 4th position. There goes Dave Marshall. Dave will be furious with that. I spoke to him before the race. He was really up for the fight. He said he knew how important lap 1 would be to try and get between the 2 front row starters. He did that, and then it all went wrong at Beckett's.
Indeed, a small mistake, but a costly one at that, and now he's going to try and fight his way through the field. It's Marshall there, still battling side by side. I believe that's Petters going up the inside and there on the exit, coming onto the Wellington straight, and where it's going to be a drag race here, and they're going to be both fighting over the slipstream, or the toe, if you will, off the back of Renshaw, as they come on down in towards Brooklands once again. Your top 4 now starting to line up a little bit more, but still Marshall there on the charge up the inside, as the camera pans round then, as it does. Will Marshall got ahead? Yes, he has, albeit he's got to be a bit liberal with the apex of the corner, but he's cleared it, and will now now it's going to put Peters under pressure from the queue behind.
Yeah, Dan Peters ran very wide. I'm not sure why he was so far away from the apex, but it nearly cost him a couple more places. Side by side for second place, meanwhile, I saw, just as they left our shot, Lewis Kent was up the inside of the second place man, Wesley Swain, and maybe bringing with him another of the Area Motorsport Brigade, Liam McGill. Yes, he is. McGill up the inside too. So Kent goes second. Is McGill going to get third? I think he probably will. And then, of course, you've got Jake Hewlett in fifth. He's the green car, with Harvey Caton bringing up the rear in this little gaggle. We head towards the braking zone at Beckett's then. Kent has already gone through. McGill is doing the same, I think, and Wesley Swain starting to slip down the order now. After qualifying and all the talk being, Paul, that these FN2 cars were the cars to have, there's now only one of them in the top three.
Well, indeed, the FN2 seems to be falling gradually. I wonder whether it's perhaps a little bit of nerves or perhaps the fact there's expectations on the fact they should be at the runaways, or the EP3s have just found a way to catch up. But keeping that aside, side by side on the brake in there, still holding on is the FN2 of, what is it, I believe that's Swain, and as he does so, coming on through, there's the braking zone there. Well, the lime green machine there of Hewlett trying to go all the way around the outside to hold on to fourth place. Just about a nose ahead, but now it's going to be the drag race up towards Woodcock Corner and around. The 17 there still getting his elbows out, and that's some brilliant battling between them as they make the way around. But I can imagine as they come into turn number one this time, it's going to be anybody's guess who's leading again.
Interestingly, Harvey Caton there going with Liam McGill gives him the bump draft. They remember our teammates, so the Area Motorsport drivers working together there, and Jake Hewlett sort of left on the outside looking in. That's Matt Wilkins now joining in as well. Matt Wilkins in his debut season of racing in the Civic Cup, and immediately in amongst the leading contenders. Through Beckett's we go. Hewlett had a little nibble up the inside of Harvey Caton, not quite able to make anything happen with it. I, Paul, am intrigued to see what happens though at the front of the field. Lewis Kent, now he's in clean air. Can he go after Alistair Camp, who has rocketed off into a 1.3 second lead, which is not really what we expected? Can Kent match that pace? Well, in sector 1 of this lap, he was a tenth quicker. In sector 2, he was another half a tenth quicker. So at the moment, it looks like Kent might have an answer for the championship leader.
Oh, good point there. I think now really settling in. He doesn't have to look behind him as much, but instead looks forward. Meanwhile, still looking side by side there. That is still Hewlett fighting hard with Gill as they come out of what's the final major corner and onwards. But as our drivers make their way across that line, will we see those lap times switch then between Camp and Kent? And the answer is yes. Kent was 500s faster on that lap, so he is closing, Andy. And well, meanwhile, it's still too wide there. The number 17 still side by side with the 84 Wilkins. They're not refusing to budge, and even further back with the number 50 right now there of what is Howard, looking on the back of a battle there to try and creep into what is the top 10.
Yeah, Francisco, or Disco Howard as he's known, is getting stuck in, as is Liam McGill. The back of the number 62 car waggling around under braking. He sort of ushers Wes Swain wide over the exit curb and does pick up the place. So McGill then gets into the podium places. Harvey Caton looking to try and take advantage of this as well. Harvey Caton very much moving through the order with his teammates. Of course, Wesley Swain is also an Area Motorsport prepared car, but at the moment doesn't seem to have quite the pace of the EP3s around him. Further back, that looked to me like Dave Marshall trying to make some ground back up as well. He was around the outside of Matt Wilkins and has the inside into Luffield Corner. So Matt Wilkins, I think, about to lose a spot to the charging Dave Marshall. Yes, he does. So Marshall in the red FN2 now starting on that recovery drive.
Oh, indeed, it's a brilliant recovery drive, albeit he's going to have to work even harder as a third of the race complete. We've still got 9.5 minutes plus the final lap to go, but everyone this time coming across the line, all single line formation, albeit getting very close. There's number 54 of Caton all over the back of Swain. Swain now under pressure, in fact, has a little bit of a stumble wide, and here comes Caton looking around the outside. It's going to be a drag race to the braking zone, but the problem is he's going to do it all the way around the houses. Here they go onto the anchors, and as they do, it's a huge amount of a lock up there from Swain as he comes around, but he gets it stopped in time. Caton takes a very wide line, but he sweeps around the outside. Brilliant work there.
Wow, around the outside at Copps and Beckett's, and he made it stick. It was clean too, no contact between either of them. So Harvey Caton picks up another spot, and Wesley Swain's race just slowly starting to unravel a little bit, isn't it? He will not be particularly happy with this. Dave Marshall there at the inside of Jake Hewlett behind. That's for 6th position. Did he make that one stick? Answer no. Hewlett sort of fought his way back to the inside at Luffield, and I think will keep the red FN2 behind. No, ran wide again, I think, did Hewlett. So Marshall does go through, and that is Dave Marshall back into the top 6. We know Marshall has front-running pace. He's every bit as quick as the likes of Camp and Kent out in front. That gap, by the way, continuing to creep down with successive fastest laps for Lewis Kent. 1.1 seconds down the margin. But yeah, Dave Marshall, we know is quick. He's got clean air. Can he now latch onto the back of this podium fight?
And I think the answer will be yes, but will he have enough time to do it? That'll be the challenge there, and will the drivers behind him let him do so as they all slide their way down into turn number 2 once again? You can see Marshall there now starting to break clear as behind, well, it is going to be Hewlett with Wilkins closing up on the back of him. And I was coming to the point there in turn number 4. I wonder if Hewlett actually intended to make the corner, but I think he just wanted to try and keep Marshall behind, because everyone knows you let Marshall get past, he's not coming back.
Yeah, absolutely, and Dave Marshall is a real racer. He much prefers racing over qualifying. He says that quite openly, and will sort of be relishing actually this opportunity to really get his elbows out. He'd have rather been up there battling for the win, of course, but yeah, he is not to be denied, and I think Jake Hewlett knew that he was going to have to put a pretty stern defence there in order to keep Marshall in his mirrors. Ultimately though, Dave has gone through and is now just starting to break away slightly from the green and black number 17 car. Leaders go through 4/100ths of a second, the difference between them in lap times. It is creeping down, Paul, by about 1/10 of a second a lap. That's not enough though really for Lewis, is it?
No, it's not, even though he's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 105.043. He's still got more effort to put in there if he wants to close it on down, and as they roar the way onwards, well, in fact, there wasn't the fastest lap of the race, to apologise a little bit earlier on, but regardless of when the fastest lap was set, he's going to put even fast laps in here if he wants to get the job done. But meanwhile, as we do look here to the baton, I think that's a third place there, and that's McGill trying to keep Caton behind, and Swain falling off the back of this as well. It seems like Swain's pace is just dropping little by little.
Interesting, isn't it? Because he was actually ahead of Dave Marshall on the grid. He was the second fastest driver in qualifying. His second fastest lap time, which sets the grid for race 3 tomorrow, was quicker than anybody's. So interesting that Wes isn't quite able to translate that into race pace, at least in this one. He's got 2 more chances tomorrow to think about that. Remember, we've got the partially reversed grid in race 2 as well, so with every place he loses in this race, it's actually a position higher that he'll start on the grid for race number 2. Good battle pack coming through here. This is 11th position. Josh Bromley just ahead of Jack Riddell and Francisco Howard. So good to see Josh Bromley knocking on the door of the top 10 this weekend. Riddell, though, who won that reverse grid race last time out at Brands Hatch, will be a little bit disappointed that he's not been able to continue that momentum into Silverstone. The sort of burgundy, gold and black machine heads out of Copse Corner and tries to build an attack into Beckett's, which is where the third place battle finds itself. McGill versus Caton, another 2 area motorsport drivers doing battle. They are definitely getting away though now from Wesley Swain behind them. Can Harvey Caton though find a way past the man who won one of the races at Brands Hatch last time?
Well, that's going to be a change for him, and well, to be fair, with regards to Ken, in the fact that as he continues to push on there, coming off of the back of what's a 4th place finish in the previous round of the season, and well, he's trying to chase that podium, but further on back here, that is a side-by-side battle, I believe. I think Hughes has got ahead there, although trying to discern who he's got ahead of, the team's making some progress up through the field. He's up to 24th, and well, as our field then comes back past us here on the start-finish straight, right now no change, that lead gap meanwhile, in fact, it has gone the way of Camp on the previous lap. He's been able to open it up by half a temp, so Camp right now really is the man on the mission in control of this race, as meanwhile the question is really who's going to be on the last couple of steps of the podium.
Yeah, Alistair Camp then with only 1 race win under his belt this season. That was the very first race on the Donington Park National Circuit back in early April, I think it was. But he's been on the podium in every race since then. He has been Mr. Consistency and might be about to add a second win to his tally. We're 4.5 minutes away from finding out. This is the fight for third though. This really is the battle to watch, isn't it? McGill versus Caton. Caton can stay with McGill. Haven't really yet though, Paul, seen him showing the nose, ducking and diving in the wing mirrors, so for now maybe content just to sit behind his teammate.
Quite possibly. I mean, we saw it in the FM1600 race just before lunch, whereby our 2 leaders literally stayed as they were all the way to the final lap, and then one went for a dive. So I do wonder whether Caton might be drawing some inspiration from that to just suddenly slice his way on the braking, albeit as we do see there a bit of a switchback defence being made a bit further on down. I believe that's a battle for the bottom end of the top 10.
It's Will Butt and Harry England, 16th place they are debating here. Harry England in the FN2, the one trying to move forward. Across the line comes the leading group, and yeah, Kent's challenge fading now, isn't it really? Maybe took too much out of the tyres early on, maybe he's just accepted that Alistair Camp is probably going to hang on to this one. Kent is at least safe in second, then McGill, Caton, Swain fading back into the clutches of Dave Marshall slightly. It's this third place battle though that I'm intrigued to see. The back of Liam McGill's car again all over the place, and that's not now really cold tyres as such, that's just the way that these EP3s in particular are set up. You've got to get the rotation on corner entry. They have really stiff rear suspension, makes them look like a handful. They are a handful, but if you can harness that, Paul, that is the key to a quick lap time.
Yeah, rotation is absolutely critical. Front engine, front wheel drive machines these, of course, and actually what do they want to do? They want to understeer, and when you've got a load of medium low speed corners here after a long straightaway, well, the idea is in the fact you want to chuck the car into the corner, but of course it wants to just go straight on, so you've got to fight against that and set it up just right. As we do see there, a very lovely exit from both drivers, McGill and Caton, on the run onto the start finish straight as the field coming around, but coming back to that battle for 11th place. Well, Bromley still holding on here versus Riddell, and Howitt following on behind, and well, Bromley, I think, given he was a bit of a late entry unless I'm mistaken, he'll be very happy with the fact he's going well, and he might be late to the party, but he's enjoying the party out there.
He's done a lot of racing this year, Josh Bromley, as well. He's been racing his Civic in a few different series, but yeah, good to have him back in the Miltech Civic Cup. Third place battle turns its way into Beckett's, which is just constantly shrouded in this screen of tyre smoke as the pack makes its way through. Everyone's snatching that unloaded rear brake as they put all of the weight over the front end of the car and try and turn it into the tight right-hander. There are the leaders. It is Camp from Kent, Area Motorsport drivers, both of them, then McGill and Caton, another two Area Motorsport drivers, and Wesley Swain continuing that pattern then in fifth. So it's an Area Motorsport top five. Will that be the case at the flag, though? Dave Marshall is almost with Wes Swain, and Paul, the momentum that Marshall is carrying might just be enough here to allow him to make the overtake when he gets there.
Oh, 100%. He's going to have 2 laps to do it as they make the one to the penultimate lap then. And coming on around here, well, right now, Marshall is absolutely hustling. The previous lap was the one of 5.157. And, well, we'll get an update very shortly on what his latest lap is, but I'm sure it's just as quick, if not quicker. He's pushing onwards right now in that chase for a top 5 finish as we continue to see what is that battle for third. I think that's come to a little bit of a standstill there, or a stalemate, if you will. But as they head down towards turn number 2, there they are. They're under braking. And, well, last time around, it was McGill having a little bit of a slide on the braking, but this time around he's absolutely nailed it as Caton there decides to go wide and then some. But I think all drivers now starting to get a little bit liberal with how wide the exit of turn 2 is, for the simple reason that they've all got a race they want to win.
Yes, and that left front tyre will be starting to scream enough. That's the tyre that really does get punished here at Silverstone. That being said, Alistair Camp and Dave Marshall both just posted their personal best laps of the race. Speaking of Marshall, he's now starting to apply the pressure to Wesley Swain. Tried the outside into Brooklands, that's not going to work. Finds himself again on the outside into Luffield. Is there, though, an opportunity for a switchback? Don't think there was. The line was covered by Wesley Swain, and he just needs to do that for one more lap. We're about to start the final lap of the race, and Wesley Swain will be desperate to try and hang on at least to a top 5 finish here, and will not want to allow Dave Marshall through without a fight. So Camp leads, Kent second, that's unlikely to change. Third and fifth places, though, Paul, very much up for grabs.
Oh, indeed. It'll be the McGill-Caton battle for third and the Swain and Marshall battle for fifth. We're focusing on the latter right now. Swain going defensive there, tucking in nice and tight on the exit of Coxpin. Now heading down towards where's the Maggots hairpin there. You can see Swain defend as much as possible. Marshall decides, right, I'm going to go deep, but he has a bit of a squirrely moment there under braking. The car doesn't quite rotate, and well, as a result, that is going to cost him a huge amount of time, and I think that battle's going to come to a standstill. Without further ado, Andy, they're heading towards the final corners.
Absolutely no effort made to stay within track limits there for either driver as they came out of Beckett's into the last lap. No one cares, and yeah, that little twitch for Marshall might have just saved Wesley Swain possibly. Through the final couple of corners we come though, and Alistair Camp, well, he's already the championship leader. He's won one race, he's been on the podium in every race, and well, that's not really going to change, is it? The only thing that will change is he'll have another win against his name in the 2025 season. A perfectly managed race that for Alistair Camp, and the former champion is a race winner once more. No, hang on. No, Kent came across the line first. Kent came across the line 1.8 seconds ahead of Alistair Camp. What on earth has happened? Why did I say that nothing was going to change with such confidence? Because something did change, and Alistair Camp has had a drama on the final lap of the race. So Kent, the winner, by 1.8 seconds. Camp is still there in second position. What on earth happened, I do not know, but it is Lewis Kent, the winner. Lewis Kent then claims, in the most bizarre circumstances, his third race victory of the season. And I have had to double check 2 or 3 times, Paul, to make sure I'm not misreading that, but yeah, Lewis Kent is the winner.
You and me both. I'm wondering what on earth's happened there. We're throwing our arms up here in the commentary booth. I'm sure somebody will fill us in the story shortly, but that was a complete surprise, but and indeed an unexpected one. Whether it was a welcome one or not, well, that's open to interpretation, but hey ho, there we go. But what a race as everyone cools down. Can we see Camp there anywhere?
Yes, he's there. He's back ahead now. So the car's still running. I couldn't see anything hanging off it, so I don't think he's been off the road. Surely he didn't make a mistake and throw it off at Brooklands. That would be very out of character for someone of Alistair Camp's experience. The good news is he did still finish on the podium, so we'll get to find out. Jack Oliphant gets to ask him the question. But what a bizarre turn of events at the end of the race. Lewis Kent, who was second basically throughout, ends up inheriting the win by 1.8 seconds from Alistair Camp, the championship leader. Liam McGill, Harvey Caton and Wes Swain do then complete an Area Motorsport top 5. Dave Marshall 6th, but he'll be really frustrated with that, given where he'd qualified. Jake Hewlett, Matt Wilkins, Jake Renshaw and Daniel Petters complete the top 10. Then it was Jack McDell ahead of Mitchell, Bromley, Howitt and Jamie Petters, and the rest of them. Lap, I believe it is. Here comes Campy. He's offline and he's slow.
Oh, goodness me. Well, that's unexpected and I wonder why. So he's going slowly, so Kent comes on through.
Is it a left front puncture or...
Can't see anything from the image there to explain it. Could be potentially.
It's the only thing I can think of. I made the point only a lap or so earlier. It's that left front tyre in a front wheel drive car that does take all the punishment here. You only turn left once properly. On the Silverstone National Circuit, so I'm not entirely sure what it would have been, but we will be able to find out momentarily, I think, when we hear from Jack Oliphant. How strange.
Yeah, indeed. I think that's going to be really one of the stories of the day so far in regards to that, but I'm sure Jack will find out for us down in what is Parc Fermé in due course. I think he's just getting himself in position, and I can imagine there's a lot of Civic drivers out there who'll be very eager to get out of their cars, take a bit of a breather.
Well, definitely so. When they do get out of their car, they will be able to hear, or talk, I should say, to Jack Oliphant, who has got a little bit of digging to do. Jack, over to you.
Well, what a Miltech Sports Civic Cup round 7 that we've just witnessed. I am quite disappointed that the drivers haven't turned up to their podium positions, to be honest. They've all parked over there, and we've got this microphone umbilical cord here. So we're going to have to try and make our way over slightly. Let's see if anybody comes over to chat to us. Of course, race winner was Lewis Kent. I don't know if you guys saw that on the live stream. I had to get ready before I actually saw what the race move did, because Alistair Camp was in the lead for the majority of that race. So I want to hear from the horse's mouth what on earth happened to those drivers. Then we had Liam McGill. He had a fantastic race with Harvey Caton, didn't he? We had Paul Winfield race winner Jake Renshaw and the Goodyear Diamond Award of Matt Wilkins. I am going to try and find a few of these drivers to chat to, because they've all evaded my interviewing, and I know these Civic Cup drivers quite well. They are quite good at evading these. I think I've walked me and Ben, the cameraman, into the way of a couple of these drivers, but there they all are. TCR have their own podium positions, which apparently we weren't aware of. So Lewis Kent, please do come over this way. You parked, from the broadcasting perspective, in the wrong position, but you can park there, mate, don't worry. A race winner. And I'll be honest, we didn't see how it happened in terms of me personally. So talk us through that last lap.
To be honest, I didn't think it happened either, but yeah, it did.
That deepens the mystery, if anything. That doesn't answer my question.
At the end of the day, that was Ali's win, and to be honest, I think he said he had fuel surge down the back straight and just come off Maggots and Beckett's and didn't go anywhere.
That's heartbreaking for him, but it is jubilation for you, obviously, in terms of it's good championship points under the belt, isn't it?
Yeah, after Brands Hatch, which was supposed to be a real nice weekend for me, you know, home circuit and all that, and have 2 races that really didn't go to plan. Yeah, as everyone says, everyone has bad luck at the end of the day. Just when it hits, and it's unfortunate it's happened to Ali today, but yeah, it's good points for us. Puts us sort of back into the race of things after drop points. You know, I think we're still clear by quite a way. So, but it's way too early to think about that anyway. But,
no, it's never too early. We always like to whip up the stir up the drama. Now, I completely understand what you're saying about home races. Alton Park always for me was the one that I wanted to do well at, and it's always the way that it's going to be your worst weekend. But it's here on, it's going up in the world, isn't it? What's the plan for the rest of the season? Is it a case of plenty of testing, getting your head down, because you've driven these cars plenty of times before?
Yeah, to be honest, testing's not too much of a problem for me anymore. I literally see the car on the Friday, drive it on Friday afternoon. I coach Harry Bloor in TCR, so spend the morning with him and TCR in the car, jump in the car in the afternoons, do a Friday afternoon, then go straight into qualifying.
I wish I was that talented. That's ridiculous. Congratulations on the race win, Lewis Kent. I'm sure we'll be speaking to you tomorrow as well.
Thank you very much.
Right, okay. Do you know where Alistair's gone? Because he's ran away. In fact, We'll chat to him in a minute. He's probably upset about his fuel surging, potentially. I'm going to instead talk to a driver who is becoming a bit of a regular on the podium these days, and Mr. Liam McGill. That was a great race between you and Harvey Caton, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Coming through from 6 was pretty interesting. It's one of these tracks where you get by someone and the gap just doesn't open up. So, no, he was breathing down my neck the whole race, but I kind of had him covered because, you know, he got within a couple of car lengths and he fell back, then he got within that and fell back. So there was never any chance of him passing as such, but he was always right there, that's for sure.
I was going to say, it wasn't just Harvey Caton. You mentioned coming from 6th up, you move on Wesley Swain. That was a lovely lunge into the second corner, I believe, wasn't it? It's just, Silverstone National promotes that sort of race. It's so fun to drive, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, but at the same time, credit to all the drivers as well. I mean, in the last couple of years, I think the driving standards just got better and better, and people come away with no damage, and that's exactly what we're wanting to do. I mean, it's fun racing for us all, but it's expensive at the same time. Yep. So I think everybody respects each other and leaves the room, so it's good.
Had a bug on me biting my hand there. Sorry, Liam. No, you mentioned last year when I chatted to you a fair few times that you wanted to become a little bit more consistent at the front end, getting podiums. You didn't really feel like you achieved that as much as you would like last year. Do you feel like this year you are on that upward spiral because you have got those podiums on a regular occasion?
Yeah, I mean, at Brands Hatch, the last race we won that, so eventually coming away with a win after some time. But yeah, a different approach this year. I think I was maybe just over driving it in my first year quite a lot, and then what ended up happening is the tyres were just going off towards the end of the race. So now we're just trying to have more of a level head, which is quite hard for an angry Scotsman. But, yeah.
I couldn't possibly make that comment, but if you say so, you say so. What's going to go on in the race 2 and 3 then? Because obviously, I mean, top 10 reverse grids, obviously second fastest lap in qualifying dictates race 3. Yeah. Is it a case of at Silverstone, you can't really make a plan, you just react to what's going on in front of you?
Well, yeah, there's a bit of that. I'm just hoping that Ken and can't break down. That would be good for me.
Well, he's smiling in the background, but I think his car gave it a good go, actually, in that race. We'll have a chat to him in a second, but fantastic. Congratulations on the 3rd place, Liam, and hopefully we'll chat to you tomorrow. Right, Mr. Camp, explain to me, because I didn't see it, I was getting ready with the camera, I thought it was done and dusted, there was a big gap, and then there was an equally big gap, but you were in 2nd place. What happened?
Your fault then, wasn't it? You were getting ready to celebrate.
Yeah, it was clearly me. Yeah, I was a commentator's curse already.
Yeah, no, I think, obviously we've got to check it all out, but we were guessing it's going to be fuel surge. We wasn't sure because the scales are reading pretty high here, so we put a little bit less fuel in than what we normally would. But we put the same in what we put for qualifying, but obviously we're not hammering around as much in qualifying as we was in the race, so I reckon it'll be that. But I just did the reset at the back because I've had it before in the past with a crank sensor issue, so I know if you can quickly reset it all down the back straight, you can get a little bit more legs, and I just needed to finish. So yeah, bit gutting, but at the same time we've collected points again.
I was going to say, Lewis was sort of like, oh well, it was Campy's race win really. He almost looked like he felt sorry for you. He still came 2nd, and that means you've been on the podium for all 7 rounds of this championship so far.
Yeah, exactly. And like Lewis last round, he had his bad luck. Do you know what I mean? Like, everyone's going to get it through the season. That's the beauty of drop scores, isn't it? And that, but at the minute, hopefully, I've not got to use any just yet. So yeah, it's bad luck, but it's happened, and we'll move on from it. And the car's pretty quick, and yeah, we seem to do enough, but. It's hard when you got something like Lewis following you because you don't make a mistake, and I was trying not to make a mistake. But do you know when you're the one that has got it all to throw away, you tend to make a mistake.
It's hard when you start thinking, I can't drive in my mirrors, and all of a sudden you look in your mirrors, and then he's a bit closer than I thought.
Yeah, well, every time out the last corner, I was just gauging where he was to where I was, and it was maintaining even pretty all the way, pretty. Like even gap all the way. I know he was catching me onto the back straight because the EPs are so good through that left and right flick, which is what we're worried about at Croft next. There's a lot of left and right flicks there, which I don't think will be as quick there, but at the end of the day, like, I think it's really good at the minute, and everyone's battling together. Okay, I got away, but I got away because of the battling, and I don't think if I hadn't got away, I think Lewis would have been with me, and they get a tremendous toe off our cars around here, so it'll be good in race 2.
I was going to say, it's a top 10 reverse grid, I believe, in race 2, isn't it? So there's probably not much of a chance for you to break away because you will be in that battle. Is that something you're looking forward to? You are a racer at the end of the day.
Yeah, I do look forward to it, and yeah, we just pick the gaps where we get the gaps. We won't make any gaps, that's for sure. We'll let them make the gaps for us, and we'll just go through with and then battle with the last 3 at the front, hopefully, because if not, you end up slowing each other down, and as you've just seen there, I was able to get away, and if somebody else can do that, it's pretty hard to catch somebody that gets away around this circuit.
Words of a potential future second-time champion. Have you won it before, haven't you? But have you won it twice before?
No, I've not won it twice. I've been very close.
Very close. I was going to say. I didn't mean to rub salt in the wounds there, but I just wanted to make sure. But this could be the year. You are on championship lead by quite some distance. It's early days, but is that in your mind?
Yeah, it's always in your mind, but at the same time, like, we come, we enjoy it. Obviously, it's a bonus that we do well with it all as well at the time. But no, we enjoy it. Like my little lad loves it, so I love coming racing with him. And obviously, I want to say thank you as well to everyone that does help us get here, and like Robert, Area, and Johnny and Rich, and that who put phenomenal hours into this car to try and make it as it is and develop this FN2 to get it up there, battling with these EP3s, which has not been an easy task. But yeah, I feel like we're there now, so it's getting good.
I was going to say the FN2s are looking very quick. Ali, thank you very much for having a chat to us. Good luck for race number 2 tomorrow. Okay, we're going to try and walk through because there's a qualifying out at the moment, but we're just going to keep trying to chat to a few of these Civic Cup drivers. We've got a few TCR UK interviews to run through as well that were pre-recorded. We can throw to them. We're going to chat with them in the assembly area, all that sort of thing. But what I want to have a chat potentially to our Paul Winfield Trophy winner, which is Jake Renshaw, which I'll be honest, I know a lot of these drivers already. I don't know Jake, so I can see him getting in his car though. So Jake, you are not escaping me. He's smiling, he's heard me. Jake Renshaw, Paul Winfield Trophy winner here at round 7 of the Civic Cup. Big congratulations. How was it from your perspective?
Thank you. Yeah, it was brilliant. Yeah, it's good progression from where I've been before. Now we're new to the championship this year and we're pushing onwards and upwards each round, so really pleased to get the win in the Paul Winfield Trophy.
Everybody says that these cars are so satisfyingly hard to drive. They're brilliant cars once you get to grips with it. How do you find getting to grips with it?
Yeah, 100%. As soon as you learn to drive them and you manage to hook laps together, they're brilliant things to drive. So yeah, it's definitely a lot of adapting, because what I was driving for was a Saxo in the junior saloon, so it's a lot different to that, a big step up, but yeah, adapting to the different quirks and everything of the car.
The Junior Saloon is a brilliant championship. We'll actually see them later on as well, though. But the Civic Cup, really, do you feel like that's the stepping stone you want to take to go into touring cars and stuff like that later in your career?
Yeah, 100%. I feel like it's a brilliant platform because all the racing's really competitive and a lot of the drivers at the front are brilliant. So it's great to be a part of it.
Fantastic. Jake, congratulations on the Paul Winfield Trophy. I'll let you go because drivers are getting slowly into their cars. I want to try and go Matt Wilkins because he's the Goodyear Diamond Award. But again, Matt is one of the drivers that I'm not entirely sure what he looks like, and I'm trying to scan my way. You're pointing forward. Oh yes, he's right in front of me. That's really awkward, isn't he? He's closed the door. Matt, can I have a quick word if that's all right? I don't want you to drive off too yet because you are the Goodyear Diamond Award winner for round 7 here at the Miltech Sports Civic Cup. Big congratulations. How was it?
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was trying to get up with the area cars. It's difficult, but we're working on it and making progress. So yeah, pleased with the progress.
Fantastic. It's a really strong grid of drivers, isn't it, as well? To be mixing it in any of the classes is really quite satisfying, I imagine.
Yeah, trying to get in the top 10 in this series is not easy, so 8th, happy with 8th, and we'll be 3rd for the reverse grid tomorrow.
Does that make you nervous or are you excited?
No, let's go.
Oh, fantastic. Always made me nervous starting near the front, but fantastic. Right, cars are driving away. I'll let you drive away. Big congratulations. Right, that is all the Miltech Sports Civic Cup action. There is TCR UK is on the way, but I caught up with a few of the drivers and Mr. Andy McEwen as well in a bit of a interview. So we'll cut to that and I'll run to assembly as my AirPod just fell out my ear. Good throw. Adam Shepherd is alongside me as we go into TCR UK Race 1 here at Silverstone. And Adam is the championship leader, but it's a bit more of an interview than that because, Adam, you've got a brand new car, haven't you? Talk us through the new Cooper you're peddling.
Yeah, we have got a new Cooper VZ. It's great, looks great.
It does look great. It's a hell of a livery you got on there as well.
Yeah. Yeah, our car was obviously in the Gen 2, upgraded to the VZ. It's a lot nicer to drive, faster for sure, so no, it's feeling good.
I was going to say, I don't know if the camera can sort of have a little bit of a pan around, maybe a bit of a closer, but why on earth, you had the Gen 2 car last year. I realise the Gen 3 naturally should be a bit quicker, that's the theory, isn't it? But what made you take that upgrade now?
Well, my main sponsor, Fudge Communications, said, let's just go buy a car, Sonic. So
what an email to
It was one of those. It was within a space of about 2 or 3 days, the decision came around, let's do it, bought and then had it ordered. So it wasn't planned. It came around literally within a few days, about 4 weeks ago. So yeah, got this. I say it's feeling good. It's fast. We're carrying max ballast this weekend, and we're still right up there. I think we made the pole for race 3, so looking good.
I was going to say, because you came third in that qualifying. Now you'll end up starting at the back of the grid because you got the brand new car. I believe that's that's true. Yeah, thank God. Otherwise, I'd have put myself right in it then. So did you pick Silverstone? No, I was going to say. I was trying to give you something there to go on.
It literally was. I got a call from Michael, the owner of 5G, and said, "What do you think about a new car?" And that was it. There was no planning. There was literally out of nowhere. So we decided that a new car is always going to be more beneficial for us, reliability and speed and whatnot. So the grid penalty, if we took it wherever we took the car, we'd have to take a penalty for race 1 when we used it. So it was a bit of like, get it out of the way, and it is what it is.
I was going to say, I'll put a different spin on that question. And at least it's Silverstone National, where you can move up places from the back of the grid.
Yeah, for sure. I'll say we're fast. It's close here. It always is close here. I thought we was probably going to be a bit further away than we was, given the weight difference in the cars ahead. They're both carrying low or no ballast. So no, it's feeling good, and try and push for a win.
And you could almost say it's justified, because all 3 of the top 3 in qualifying broke the previous lap record around Silverstone here. 2 of them are running in this car with Steve Laidlaw. Was he in your head a little bit, trying to maybe think, get that car?
Not at all. We obviously have a good relationship with Cooper anyway. It's a natural progression to go into a new car. Yeah, it's as much as they might like to believe that, unfortunately not, no.
I haven't chatted to Steve, I was just trying to stir the pot a little bit. Right, thank you very much, Adam Shepherd. Upcoming here, we'll pass over to Paul, the TCR. So whilst having lunch in the commentators box, I ran into an Andy McEwen, and if anybody isn't aware, TCR UK is over 100 races old now, and someone who was there right at the beginning, and has been all the way through, is Mr. McEwen. I mean, Andy, it's been a long journey, hasn't it, with TCR UK, but it has been an exciting and a fantastic one to follow.
It's been an absolute joy, it really has. It's been full of ups and downs, I think it's fair to say. TCR UK has not always had it easy. It came in as a bit of an underdog championship in this country, I think, and it's sort of maintained that status, but it grows in popularity every year, not only with competitors, but with fans as well. I really notice there are more and more people coming to these events now because specifically they want to see what's happening with TCR UK. And that's really nice to see. Like you said, I was here back in 2018 at the Silverstone National Circuit for race 1. We had 13 cars on the track. There was a lot of buzz around the championship back then, and it's nice to see that starting to come back now.
I was going to say, the cars look better than ever, don't they? The drivers are driving quicker than ever because, of course, we've already had 3 lap records broken today, or 3 drivers breaking the lap record, I should say. You got fantastic names of Paul O'Neill, obviously, joining the commentary box as well. I did a little plug for him there, obviously. You can thank me tomorrow, Paul. It's just great to see how much effort the likes of Stuart and Nicky Lyons are really putting in to make this championship the best that it can be.
Yeah, it's a small team of people who run TCR UK. Nicky and Stuart, obviously, they take a lot of the credit. That Jack does a wonderful job, actually. He's been sort of thrown into that.
Not me, Jack Finland, not me.
Jack Finland, yes, sorry, no. You do a great job as well, Jack. But yeah, Jack Finland, he sort of manages a lot of the at event stuff and believe me, has a lot to deal with over these race events. So they all do a brilliant job. They're all passionate about TCR. And I think that's why now we're starting to see that growth. There's a bit of stability. Obviously, they've moved over to Bark now for this year as well, which I think everyone's really excited about. So there are lots of positive things coming out of the championship, and all from a fairly small team of very hard-working people.
Yeah, exactly. And Phil Kinch as well on media and administration. Big shout out to Phil. Yeah. Right, okay. Final question. It's about race 1. It's about this weekend. Adam Shepherd with that new car, starting from the back of the grid. You got Steve Laidlaw in the new car, but right at the front of the grid. Is Adam going to be able to catch up?
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? Adam's decided mid-season to bring a brand new car in. He's now the 3rd driver to bring the new generation Cooper onto the grid. Of all the tracks to start from the back, this isn't a bad one. You can overtake round here. That being said, that front group of drivers, which he should have been in, he qualified towards the front of the field. That front group of drivers, they're so evenly matched. If they get away out at the front of the pack, it's going to be tough for him to catch. I will definitely predict that we're in for a good race, though. Silverstone National, it's a great touring car track, this. It's short, it looks fairly simple, but those long straights and big braking zones generate a lot of overtaking. And there are quite a few drivers who will see this as their golden opportunity to get some points out of Adam. He's the championship leader. He's got a little bit of a margin already after a really strong first couple of events. They will be desperate, and I mean desperate, to get points out of him. So the Laidlaws, Callum Newsham, Brad Hutchison, they all know the importance of this first race. So could be fireworks.
Absolutely, yeah. Silverstone often dominates the highlights at the end of the season because of how exciting it is. Right, I'm going to throw back to myself, who's in the pit lane, hopefully in the assembly area, talking to the TCR drivers.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was an interview between Jack and Andy earlier on today with regards to what it's all about being as part of the TCR community. But here's our schedule then for the remainder of this Saturday, the 17th of May. And well, as we can see, coming up very shortly will be the first of our races of TCR UK's weekend here. And then we'll be making our way to the equipment 70s, going back to the classic racing of 1966 through to 1981. There'll be the Mini Challenge Club Sport. They'll get their campaign underway for 2025 at 4 o'clock this evening. Then we've got the Track Action Racing Club taking the way out on the circuit at 4:30. And then our penultimate race of what will be today will be the Heroes of the FF1600 Sprint Series 2025 once again, and how we opened up an incredible race. They're going to give us another nail biter. And then it will be the Junior Saloons Car Championship, which will be at 5:30 this evening. And that'll be the Brands Hatch race. Many of you may remember their final race at Brands Hatch had to be cancelled as a result of an incident in the British Truck Racing Championship. Well, thankfully, if everything runs to plan, we will be fitting that in, and they will be getting an extra race in as of this weekend. So we've still got plenty to come at this afternoon, and well, as we are going to very shortly be cutting down to what will be the assembly area, we will be getting a word from some of our TCR UK drivers. I believe Jack is just getting himself into position. And in fact, ladies and gentlemen, I've just been given the thumbs up. We're going to go over to what will be the assembly area for Jack to interview some of our TCR drivers.
Right then, thank you very much, Paul. Hopefully you enjoyed all the pre-recordings. Now, I am in the pit lane because TCR are about to go out. Unfortunately, we went to assembly and then we had to run over here. So the drivers are actually physically getting in the cars now. There's not many to speak to. That doesn't mean there's no one to actually speak to full stop, though, because there's people everywhere. So I'm just going to do a bit of my best Ted's Notebook impression and just walk up to people and see if they'll talk to me. So I'm going to start with this man who's currently stood. Do you fancy having a chat to the live stream? Just a bit of an introduction and what you're here to, who you're here to support and everything like that. What's your name, sorry?
Yeah, all right. We have trying to make the best with the Cupra cars, also with the new VZ that we have here, and yeah, we will try our best on the races.
That's fantastic, because we actually did a bit of a feature earlier with Adam Shepherd in the new cars, and the 3 fastest drivers in qualifying broke the lap record. 2 of them were in those Cupras. It's a very fast car, isn't it?
Yeah, we know that we have been a good job on the development of the cars, and we think we made also preparing the cars properly and fine.
It's an exciting time for Cupra, isn't it? You're very strong in the racing world, especially in TCR. It's a great brand to be a part of. It's good fun to be involved with the racing as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we have a good base also, and also working on the cars, we can do properly.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. Right, a little bit more of the insider information on the Cupras there for TCR. We're just going to keep walking down and just see who's around to talk to us. There's a few cars coming past me in the pit lane in that qualifying that I was mentioning earlier. In fact, just on our right here, this is Luke Sargent. He's lining up 4th. Give us a wave, Luke. Hey, he loves it. Luke is lining up in P4. I'll let you get in the car, otherwise, yeah, I was going to say, he's always up for a chat, is Luke. He's a really good laugh, but... So? No, by all means, if you're going to talk to me, you've got to talk to the camera. My good man, what's your name?
Pepe.
Pepe, are you here supporting Luke? Is that his sort of...
It's my team. So
oh, is it your full team?
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. And it's great to have a driver like Luke and also involved in the TCR, isn't it?
Like Luke? Great. Okay.
I'm trying to be all diplomatic and everything like that. All right, well, who else would you rather have than Luke?
Huffy from yesterday, maybe?
Oh, okay. I was teeing you up to say no one. Luke is the best driver here.
Luke is my chosen one.
There we go. No, he did a great job, though, lining up in P4.
Absolutely fantastic job. Yeah, really good. Yeah, let's just hope he goes forward now, innit?
That's the plan. That's the plan.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. Right, as we move along, there's a few other cars I can think we can see. Alex Jones getting into the car as well. It's fascinating to see what this sort of... rituals that drivers go through before they're getting in the car, whether they're doing visualization or whether they're just jumping in and they're all relaxed. Here's Alex Jones, obviously, in a fantastic looking GoFix VW, one of the Gen 1 cars, I believe Alex Jones is racing. A brilliant branding. The team's done an awesome job, haven't they, in making sure that car looks as smart as humanly possible. I do love the matte sort of finish and the matte wrapping. Yeah, it looks amazing as he sort of lowers himself into that car. I've gotten into a few of these cars before, and I tell you what, they are not easy. I am 6'2", but it is not an easy car to be jumping in and out of. Alex Jones wants to keep an eye out on for sure throughout this race. We have Blore over here, one of the younger drivers, I believe, in the championship, potentially in that junior program, actually, I think. Going very strong. Andy McEwen was telling me that he's definitely one to keep an eye out on, developing very, very well. McGovern, I believe he is in the Cupra that Carl Baldwin won a championship in last year, if my notes are correct, and my insider information is correct as well. So a very quick car, as I said, a championship winning car for McGovern. Down a bit further we go. Finn Leslie, another one of those junior drivers in the Hyundai, getting the car warmed up. You can see he's in the car getting focused, making sure he's getting properly warmed up and ready to go. He's giving the engines a bit of a rev as well. The focus in the driver's eyes is something that we don't really want to interrupt, but we quite often do. But we won't do it for the young drivers because we want to make sure that they are as focused and as safe as humanly possible. Some drivers you can get away with, some drivers you don't really want. So Jeff Alden is a driver that's very experienced behind the wheel, getting some good race wins in there as well, in class anyway. And he's just saying that he wants a little bit more something from the mechanic. I'd love to stick around and ask what he's been talking to the mechanic about, but I'm not entirely sure. Well, whatever that is, I'm not entirely sure that is entirely the way the handbook describes it, but jumping on the car, making sure that everything is okay. Not sure. It'd be great to actually figure out what he's trying to fish out under there, but maybe we'll come back and have a look. My good man behind the camera, a very quick word to say hello. You made eye contact, therefore you've got to talk to the camera. First of all, what's your name? Who's the driver you're looking after?
Ethan and Finn Leslie.
Finn Leslie, he's doing a great job, isn't he, learning the car quickly and getting up to speed?
Yeah, he's doing a great job in the car. Obviously there's a bit to find with him being new to it and being new to the car and his first time around Silverstone in it, but we did a good job yesterday. Need to find a bit more in it today, but we've made a good race car, so hopefully we'll go forward.
Having Power Max Racing involved with the TCR is amazing for obviously both parties, isn't it? Is it something that you were always hoping to be involved with in touring cars and everything like that, and to try and make sure that these guys are going as quickly as possible out there on circuit?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we did TCR in 2022 when I did it. We had the 5 cars, so it's nice to be back on the package alongside the touring car projects, especially after the tough winter we had. So to be back up to 4 cars in this and then the 2 cars in British touring car, it's nice, and to see them all doing well, it's quite good.
Yeah, fantastic. A great team in all the championships they ever run. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. Right, as we manoeuvre our way around, I'd love to find out. So I don't mean to interrupt, but I saw you jumping on the car earlier, and I was just curious, literally just then, what on earth was jumping on the car for and making sure there's something underneath it?
Just setting in suspension, mate.
Oh right, okay.
Session, yeah.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, we weren't sure whether the handbook was jumping on the car was part of the handbook, but it looked interesting. I thought I'd give it a question.
Handbook you read.
Well, that's very true. Yeah, no, good stuff. Jeff's doing a very good season, isn't he, so far?
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Very consistent so far, leading the Gen 1 Cup, which is good.
Yeah, always fantastic to be a part of, isn't it? And
absolutely.
It's great that Gen 1 compared to Gen 2 compared to Gen 3. It's great that they still have recognition and there's a place for them on the grid, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. But anyway, I need to get on the grid myself.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is the thing. I sort of get myself in the way and make a nuisance of myself. We'll just very quickly try and squeeze past Jeff Alden before he sets out there on circuit, giving them a little bit of a wave and a good look for Jeff. All the TCR organisers behind me, thoroughly involved in important things that they're probably more important than me talking about. Callum Newsham in the car, another one of those drivers I mentioned a couple of times that the top 3 beat the lap record around here at Silverstone. Callum Newsham was one of them. He's the only one that's done it in a slightly older car as well, actually. So just give it a bit of a nod to him, and he's actually really looking forward to this one, I believe. He's one of those drivers that he doesn't always show his emotion on his sleeve, but you can tell when he's sort of quite excited and he's quite buzzing. I think he was very proud about the lap times he was putting in qualifying. We'll see how he does in the race, of course. Now, Adam Shepherd, we mentioned, he qualified in 3rd, but he's actually going to be put at the back of the grid. I'm sure Andy and Paul will cover all of that a little bit later when we actually chuck over to them. But Paul Walsh and Andy McEwen will be your commentators, just like they were for the Civic Cup here for the TCR UK. Brad Hutchison, a driver who is always happy to wave at the camera and chat to us. He's already in the car. I don't really want to interrupt him. He's one of the drivers actually is happiest in front of the camera. And if you've ever seen any of his interview, he is really happy in front of the camera. And therefore, we normally talk to him about 6 or 7 times a race weekend. And we always end up having a bit of a laugh with him. So it's good stuff. He's actually got a really good presence of hospitality and supporters here as well. The team do a fantastic job. MPHR actually also on TikTok now. The Adrian Newey, Brad Hutchison's dad, is actually stood in front of us here. He's the Adrian Newey of TCR. That is a label given to him by Brad himself. In fact, very quickly, can we have a quick word before Brad gets released? I've heard that he wasn't overly happy with how the car was driving in qualifying or in practice. What settings have you been made in?
We test here was cut a bit short with circumstances, car and stuff happening on circuit, so we're a bit short of test time. So as we've done before, we just threw a load of different settings at him in the qualifying, and he did better than me and him both thought he might in qualifying. So we're all right. And as we've done before, he's got another whole different setup now. So
is this almost like a second test session for you guys?
It is a little bit for us, yes. Yes.
But he, as you mentioned, he always tends to do quite well with those sort of setups, and where you just think, send him out there, see what he does. He normally handles it pretty quickly.
He's quite good at getting the best out of any setup, really, yes.
Well, that's good. Don't worry, he probably won't watch this until after the weekend, so we'll keep him humble.
I'll answer that question when he comes back.
We'll keep him humble regardless, I think. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. Right, Ryan Bensley as well to my left-hand side. Slightly new look, but a fantastic looking car. Ryan Bensley giving a very focused look. Oh, he gave us a little bit of a wave though. I love that. It's very nice of him to do. And I think towards the end we got the Laidlaws as well, and the likes of Mark Smith, and a few of the Civic Cup cars have made their way back into the garages. So we'll see if there's just any drivers flitting about, ready to have a chat. Mark Smith in the car, getting focused, getting ready to go. Is Ben Sharp racing? Ben Sharp himself is actually coming. He's trying to walk away, but he's gathering himself. Come here, Ben Sharp. Ben Sharp Racing, obviously you are running Mark Smith along a host of other people in pretty much every championship going these days. How is it going with BSR?
Yeah, it's going really well actually. We've just had the Civic Cup race. We've had one of our drivers had his first rookie win of the year.
Fantastic!
And then the other driver's gone from 18th to 12th. He had a bit of a bad qualifying, but he had a really good race through. And I think if he'd started up there, he'd been pushing Jake for the win in that class as well. So.
TCR is a bit of a step up from what you maybe have done before. I think you dabbled in it last year, didn't you, a little bit, but what's the sort of feeling going into it? It's a full season now, making sure that you're trying to be a front runner.
Well, to be honest, it's business as usual for me. Obviously, my background in working...
we better move out of the way of Mark Smith, otherwise Ben's going to get run over.
Yeah. So yeah, my background from doing this sort of stuff, it's actually easier to work on than most of the cars that we look after, to be honest. Yeah, it's just... It makes more sense to me because it's a proper race car rather than a converted road car. But no, it's really good. We're enjoying the challenge, and we've been pushing Mark up the grid as much as we can, and he's getting some of his best results he's ever had. So he's really enjoying himself.
Yeah, I was going to say you've been famous for Civic Cup improving drivers through the seasons as well, haven't you? You've been real front runner trying to challenge with Area Motorsport. Is that something you want to try and improve in TCR as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, Mark's a gentleman driver. He does this for, this is his hobby. So hopefully, give him a bit of time, and hopefully we've also got the Lincoln Co, which is available for hire.
Yeah.
So hopefully we can get that back out, and we're talking to a couple of drivers at the minute, so we're trying to get that back out.
Great plug there. If you want a Lincoln Co drive, talk to Ben Sharp Racing. Right, thank you very much, Ben. Okay, we are going to shoot back to Paul Walsh, and of course the wonderful, brilliant, and absolutely... I'm just wondering if that £10 he paid me is in my pocket. No, I don't think it is anymore. It's Andy McEwen's in the comments box for Paul Walsh.
Well, I would say, Paul, that's the nicest introduction I've ever had, but tainted slightly at the end there. But thank you, Jack, for the intro. Yes, TCR UK time. It is qualifying this morning was very entertaining, very competitive, and very, very quick. The top three drivers all getting underneath the existing lap record, which was set here a year ago, and it was in the end Steve Laidlaw who set the fastest time of 57.616. Good enough for pole position, ahead of Callum Newsham, who was within half a tenth of him. Extremely tight between one of the newest cars on the grid, and actually these days one of the oldest in the i30N. Then Sam Laidlaw, son of Steve, starts on the second row alongside Luke Sargent, with Brad Hutchison and Will Beach, a pair of the Gen 2 Cupras, sharing row 3. Ryan Bentley has got the Lincoln Co back again. He's on row 4 alongside George Jackson. Then Finn Leslie further down than you'd expect. In fact, he and his Power Max Racing teammate Harry Blore share row 5. They remember the two Hyundai Junior drivers running with the well-established touring car racing team. Row 6 of the grid then is shared by Mark Smith and Greg Saunders, both of whom are drivers improving with every round. Jeff Oldham and Alex Jones, they're the only two Gen 1 Cup entrants this weekend, and they share the 7th row of the grid. And the back row, fairly interesting, Rod McGovern and Adam Shepherd. Now they're both at the back of the grid because they're in new cars this weekend. Interestingly, Rod McGovern moving into a Gen 2 Cupra and Adam Shepherd out of one into one of these Leon VZs, which means he's got the same car now as Steve and Sam Laidlaw, and he seems to think that that is going to be his ticket to a maiden TCR UK Championship. Paul, TCR UK time, very interesting qualifying session this morning. Any bold predictions for the race?
Oh, I wouldn't be able to make a prediction other than that we are going to expect the man who starts right at the back of the grid, Adam Shepherd, to charge his way through over the course of the race distance, but how far can he charge is going to be the big question. Of course, coming into this one as well with some compensation weight as well in the machine, so therefore it's not going to be easy for him, but they all gradually slot their way into the grid. Well, the only other prediction I'd make is the simple fact that whoever's leading out to turn number 1, they may be able to control this race to a degree, but as we saw in the Miltech Civic Cup just before this, just because you're leading doesn't mean you'll easily get away. You've got to break the toes where you've got to get a gap.
Absolutely so. I certainly will not be handing anyone the winner's speech in this race until they have crossed the timing line for the final time, especially if it's Adam Shepherd in the lead, because I've got history with Adam and I really don't fancy upsetting him any further. So yeah, interesting race then. Adam Shepherd at the back in that new shaped Cupra. His qualifying time was good enough for 3rd, so interestingly he wasn't actually quite as quick as Steve Laidlaw, even though he's got into this car because he seems to think that's the only way he'll beat the Laidlaws and Area Motorsport, whereas earlier in the season he was quicker than them in the Gen 2 Cupra. But new car, Paul, I don't think even Adam would expect to jump straight into it, first qualifying session, and immediately be the fastest. I think the fact he was within a 10th or so, he'll be pretty happy with.
Oh, most definitely. And also at a circuit as well, which isn't too complex. So it's a circuit where he can learn the car quite nicely. He hasn't got any corners where he's got to think to himself, oh goodness me, I don't know what the car's going to do here. A lot of medium speed corners and a couple of low speed corners. So he'll get to understand its characteristics, and by doing so, then when we do go to what will be our next venue in a couple of weeks' time, which will be a bit more complex, I do believe it's Croft after what is Silverstone National, there he can really start to extract more out of the car. But again, it's only race number 1 of the weekend. He's got 3 races. You never know, Andy. By the time we get to race number 3, he could be right on the pace.
Well, absolutely so. And of course, you've got a reverse grid race to throw in the middle there as well. So there are lots of opportunities for Adam. He comes into this weekend fairly well in front, it must be said. He is 41 points up the road after only 5 races. He's had a really, really strong season. He won the first 2 races of the season on the Donington Park National Circuit. A lot of people, I think, thought that he was going to complete the hat-trick and become the first driver to do so in TCR UK history, but had to settle for just 3rd place in that 3rd Donington Park race. And then last time out on the Grand Prix layout at Donington Park, 2 second placed finishes for Adam Shepherd. So a story of consistency, certainly for Shepherd, yet to finish off the podium. Is he going to keep that run going though here at Silverstone? It's a circuit where he's had mixed fortunes, I think it's fair to say, in the past. Adam Shepherd, who is 8 times a race winner in TCR UK. He, I think I'm right in saying, didn't win a race here actually at Silverstone last year. He did run in the lead for quite some time, but as was really the story of Shepherd's 2024 season, mechanical issues would strike and take him out of contention for the win. So Silverstone hasn't always been the happiest of hunting grounds for him, but he knows that he's got half a chance of claiming a race win. Maybe not in this race, but looking on into races 2 and 3. If he were to win another race, by the way, it would be his 9th career win, and that would take him out of a 4-way tie at the moment to be second on the all-times wins list. He is currently tied on 8 wins with Dan Lloyd, Carl Bordley, former champions, and Callum Newsham, interestingly, who's yet to win the championship, but has been a contender for the last few years. So win number 9 would be a significant one for Shepherd, as and when he gets it.
Oh, indeed it would be. And of course, we've recently hit a significant milestone at TCR UK with over 100 races to our credit now.
Indeed, this is race 100 101, it's quite fitting, I think, that it's taking place at exactly the same venue where race 1 took place, all the way back in 2018. It's like we've started all over again now after 100, yeah, we've got a few more cars on the grid. None of the drivers who are on this grid were on that grid back in 2018, unfortunately, but Lewis Kent, of course, who we saw out winning in the Civic Cup earlier on, he was on the grid in that very first TCR UK race, so a little bit of familiarity there. But yeah, race 101, it's amazing, really, as I said in that interview with Jack earlier on, to think that we've got to race 101. There were many times where it looked like that might not happen. Really, really proud to see the way that TCR UK has continued to grow. And fingers crossed that carries on through the rest of the year.
Oh, fingers crossed, like you say, and I'm sure it will. And we've got an absolutely brilliant race to get us underway with this race weekend for TCR UK. Oh, but they're all sat on the grid at the moment. They have been given the 1 minute board, so they'll all be just itching at the moment to go green flag racing. And, well, there's the 30-second board at the top centre of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. But you can imagine for what is our drivers out there right now, they're all absolutely itching to go racing. They don't want to wait another 30 seconds. They just want to go.
Before they can go racing, of course, they have to do a green flag lap. If you're new to TCR UK, it's a slightly different start procedure. So they do an outlap from the pit lane, they line up on the grid, and then what we just saw the teams doing is swapping the tyres over from front to rear, left to right. They diagonally cross the tyres because, of course, front-wheel drive cars, they warm the front tyres up more quickly than the rears. They then have a second green flag lap, and after this, we will go racing. So they've got one more chance to get some heat into the slick Goodyear rubber. And then we will have our 6th round of the championship underway. We get a good look here at the cars as they do start weaving around and trying to generate some tyre temperature. So, Steve Laidlaw, the father of Sam, who is just behind his son actually in the championship standings before drop scores, because it's too early in the season to be starting to worry about those. Sam Laidlaw is second in the championship. Steve is then a further 15 points back. Now you get 40 points for winning a race, 35 for second, 30 for third. So if Steve could win and Sam ends up down at the bottom end of the podium, then that would tighten things up quite a bit between the two of them. Be interested to see though, Paul, whether those two work together in this race against the common enemy, if you like, Adam Shepherd, who we know is going to be charging through from behind, or whether Sam and Steve go to war against each other.
I mean, it will be interesting, like you say, although the one thing that Steve will have to his reputation, I don't think whether he'll like to have it, but the fact he's called Mr. Third Place at this point. So I do believe all of his podium finishes so far have been at 3 third places, otherwise he hasn't been on the podium so far this season. And, well, I would imagine he'd like to try and break that trend if he possibly can, and potentially put himself on the second step, or if not, the all-important first step. But another thought as well, Andy, you were saying about potential predictions. I'm going to put a prediction on here, a bit of an odd one. That Hyundai i30 of what is our second place starter, Callum Newsham, he's put it there. I reckon he might want to watch out. I wonder if he could get the launch and potentially lead this one.
He'll be certainly hoping to. Callum Newsham's had a bit of an up and down season, I think it's fair to say. One race win, that coming in the third race at Donington Park National, but he could have won any one of those 3 races. He was in the lead battle in the first race when he had a mechanical issue. That took him out of contention. Race 2, he got on the wrong tyre, or the right tyre, but didn't quite get the slick tyre warmed up in damp conditions as effectively as Adam Shepherd did. So yeah, he felt that a couple of wins went begging there, and then the Grand Prix layout at Donington, even less kind. He'd not finished race 2 and he was out of the top 5 in race 1, so Newsham really needs to try and kick-start his championship campaign here at Silverstone. He did, though, remind me, and I must stress it was Callum who made this point, not me. The last time he started on the grid between the two Laidlaws was at Thruxton last year, and none of them made it through the complex on lap 1 because Callum got it a little bit wrong under braking, so it ended his championship campaign and it knocked the Laidlaws out as well. So hopefully this time, as keen as he will be to get the lead here, Paul, he keeps it clean.
Oh, indeed. I think he'll be very keen to keep it clean. Otherwise, I'm sure he'll have the Laidlaws knocking his door. And indeed, might have also what would be our race directors having a few words. But hopefully it doesn't go that way as the field now just segues its way back into its starting positions. Those tyres are warm and they're almost ready to go. And as everybody gets absolutely itching into position here, well, now it's only on its way before we do go racing. Although I believe the field's still making its way on through there, while the driver's just been a little bit slow to come behind. But I think that is the man with the new car and a plan. That's Adam Shepherd, just giving himself a little bit of breathing room. But otherwise, without further ado, Andy, we are good to go.
It will take me most of this first race to get used to this new livery as well, I think, on the Adam Shepherd car. It looks nothing like the livery he's raced with since he began in TCR UK all those years ago, but a very, very good looking car it is. And what sort of performance will he get from his shiny new toy, I wonder? He lines up at the tail end of the grid alongside Rod McGovern, who is actually in the car that won the championship in the hands of Carl Boardley, the Rod McGovern car, which lines up on the back row with Adam Shepherd. He also should have qualified well inside the top 10, but had to start from the back because of the car change. So, deep breath everyone, 20 minutes on the clock, round number 6 of the TCR UK Championship for 2025 is about to burst into life here at the home of British motor racing. The red lights are on, out they go, we're away and racing on the Silverstone National Circuit, and Steve Laidlaw makes a very, very good start from pole position. He will lead uncontested into Cobb's corner. It will be Newsham second and Sam Laidlaw there in third. Is it a clean run through Cobb's? Fingers crossed that will be the case. So far so good, I reckon, as they head down towards Maggots and Beckett's for the first time, and it will be Laidlaw of the Steve variety who leads, Newsham second, Sam Laidlaw third, and Brad Hutchison into fourth. So Brad Hutchison round the outside of Luke Sargent, gaining some ground already, as he will now try and chase after the race leaders. Down the Wellington Straight we go for the first time of asking then. So far so good for Steve Laidlaw.
Oh, indeed, a brilliant start for Steve Laidlaw, but now Callum Newsham starting to put him under a little bit of early pressure as that battle for fourth place reignites. They go under breaking into Brooklands there, and well, just some cold tires. Oh, big slide there, and Mohanta release it, and suddenly Brad Hutchinson, for all he's gained, suddenly loses those gains as quickly as he started.
Well, Luke Sargent found an extra gear down the Wellington Straight, dragged back ahead of Hutchison, but then couldn't get the car stopped into Brooklands, so Brad will be in fourth place at the end of lap 1. Look at this though, Paul, you predicted that Newsham was going to give Steve Laidlaw a hard time. That is exactly the case. Finn Leslie though looks like he's heading for the pit lane. There is something wrong with the right rear suspension, and the man who's finished every race so far this season looks as though maybe he might be about to notch up his first non-finish. We'll monitor that situation over the next minute or so. Race leaders though, nose to tail as they round Beckett's for the second time. Steve Laidlaw not yet escaping.
No, he's not escaping at the moment, and goes a bit wide there. Newsham getting a much better exit there. It just seems as though he's turning on this I-30 in much more quickly than Laidlaw is in the Cupra. And as they come down here, well, again, he's close, not close enough to think about a move, but he's really putting the pressure on here as they come down to that braking zone. And I wonder whether Laidlaw can get things to calm down, because at the moment he's a little bit all over the place. Not to besmirch him, but he just doesn't look comfortable in the lead.
Callum Newsham looks quick, doesn't he? Was much better through Brooklands that time, neater, tighter to the apex, and Newsham looks like he has got some real performance. He is now really asking some questions of Steve Laidlaw as they cross the line. He's in the slipstream as they head towards Cobb's corner, and the lead margin is virtually nothing as they come through to begin lap number 3 of the race. Round the quick right-hander they will go. We're going to look back at some of the battles further back. There is Luke Sargent. He is in 5th. The next man behind him is Adam Shepherd, the championship leader there from the back of the grid, is 6th place already and looks as though he has got the pace. Well, he's the fastest man on track. Fastest lap of the race belongs to Shepherd, as here Callum Newsham has his biggest go yet to find a way past Steve Laidlaw. He's in the wheel tracks of the Cupra, has the slipstream, and we know he's good on the brakes down at Brooklands corner. Is this the opportunity for the move? No, I don't think he's quite close enough, but Steve Laidlaw is going to have some real defending to do.
Oh, indeed, he's practically going to have to drag the car through the corner in order to try and prevent Newsham getting through. Oh, goodness me, as that, I believe...
Ryan Bensley there
coming to a halt. Is that coming out of what is turn 1 at Cobbs?
It's Woodcote, I think, isn't it? Right at the timing line. And now the car fires back up. He's going to try and rejoin, but here come the leaders. And are they side by side? I think they might be. No, Newsham into a yellow flag zone, one would presume, had to bail out of that. So yeah, Bensley's car doesn't look like it's going anywhere fast, and if it's stuck there, that could require the use of the safety car.
Which would be unfortunate. It'd bring all the close racing to a halt, but then again, it'll close the field up. But we'll wait and see what happens there and what decision is taken as we try to make the way now onto what will be lap number 4. And coming on around, well, Newsham's still there, close up to Laidlaw, where the other member of the Laidlaw family still the best part of the second back and not really able to get involved at the moment. We have also got further on back what is a growing battle at 4th, 5th place between Sargent and what is Shepherd. And well, we'll keep an eye on that every so often. But as I'm trying to make the way through there, well, now I do wonder whether what is Laidlaw in the 100, our leader, is starting to get a bit more comfortable. He's got a couple of laps on his, but he's noticing that Newsham's not quite able to get close enough to force a move, and perhaps he's taking some confidence now.
Yeah, I think you might be right. He'll be feeling the car out. He's got the heat into the tyres now, you would imagine, and it's a little bit more comfortable maybe. Luke Sargent's 5th place though I don't think is all that secure. Adam Shepherd is on his tail now as they head past the pit straight where there is no stranded Lincoln Co. So Ryan Bentley's got that car moving again, hopefully to a place of safety. So it's very close for the lead. It's very close for their 4th, 5th and 6th positions. That's the battle to watch perhaps. The leaders turn through Beckett's once again. Fastest lap of the race did belong to Adam Shepherd, then it went to Sam Laidlaw, now it belongs to Steve Laidlaw, a 58.254, and that is a new lap record, a new race lap record set by Steve Laidlaw. He already had the quali lap record, he now holds the race lap record as well, but all of that fast pace and effort that went into that lap, he's still only a car length up the road from Newsham.
Oh, indeed. It's not enough for him to really pull away at the moment, but wait to see if he can do so as this race continues to progress. As meanwhile, the battle for fourth now. Well, that's Hutchinson being reeled on in there, so the top three gradually slinking away up into the distance, and it's Hutchinson who's really trying to act as the proverbial cork in the bottle to prevent the rest of the field from coming on up. He's not doing a bad job, to be fair, as they make their way into another lap, but it's still a long way to go, and I can imagine the tyres might feel quite kind to Hutchinson right now, but by the end of this race, if he holds on, they're going to need a new set very quickly.
The fastest lap trading, by the way, continues. Callum Newsham, who was one of the only drivers yet to have held the fastest lap in this race, has now taken it. So Newsham now a lap record holder, with the times continuing to tumble. This is the battle, fourth position, Brad Hutchison, with Luke Sargent and Adam Shepherd behind. Good to see Brad running a little bit better in the race than he did yesterday. At the end of Friday testing, he said, oh, we're so slow, we're way off the pace, the car's handling like a dog, and now here he is in race conditions running solidly in fourth place. So that's a promising step forward for the Mondit Blue Cupra. Was an Audi, now it's a Cupra. It's been a Cupra for a year and a half, Andy, you really should know that by now. Anyway, out of Luffield come the leaders, he says, moving on swiftly, and Callum Newsham continuing to pile the pressure on. This, though, looks even tastier. Shepherd on the attack, and they here have a chance of getting past Luke Sargent towards Copse.
Well, as he looks up the inside there, the door's slightly open, but he's not close enough to capitalise. He will make what is a bit of a return to the race tonight, albeit Sargent are going defensive. He knows that Shepherd's increasingly putting pressure on, but it's almost as if Shepherd's goading Sargent into position right now, where it's one of the best defence and good offence here. Albeit he's not going to go offensive anymore, as they'll be too wide into Maggots. Meanwhile, the leader's coming through here through turn number 2, and Newsham that is back right under the rear wing of Laidlaw as they come out of turn 2 onto the Wenton straight they go. Well, how close is he going to be down towards Brooklands? I don't think he's going to be close enough here to look for the move. He's thinking about it, he's trying to get into Laidlaw's head, but Laidlaw's just simply saying, well, until you get a bit closer, you're none of my concern.
Yeah, Newsham's definitely getting off the corners better. He's almost into the back of Steve Laidlaw there. He had so much speed through the middle of Brooklands that he had to lift mid-corner, and that just made the rear of the car step out from underneath him. Newsham is much better through the turns, but I just think the Cupra's got a little bit of the legs on the Hyundai down the straight, so into the braking zones, Callum isn't really close enough to make his move. He's certainly applying the pressure though, and doing everything within his power to make this move stick. In the background, by the way, looks like Shepherd is into 5th now, so Shepherd ahead of Luke Sargent, and separates Brad Hutchison and Luke Sargent for the time being. We rightly are not taking our eyes off the lead back, while we are to see Ryan Bentley's car being pushed into the pit lane, so it made it back around to the end of the next lap, but sadly will be going no further. Newsham then, 12.5 minutes or so to go, so we're only a third of the way through the race. I think it's clear that Steve Laidlaw's not going to drop Callum Newsham here, but Steve equally, I think, will now realise where he may be vulnerable and should have a plan to defend.
Well, indeed, it takes a few laps to be able to do that analysis whilst you're racing and doing an average lap speed in excess of the best part of 80-90 miles an hour, but Laidlaw doing all that and putting it into his computer in terms of his brain, and now figuring out the best way, but he gets a very poor exit there coming out of Luffield, and that's going to give Newsham the closest opportunity he's had since the start, really, albeit coming on from Woodcock Corner to Snail, doing like you say, Andy, on the straights. It does seem as though that Cooper just pulls away a little bit, but it's in the corners where it's struggling, particularly when it's got to load that front end up so much. I wonder if the compensation weight as well, that 10 kilograms that Laidlaw's running, also is having a bit of an effect there.
Yes, and the Hyundai is lighter now than it has been at any point this season, because that compensation weight, the BOP, has all been adjusted. But this is what BOP is for. Yes, the Cooper is quicker in a straight line, but it's quite clear that the Hyundai is running rings around it through the corners. The trouble is, it's very difficult to overtake a car that is quicker than you down the straights. That's the challenge that Callum Newsham is presented with here. The good news is, though, despite their battling, they're not being caught by Sam Laidlaw, so Callum's got no pressure from behind. He is free to use whichever line he thinks is best, and this, I think, is where he's got his best opportunity. Is there a gap to the inside? No, not quite. The door is closed firmly in his face, but it's that sequence of corners, isn't it, Paul, where Callum, if he's going to make something happen, it will be in Brooklands or Luffield.
Oh, indeed. All it will take is Laidlaw to make a tiny error coming out of Maggots going on that straight, and it will bring them close enough, and I think it will give Newsham the confidence just to want to go for a lunge there. But whilst all that's playing out the very front, well, now we see that visual confirmation of where Shepherd getting ahead of Sargent as the Audi LMS RS3 falls back, and well, as they roar onwards then and get towards the halfway point of race distance now and race time, while drivers continue to romp their way in towards what is Maggots, and at this time under braking, will we see a bit of change of tactic for Newsham? He decides just to stay behind, gap opens back up again, no change in the moment, so therefore he might just be cooling things down, perhaps get ready to attack again in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, well, everything gets hot when you're running this close behind another car for this length of time. The tyres, of course, are being worked hard, but you're not getting any cool air into the engine. The brakes start to overheat as well, so maybe just backing things up ever so slightly. He's closed right back in, though, through his favourite sequence of corners. and the gap comes down to less than a car's length as we come towards the conclusion of the 10th lap of the race. It was an outright fastest first sector in this lap for Newsham, an outright fastest middle sector for Steve Laidlaw. Are either of them going to improve upon that lap record? The answer in the end is no, but it is a very, very quick pace being set at the front of the field, and they are really pushing each other to the extreme. Halfway through the race then, a scintillating 6th round of the TCR UK Championship so far. Don't forget, we've still got this battle going on for 4th place. Shepherd, interestingly, not yet past Hutchison.
No, he's getting close, but he's not close enough. And again, as we were talking about earlier on in the preparation for this race, they need to get acquainted with the car, but Shepherd having the opportunity to test what it's like running in dirty air, running in clear air as well. So he'll be getting a real good feel for it in this race as we come back to our leaders making their way down the Wellington Straight. No change at the moment, but again, under braking it, runs a little bit deeper this time for Newsham, but it's how he transitions on Brooklands. He closes up so much, and here through Luffield, it's almost as if Laidlaw is losing about 5-6 miles an hour speed at the apex. He's just not got that confidence in the rotation.
But as long as he keeps the car parked on the apex, where will Newsham go? He can't go around the outside of him, can't drive over the top of him. The only option left is to go through him, and that will be frowned upon if there is significant contact between the two of them. That being said, it is the go-to touring car move sometimes, isn't it, through Luffield Corner, just to give it a bit of a love tap to your rival. Newsham's had a good run out of Copse there. Beckett's is an overtaking opportunity if you're close enough, but as strong as Callum is on the brake, Steve Laidlaw, to his credit, is positioning that car absolutely where he needs to keep the Hyundai at bay.
Oh, indeed, and as we see the rest of the top 6 making their way through, Sam Laidlaw in a bit of a no-man's land, very lonely in 3rd place, albeit it's a podium, but perhaps they want a bit more excitement. Well, right now the excitement is not going anywhere but upwards in the battle between Hutchinson and Shepherd, and Hutchinson right now enjoying that full pace and holding on, as that is a big run wide there at Brooklands from Newsham. He gets it back together, but I think Newsham right now might be entering that zone of his race whereby he can't get any closer, and perhaps he's now starting to potentially be at risk of overdriving for the sake of, I want that win, what do I have to do to go get it?
Indeed so, and needs to try and consolidate the 2nd place points. He's still ahead of other championship rivals, Sam Laidlaw, Brad Hutchison, Adam Shepherd, etc. So it's a good result still to be had here for Callum Newsham, as long as he keeps his cool. Worth mentioning, by the way, Jeff Olden is still leading in the Gen 1 Cup, down in 11th place. He's got nearly 9 seconds in hand over newbie Alex Jones, who's done a Fun Cup race, a couple of Track Day Trophy races, and that's about it. So a big step up in competition for Alex Jones. He's doing well to be running in 12th place overall, but 2nd of the Gen 1 Cup drivers. Class once again being led by Jeff Olden, as was the case really for much of the early part of the season. Right, 7.5 minutes to go. We're about 2/3 race distance, and Newsham's car now starting to really look a little bit ugly through Brooklands that time. Maybe asking a bit too much of the rear of that car. It's clearly rotating well, but there is a danger, isn't there, at this stage, that sort of perfect level of rotation could now start to turn into a bit of oversteer.
Oh, indeed, and once it gets like that, then you have to recalibrate the way it approaches the corners, and that's the one thing you don't want to be doing. You just want to have faith in the car, you want things to flow, but as he comes in towards turn at number 1, more close as he dares to dream to be, running on through. That's number 11 of Bloor there, that's now a lap down in 13th place that we just saw cut on through, if you're wondering whose car that was. And well, as we do look there to the Audi coming on through, that is the number 18 now, I do believe, unless I'm mistaken. Well, in fact, that is Alden, the number 19 there, and that's our leader in what is the Cup 1 machinery, and enjoying a very comfortable race out there at the moment, albeit he might have a word with the stewards after race, because there is an investigation between some contact between himself and the number 11 of Bloor, albeit that's going to be sorted after the race, is where to understand it. And also there's a separate incident regarding Leslie's car, and I believe that was in contact with Bensley's as well. Both drivers at the very back of the field, I believe.
Yes, well remember Finn Leslie had that damage to the right rear corner early doors, and Bensley's car then pulled over at the side of the road a few laps later, so whether the two are linked I'm not sure. It certainly sounds as though they've had a little bit of contact somewhere along the way. So far this lead battle, touch wood, has been very clean. Steve Laidlaw and Callum Newsham inches apart for basically the first 14 minutes of this race, and they have managed to put on a really good clean display of racing up to this point. Can Newsham though find a way through? He's well, it's going to be hard pushed to do that since Steve Laidlaw somehow, Paul, is still setting lap record pace.
Oh, indeed, a new fastest lap in that previous lap from Steve Laidlaw, a 58.094. Wow. He is continuing to push. He's chasing for that elusive 57.9, I would imagine, and if we get the conditions right this weekend, he may just be able to get it. But Newsham right now, well, that last lap, he did set a personal best of 58.167, but it does seem as though Steve Laidlaw has really paced this out in terms of just keeping Newsham behind him, and now Newsham is overdriving as he goes deep there at Luffield, and we talked about it earlier, he is in that space, but I think the Hyundai has started starting to run out of steam.
Yeah, I think he is overdriving. I think he's just trying to do something different, but his options are limited, unfortunately, and unless there's a mistake to come from Steve Laidlaw, I just don't see the move happening now. Here is the fourth place battle. Brad Hutchison, we haven't seen a lot of this battle, but Brad Hutchison has defended very effectively from Adam Shepherd, who rocketed up through the order, then came up behind the Bondit Cupra and just hasn't been able to find a way past. Luke Sargent keeping a watching brief behind them as well, as the race leaders once again make their way out of Beckett's corner, down the Wellington Straight for now the 16th time of asking. And it's the same story, isn't it? Callum Newsham closes at Beckett, loses ground down the Wellington Straight, then gets right back onto this tail into Brooklands. That was Adam Shepherd, meanwhile, and he's been off the road, look, because he's back behind Luke Sargent.
Indeed, and that is a surprise though, not a welcome one to be sure, as we do see Blore there stepping up wide to obey the blue flags, but as we come back to the leaders then it's all kicking off. The final 5 minutes rolls around, and Sonny, it's almost as if somebody said on the script, right, the tempo needs to go up, because Newsham's right back there again behind Laidlaw as they make their way through Woodcock Corner, and as they do, well, what's going to be lap time this time around? Will we see a potential swap in terms of who set the faster times? And the answer is no, both drivers actually have much slower laps by comparison, so I think they're starting now to get on each other's nerves a little bit as they go on in, but here's the crunch point, of course, Andy, because 4 minutes left to go. Now, if the gloves are going to come off, they most certainly are.
I just don't know where Newsham could make this move. He's trying to force Steve Laidlaw into defending into Beckett, which will then, he thinks, slow Steve down on corner exit, but you can see even one going in tight into Beckett, Laidlaw still gets off the corner really well. A lot of drivers have said this new Cupra has great traction off the low speed corners, so again, using his car's strength to his advantage, he can defend going in, knowing it won't lose him too much speed on corner exit. Then Newsham starts making mistakes like that, and the gap grows again. So a really tactically fascinating race this, between two drivers who both have cars that in certain parts of the lap are much quicker than the other one. It's just that Steve Laidlaw's been able to utilise that more effectively so far.
Oh, indeed, and meanwhile, speaking of utilising cars there with the Cupra VZ, there Shepherd still chasing after Sargent, and well, a number of E-Wide members of you in the YouTube chat have noticed the fact that bits are coming off of the bodywork of Sargent's car hanging loose. Those aren't weight reduction tactics, we should point out. That's where he's been in a bit of a brush with another driver earlier on, albeit I think the bodywork not in a dangerous place at the moment. But as we come back to our leaders then, 3 minutes still going, and in the game of the handling car versus what is the car that can get the traction out the corners, well, there's going to be a bit of a change of position for Newsham, having to redirect himself past the car that's a lap down. That's going to cost him a little bit of time, and well, now it's really a case, can he close that gap up? Because that gap's opened up to almost half a second going onto this lap. Well, he's going to close up here through Brooklands and Luffield, but we've seen that a number of times, but the average gap is starting to go up a little bit.
Yeah, he's just not quite getting through Beckett's as well as he was earlier on, which means he's a length or so further back into Brooklands than he was earlier on, and so it's not quite as dramatic then how close he gets through the final couple of corners. We've still got time for 3 more laps here though, so Callum Newsham not out of time. Is he out of ideas though? Can he find a way of getting past the Cupra ahead? It will be very inventive if he does manage to make it stick. He is much quicker through Copp's corner, closes onto the boot lid of Steve Laidlaw's car towards Beckett's corner. Alex Jones there runs a bit wide, getting out of the way of Sam Laidlaw, meanwhile doing his best in his first ever TCR UK race not to impede the leaders. Right up over the curve for Callum Newsham. He's certainly, the one thing I can say about Callum, Paul, is at no point in this race has he settled for second.
No, he refuses to settle, and that's what we love about a driver who's trying to chase that victory in the number 16. And right now he may be in one of the elder statesman machines on the grid, but he's not letting that Hyundai show its age, so he comes on through Brooklands once again there, and that time absolutely nailing the approach to the Apex all over the back of Laidlaw, who goes a little bit deep out left field. Well, those front tyres on both cars now will be definitely past their use by date, and as they come out of West Turn 4 through 5, well, we're going to get, I think, 2 more laps in here. We're going to squeeze in 2 more laps, and we'll roar in the way through. I think Steve Laidlaw at this point might be looking at his, well, he won't be looking at his watch, he'll be focused on the road, but he'll be looking at his metaphorical watch and saying, when's this race going to end?
Yeah, he would very much like to see the checkered flag, wouldn't he, Steve Laidlaw? But I've got to say, he hasn't put a foot wrong all race. The slightest mistake and Newsham will be through. I'm absolutely convinced of that, and Steve Laidlaw will know that as well. Driving under this level of pressure for this length of time is very, very difficult to do. Steve Laidlaw should be massively proud of what he's achieved so far. I'm not handing him the win yet, certainly, but with a lap and a half to go, so far he's had all the answers to the questions posed of him by Callum Newsham, who again charges into Brooklands, rotates the Hyundai over the curve. Does he have an overlap to the inside into Luffield? He's on the curb, he's on the grass, and maybe was tempted to keep his foot in the door, but he knew that would end in contact, and that is not the way that Callum Newsham wants to win this race.
Well, that was on the penultimate lap, but now we've got one more to go. I wonder whether we're going to see a repeat of that on the final lap, and perhaps part 2 of that story. But here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. One more lap to go for round number 6 of the TCR UK 2025 Championship, and it is Steve Laidlaw leading ahead of Callum Newsham. But will it be that way when they come around for the final time? Well, we say transfix this battle here, and as they make their way down, Laidlaw immediately pulling slightly off racing line there to get himself set up for maggots, knowing this is the most important traction zone on the circuit. Does he get a good run here? Does he not? Well, Callum Newsham doesn't get the perfect run, but Laidlaw neither does. But now it's a drag race down towards the final 2 corners.
Well, he's got one more shot, hasn't he, Newsham? Was that a dress rehearsal, I wonder, a lap ago, to try and carry extra speed through Brooklands and nip to the inside at Luffield? He's not quite as close, I don't think, as he was a lap ago. Through the left he goes, though. Inch perfect for Newsham. He's over the curb, he's sideways, he's almost off the road, and that surely is all she wrote. Steve Laidlaw is going to hang on, I reckon, to claim his 2nd career victory in TCR UK under the most unimaginable pressure. This has been a superlative drive from Steve Laidlaw, who crosses the line, sees the checkered flag, and wins round number 6 of the TCR UK Championship. The eventual winning margin was 1/4 of a second, and it was never more than about half a second at any point over the 21 laps. That was a fantastic battle between the two of them, a real battle for the ages in TCR, and Steve Laidlaw should be enormously proud of what he's just achieved. His first win of the season, and well, he was feeling very confident when he spoke to me before qualifying today, and that confidence, Paul, will only have grown since then.
Oh, 100%. He's finally shaken off the nickname of Mr. Third Place this season. He's taken that first victory, and with it the fastest lap as well, at 58.094. The lap record, I mean, you couldn't ask for a better start to the weekend at Silverstone if you're Steve Laidlaw.
Yeah, perfect day so far, really. Lap record in qualifying and, of course, pole position. Lap record in the race and a race victory. And he will now be closing in on 2nd place in the championship. I think he'll only be about 3 points behind his son Sam now. Maybe 2 points, actually, because there's a bonus point for the fastest lap as well. Well, for the first time in 20 minutes, we have a chance to catch our breath and run through the provisional results of round 6 for TCR UK. Steve Laidlaw hangs on to claim his first win of the year, ahead of Callum Newsham and Sam Laidlaw, who had a lonely race in the end in 3rd. Brad Hutchison, another really good defensive drive. We didn't see as much of it, but he managed to hang on to 4th place. And then it was Luke Sargent, of course, who got ahead of Adam Shepherd for 5th in the closing stages. Shepherd will be, I think, a bit disappointed with that. I know he started from the back. To come from 16th to 6th sounds very impressive, but he was 6th within 2 laps and then just never really got much further up the order than that. Will Beach was next, ahead of Rod McGovern, also from the back of the grid, and George Jackson, with Mark Smith completing the top 10. Jeff Alden won the Gen 1 Cup once again. He extends, therefore, his Gen 1 Cup championship lead in 11th overall, ahead of Alex Jones. Harry Bloor was a couple of laps down. Brian Bensley was in and out of the pit lane trying to solve whatever the issue was with the Lincoln Co. Was in the pit lane actually at the time of the checkered flag, as were Greg Saunders and Finn Leslie, who we believe tangled with Bensley in the early stages of what was a frantic and very competitive race. After qualifying, Paul, I think we expected the race to be close. I'm not sure even I expected it to be that close.
Oh, indeed, it was incredibly close. But, well, you've heard from us in the commentary booth, ladies and gentlemen. Why don't we go down to Parc Ferme to Jack in order to get words from our drivers and hear exactly how close it was.
Oh, I was about to say, you can hear a roar behind me because Steve Laidlaw has just stepped out of the car here. I'm surrounded by TCR drivers, surrounded by very happy area motorsport team people as well. You can see the emotion in Steve Laidlaw's face, hopefully, as he embraces his team. It's an absolutely fantastic race, wasn't it? I mean, he had to absorb all the pressure from Callum Newsham. I had a sort of a plan to say that I feel like Callum worked a lot harder to try and get past Steve than Steve kept Callum behind him, but I don't think that's true based on what I've just seen from Steve. It looks like a massive relief, and we're going to try and make our way through. Sorry, Josh, we're going to try and squeeze through because we've got the live stream, and I want the emotion from Steve Laidlaw to come through straight away. Callum Newsham embraces him. A great opportunity to see the great sportsmanship here at TCR UK, and Steve, hello again. A massive congratulations. That looked like a lot of work and a very deserving race win.
Mate, that was immense pressure from the rear from Callum. Yeah, that was race of my life. Yeah. And to beat Callum fair and square in such a close quarters run battle. Yeah, it's unbelievable.
I was going to say, I think I was here when you were at Thruxton and you had that fantastic race results in all 3 races, and you're almost in tears. This one means just as much, doesn't it?
Yeah, even more. Like Thruxton, a few other people who were really quick on the grid had a bit of bad luck. This just feel like this is a fair victory, and props to Callum.
Yeah.
I won't swear, but he did.
You almost did.
Yeah, I nearly did. He didn't give me an inch. That one mistake and he'd have had me straight away. That was mega.
I was going to say, Andy McEwen in the comments box was saying the car placement from you was perfect every time. It almost looked like you weren't really even trying that hard to defend. That's how cool and calm it looked from outside. Inside, was it a different story?
Yes. Yeah, look, every line was fairly suboptimal. I know that Callum is super good on the brakes, and these things are pointy on the front, so the last part of the lap was 100% his. I was just trying to give him not enough room to shove it up the inside, and it seemed to work, but man, that was a close run thing. Great race.
It's worth noting as well, the Goodyear Diamond Award also has gone to you, but I'm sure the overall race victory probably means that touch more to you. So congratulations, Steve Laidlaw, our race winner. Let's go and have a chat to Callum Newsham, a driver who we saw plenty of in that race. Steve mentioned plenty of their apologies if you can hear the fans. That's fantastic. If you just look behind you, Steve and Sam giving an embrace. Steve the dad, Sam the son. Sam, of course, is on the podium as well. We'll chat to him in a second. But I want to chat to Callum Newsham first. He's chatting to Jack Finland at the moment, but I'm sure he understands that we have to jump in here. Callum, congratulations on second place. I know you gave everything to try and get that top step, but I tell you what, it was a hell of a drive from Steve. It's a hell of a drive from you in the end, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, he drove really well, so well done to him. But yeah, we did the best we could. We were quick through the corners, but just struggling on the straights. But that's just standard with the Hyundai. So, but yeah, I think we did. Well, with the car we've got, I think we did pretty good.
I was going to say, through Brooklands and Lovefield, the car had a real bite to it, didn't it? You could tell that you were catching right up to the back. The problem is that exit and that going into the braking zone just a bit too far away, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we were mightily quick through the complex there in the second last corner and the last corner. But yeah, he just had that edge on me down the straight into the braking zone, so I couldn't really do anything.
But on your performance, though, I mean, you've had two Cupras in qualifying and you sandwiched in between them. You've now got 2 Cupras in the race and you've sandwiched between them. How proud of you with how well you're driving today? Oh yeah, you also got to put the hat on.
No, yeah, I think I'm driving pretty well, the best I've ever driven, getting the most out of this car, and the team we all worked really hard on the set. I've gone away completely what Hyundai have told us to do, to try and keep up with these Cupras. Yeah, I think we're doing a pretty good job.
You definitely are doing a great job. Fantastic, and thank you very much. Second place man, Callum Newsham. Right, there is a third driver I want to chat to, and don't careful Ben, don't get run over by Adam Shepherd's reversing car. He is over here, Sam Laidlaw. Sam, come. I'll be honest, we didn't see that much of you, as you can probably imagine, because it was a little bit no man's land, but it's still a third place.
Yeah, we're quite lonely back there, to be fair, but my own fault. I've just not got the confidence in cold tyres yet that these guys do, but we'll get a next race, hopefully.
I was going to say, the lap times, when you look at the fastest laps that you were putting in, they were very close to those at the front too, and obviously they were pushing themselves to get closer, to get ahead of each other. What do you need to do to gain that confidence, in your opinion? Is it a setup change to turn the tyres on quicker, or do you fear then you would lose the tyres at the end of the race?
I just need to go some more bottle, to be fair. I think that's what it is. I don't think it's anything to do with setup. I think it's just me out the box. I need to get more bottle in me before the second or third lap. Because after that, I was kind of consistently maintaining the gap that was there. Yeah, I think just find my bottle.
Yeah, I was going to say that one thing you can be proud of is, as you mentioned, you were quick towards the end, and when you've not got anybody to tow off, that's quite hard around this circuit.
Yeah, definitely. Plus, there's a few things we've discovered this last couple of days that I've seemed to be getting a little bit less speed on the straights than Dad is. I think to do with aero and my setup, but yeah, I was hindered on the straights today. Plus, I was in the gap with no one there, so I had no toes or anything. But yeah, it was a fun race. Still a podium. I'm not too phased by it.
I was going to say, this time last year you wouldn't have said no to a podium, would you? So let's not begrudge it now.
Yeah, of course not.
Fantastic. Right, Sam Laidlaw, third place in the TCR UK race 1 here at Silverstone. Now, There was also Jeff Alden, who's just walked past me. Jeff Alden, come here, come here. Gen 1 Cup winner. I was about to say I couldn't find you, but then you've just turned up and you have to do an interview.
I was weighing myself.
As you do.
Weighed,
yeah, being weighed. There we go. Jeff, I mean, a great Gen 1 victory. It's been a good season for you so far, hasn't it?
So far it's all right, yeah, we're going okay. We just had a little bit of damage today, which started the weekend off, but other than that, it's fine. We just need to go
What was the
quicker.
damage?
Somebody decided to drive into the side of me.
Yeah, it doesn't help when that happens.
No, so it's one of those. But no, it was good. Yeah, it's like I didn't test yesterday, so this is kind of second test session today. But it's all going well. We've got good tomorrow, so cross my fingers and hope.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Jeff. Your Gen 1 Cup winner. Right, I recorded some interviews with some of the equipped 70s fellas earlier on, and I'm about to get run over. So I'm going to throw to that pre-recording now because the equipped 70s is about to come up and Paul Walsh will be taking you all the way through it. Let's have a look at who I chatted to earlier. For the equipped 70s, we've got a Porsche making an awful lot of noise next to us, but I'm with Liam Pugsley, who's got an absolutely stunning edition of the MG. And honestly, Liam, when you get up close to these, even though you've just been on track, it is absolutely breathtaking, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah. They keep commanded a decent quality of car. They have to be presented well, representative for the era and the type of racing we're doing.
It's important, isn't it, really, that cars like this still get a chance to drive on circuits like this as well, isn't it? Because a lot of people, this is what motorsport's all about.
Yeah, definitely. You know, a lot of people have classics for different reasons. You know, weekend drives, garage queens. Yeah, we like to get them out and race them.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's the nerves. When the Civics, when the TCRs and all them go out, obviously there's nerves about they want to win a championship. This is a series, not a championship. But is there nerves about keeping a car like this as pristine as what it looks right now?
Yeah, just for two reasons. One, because it's such a nice car. Two, costs, keep the cost down. And yeah, like, you know, we're not in a championship. We all want to win. You know, there's competition within the grid. But, you know, we're all out for a good time. And, yeah, like I say, gentlemen racing is nice.
It's not a series, but there are multiple rounds, of course. Have you been on any of this sort of this year? Is this your second or third sort of time out? Or?
Yeah, third time out. So we were on the Indy circuit, end of March. Then we was at Cadwell. So first time for me at Cadwell, which was great. And then, yeah, this is the third round for the Equipe 70s.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, Liam, for having a chat to us. Right, back to you, Paul, for the actual race.
Thank you, Jack. And well, ladies and gentlemen, the tempo will calm down for a brief moment, but we've still got plenty to go this afternoon because next up on our schedule is the Equipe Classic Racing at 70s, and it's a 40-minute race which is double the length, if not almost triple the length, of the previous races we've had this afternoon. But after our Equipe Racing, we will also have the Mini Challenge Club Sport, and then it will be the Track Action Racing Club, the Heroes of FF1600 Sprint Series, and the Junior Saloons Car Championship. So we've got plenty to come still, but now we wind back the clock. We go from modern racing machines all the way back to 70s machines, and this is your grid for what is the Equipe 70s fifth round of their series for this season. Coming off the back of Cadwell Park and into Silverstone is Simon Watts, who is on pole position in the Datsun 240Z ahead of Robert Cole in his Ford Escort RS 1800. Liam Pugsley, who we heard from only moments ago in that interview, lines up in third in his MGB GT8 ahead of Robbie Bernberg, I should say, in the Porsche 911. A bit of a story about that one I'll tell you about midway through the race if we can. Bob Rowe starts on what is row number 3 in the Lotus Elan S3 ahead of Anthony Reilly, who starts 6th in a fellow Lotus Elan there. There's going to be a bit of a good scrap between them. John Pearson lines up 7th in the Ford Escort RS 1600 ahead of Stephen McGee in the MGB, and your top 10 is completed by John Alexander in the Porsche 911 ST and Nick Brayshaw on the Ford Capri V6. So that's your first 5 rows of the grid, but we've still got one more set of cars to go through, and that is on row 6 of 6, 12 cars, because 11th will be Ian Worry Thomas in his MGB Roadster, and then we do have the MGB of Paul Ogborn, who completes the field. Now, for those who are not acquainted with the Equipe Classic Racing 70 series, well, this is a series dedicated to 1966 through to 1981 sports, GT, GTS and touring cars. We have split into 6 group classes and split into further engine classes, but we won't go too deep into those classifications at the moment for the simple reason that with regards to their race procedure, well, you'll notice they're going around in double file formation here because they will begin their race by a rolling start after a single formation lap, and that is about to get underway in terms of the rolling start, because the safety car is gradually pulling away right now, and it will be to our pole sitter to take us to the green for what will be 40 minutes of racing. And Simon Watts there in that Datsun 240Z. Look at it on the left, ladies and gentlemen. Now that embodies the equipped 70s, no doubt about it. But let's not also forget there about Robert Cole's machine on the right. Well, without further ado, here we go then for what will be their race of the day. And it's go, go, go for what is round number 5 of the Quick Classic Racing 70 Series for 2025. And it's a great start there from Simon Watts as they make the way in towards turn number 1. But it's an even better start there from Robert Cole, who gets ahead into the opening corner, clears the field as they make the way on through. And as they now come into what will be turn number 2 in short order, we'll see all the field as it segues its way into the heavy braking zone for Maggots. And onto those anchors they'll go. And well, already Cole open up a sizable gap there in the Ford Escort. But we can see what's tucking in behind. And then it is going to be Pugsley and Bernberg. They're completing the top 4 as they come on through, albeit as they roll off the corner now. Everyone's starting to settle down nice and early here in these older machines. Albeit we've got a bit of a slow run now, I believe, what is one of our MGB drivers. I think that's McKee in the all-yellow machine, who's had a bit of a slow exit coming out of what is turn number 2, unless I'm mistaken. And well, just in front of them is the 2 Lotus Salans there, going practically almost side by side, coming into what will be Brooklands corner there. And that is still grow ahead of Relay, and lovely little cars there, the British manufacturer of Lotus. And we're coming out of that corner and onwards towards the end of this lap. We see towards the back a little bit of a growing side-by-side mode there, but all the field coming around to complete their first lap. But look at these lands right now, the 717 there of what is really moving forward, but he's being chased very closely there by Rowe, who started ahead of him but is now trying to come back as they go into turn number 1. And Witchy Lands will lead the way out the corner. I think that might have just been what is Rowe getting ahead there, but we'll see that confirmation. We do make our way up towards what will be Maggots hairpin, as we also see the Ford Capri there a little bit further back coming on down. That was the Capri of Brayshaw, but under braking they go in towards turn number 2. And well, now the field gradually starts to spread out here, and well, the racing now starts to settle down a little bit, and we start talking a little bit more about these cars and also the whole ethic behind the Quick Classic Racing 70 Series, which our interview of Pugsley was talking about a little bit earlier on. But in fact we may not be able to here, because it looks like whilst Cole had that absolutely lightning start, well, Simon Watts meanwhile is now starting to close up there in the Datsun. And I did have the chance to catch up with Simon Watts in the build up to today, and he was saying to me about the fact that the pride he was absolutely beaming with regards to that 240Z machine, and the fact that it was the first ever car that he raced in. It was his first ever race at Brands Hatch all the way back in I believe it was 2014, unless I'm mistaken, and he took victory there in what was partnership with Roberto Jordan Ely. And well, since then he has been continuing to run that machine on a regular basis for the best part of the last decade, albeit in a couple of seasons where that Datsun has been in storage, but for the most part he's been out there racing, and he absolutely loves driving it because he considers it to be more than the sum of its parts. It's one of those cars that once you're behind the wheel of it, you can absolutely enjoy it. And there he is giving chase right now to that number 7 Escort as they make their way out of what is turn number 2. And well, very different classes of machinery of course, and the one thing he was saying is the fact that what the Datsun lacks on the straight, it makes up for in the corners. And well, we saw that with the straight line speed start in towards turn number 1 that the Cole had in what was the Ford Escort RS, in the fact he was just able to blast away. And meanwhile the Datsun by comparison taking a bit more time to get up to speed, but it's in the corners where it makes up all that time. And well, that working out very nicely there as he makes his way on through Luffield corner. Now, with regards to the class classifications, if you are wondering what the different colorations are on the time and tail on the left-hand side of your screen, well, they are the best part of what is 5 classes, well, in fact 6 classes, I should say, for the Quick Classic Racing 70s, and whereby you have Group 1s, which are FIA period specification touring cars, running on Dunlop post-historic tyres. And those Group 1s out there, do we have any Group 1s today? No, we do not, so don't worry too much about those Group 1s. But we also do have Group 2s out there, of which the leading Group 2 is in the Lotus Land Company of Rowe, with Reedy right behind him. And in terms of those Group 2s, they are FIA period specification touring cars that are running on period slicks. But meanwhile, coming on to Class 3, well, you're seeing one of them, that's your race leader at the moment of Cole. And well, with regards to Robert Cole's car, why it's considered to be Group 3 is the fact that it is a GT or GTS car of the period running on Dunlop post-historic tyres. Group 4s, well, that's going to be in the likes of what's this car there, and those Group 4s are essentially GT and GTS cars of period running on period slick tyres, where everything including the tyres is looking to the periods. and well, as our drivers make the way on through there, then we do have Group M, which is new for 2025, and you do have 2 M cars on the grid. That'll be McKee in the MGB, and also the MGB Roadster of Warwick Thomas, that's sitting all the way down in what is 11th position at the moment, and those are modified cars of the period, running with any treaded road tyre. They have to use the original chassis and monocoque, but other than that, they can make certain modifications to the car. And Group R's, and we do have, I believe, one Group R out there. It's the last year runners, that's in the MGB of Ogbourne. Well, Group R's are road-going cars of the period, running on tyres from where it's a specified list by Motorsport UK. So a whole medley of car classes out there. But for the colour schemes, in terms of those classes, well, Group 3 is denoted by the purple background, yellows are Group 4s, the greys meanwhile would be indicated as Group M's, and well, you do also have the Group R's, which are Ogbourne in the blue, and I believe you've also got the light blue or the aqua blue, so that's Rowan Reilly in the Lands, and they would be considered what is your Group 2 machines. But the idea is this is just as much a celebration of these older cars as it is about them going racing, and it's a very different style of race in the fact that you won't be seeing door-to-door contact between the drivers as they make their way around here. They won't be intending to make door-to-door contact for the simple reason these cars, well, they're historical, they want to preserve them, they want to celebrate the fact that these cars were raced in the period, and therefore this is gentlemanly racing, which some of you may be sat there right now and thinking, well, gentlemanly racing, is there going to be as much action? Well, the thing is, this is a different calibre of racing, and arguably it's just as challenging, if not more challenging, because the idea is you want to push the car to its limits, but older machines, they can be very, very testy to your driver's ability, and well, in doing so, by testing your abilities and running it well, the idea being here is that you earn the right to make the overtake by getting close to the guy or girl in front of you, and therefore you might be able to get alongside, give him plenty of space and look for a move. And here's a prime example, as that is going to be Watts looking up the inside of Cole, but you notice they're backing off a little bit more, whereas if they were in cars which could run door to door, they would be potentially looking at a little bit of a dive up the inside there in towards what was Brooklands corner. But Watts backing out there, but demonstrating just how much that Datsun can run and look to be quite capable if he gets close enough. So as they make their way through, that's definitely going to be our fun battle for first and second between Cole and Watts as they make the way on around. But as they head on towards what will be turn number 1, well, meanwhile here we do see Pugsley in the 146 coming on through. He's the leader of what is your Group M class, so that being the modified cars of the period, and well, that MGB right now absolutely looking lovely as he makes his way into turn number 1 through the right-hander. And I must admit, I have a personal affinity with MGBs because, and well, I won't talk about it for too long, so I want to talk more about the cars, but MGBs were the first cars that I ever covered in my commentary career all the way up at Snetterton 2 years ago, so therefore they are the car that I associate with regards to enjoying commentary and motorsport. But coming from talking about a little bit about me to talking more about these cars, was we do have now, I believe that might be the car of what is, unless I'm mistaken, is that Ogbourne's car going slow? No, I think that's the Ford Capri of Brayshaw there in what is 12th or 10th place, going quite slowly and sensitively through Luffield corner. Well, his rivals around him are on the lead lap. They're not going to want to step on his toes too much, and he decides to get out of the way nice in there. But the Ford Capri, that V6 machine, goodness me, it does take me back to some old photos that I've seen of cars of yesteryears compared to the machines we do see out on our roads these days. But lovely to see these machines making their way on out there as they roll their way onto another lap. But you will naturally see as well, ladies and gentlemen, that over time with the drivers at the front of the field, they will put a lap, if not multiple laps, on cars further down the field, because some of these cars are able to run at certain speeds. It is very open, it should be pointed out, with regards to how much power these cars have. They are not restricted, there is not a balance of performance per se, they are running the cars as per period, and that's why you're seeing our 2 leaders here absolutely roaring off into the distance, and the rest of the field meanwhile gradually falling further and further back. But they'll enjoy their own racing amongst each other and their own challenge of nursing these cars for the best part of 40 minutes, and that's what makes a classic race in the 70s so interesting, the fact that you are seeing these cars out there, very, very old cars compared to other machinery we'll see here today, but these cars still racing strong and looked after very well. As the drivers make the way on around, well, hopefully at some point we might be able to get some view of what is our 4th place runner of, I do believe, at Bernberg, and we are talking a little bit about the Porsche 911 2.8 RSR that's running out there as they make the way through. And meanwhile, that is a different Porsche you see there going into turn number 1, and I believe that is the Porsche 911 ST of Alexander, who's in 8th place, having a lap put on him as they come on around and up towards what will be turn number 2. We also do see there what is the car just in front, and that's one of our MGBs carrying on there. I believe that's the MGB of Ogbourne, the road-going car that is running on what is racing tyres, enjoying its way through. But looking at that lovely 47 of Alexander. Coming around, and absolutely they're being run all the way to the outside of the circuit. And well, as you can see there, one of the air-cooled Porsches, but the fact it does have the vent over the rear there. Well, remembering, of course, these early Porsches having the engine sat right towards the back of the car. It's always been the mantra of the German marque, which is rather than mid-engine rear-wheel drive, which is perhaps more common in race cars these days. Porsche always going for rear-engine rear-wheel drive, so put the engine over that rear axle. That's what denotes it being a rear engine rather than mid-engine, where it's before the front axle but behind the driver, and you do rear-wheel drive in terms of you deliver the power through the rear wheels. Add that together and you have the best cornering car possible, in the fact you've got all the weight in the back of the car, so that gives it its natural rotation, and then when you get the power down you get the traction over the rear wheels, and therefore you have to manage what is oversteer rather than understeer, which we saw from our TCR UK machines earlier on. They're all about front engine front wheel drive, so very different drivetrain and very different style of machinery. As they make the way on the round and on through, well, of course, we'd just like to remind you that this broadcast is available live on both what is the British Automobile Racing Club YouTube channel, also the TCR UK YouTube channel, and we are looking at the chat every so often, so don't be shy, feel free to say hi, and if you have got any questions regarding these machines, we will do our best to answer them, as we do meanwhile have a question to answer there, and that is Carl having to defend in the middle of the road versus what is what, as right now the battle of the Ford Escort versus what is the Datsun 240Z is definitely turning up a little bit here, and I think Cole wants to hold this position as much as possible, but Watts is being made to work harder and harder as he gets closer and closer, and well, right now definitely for what is Simon Watts, just trying to make sure he can get close and stay close all the way through the corners, so that way when that Escort is able to deploy its superior power down the straight, well, Watts is not too far behind, but he looks to the inside, too wide on in, and well, we'll come back to that shortly as we do look to the little Lotus Elan there, the 116 of Rowe, class leader in what is Group 2, and as he makes his way on down there, well, right now a tiny car compared to a good number of cars on this grid. I mean, they're all much smaller than the modern day car, we should say, but Rowe's car definitely there. That Elan, well, it is so thin out there, you'd be amazed that they were able to get at least 2 people in the cars of that era, but they could, and well, that Elan carrying on. But then coming back to our leaders, well, there's the update to say that Cole was able to hold off Watts, but again, Watts getting a really good run there, coming out of what is Maggots onto the Wellington straight, looking around the outside this time, and well, in the end, Cole just naturally coming over to his racing line, so still nose to tail as they make the way on through. Through the left and into the right-hander. Well, as they come on around here, there's no change at the moment. Now, if this is a series, not a championship, what does that mean to the uninitiated, I hear you ask? Well, in a championship, you score points at every round. At the end of the season, you will receive always a prize if you're the winner of the championship with the most points, or perhaps the second and third. In a series, there's no such point scoring. The idea is you turn up at each race weekend, you go racing, as we see what's there deciding, did he want to go racing in turn 1 or not? And I think right now, the devil on his shoulder, or the racing driver on his right-hand shoulder, is definitely saying to him, go on, you can make a move into Cops Bend, and he decides not to as they make the way on through. But coming on down in towards what is the braking zone, it looks up the inside there versus Cole. It gets very, very tight between the two of them. Well, again, this is the point here in the fact that it is what is gentlemanly racing, albeit they are pushing it to the limit here. Oh, where's the gentleman's agreement as they roar the way down towards what is turn number 3. And right now, well, Watts gets the better run out the corner, but of course Cole will have the second stage of the straightaway, builds up the speed, but in the end Watts does get ahead. He gets it stopped under braking. Well, Cole will go deep here intentionally to get a later apex and try and hang it all the way around the outside to get the inside uphill. Too wide they go, and in the end as they come on through, well, I think there both drivers wanted it, but Watts just wanted it a little bit more as they come on around and up towards what will be a Woodcock corner. So it is going to be Simon Watts now leading ahead of Robert Cole. So the Datsun does take lead ahead of the Ford Escort, and as they make the way onto the start village straight, well, we still do have the best part of what is 26.5 minutes to go, and I suspect plenty more racing. Now, talking a little bit more about this race format, for those of you who have been following this series this year so far, you may recall that for the first visit back in March at Brands Hatch Indy, there were 2 races, and the same at Cadwell Park in April. So here today, we've only got a 40-minute race, but what does that mean in terms of changing things up? Well, it does mean that with regards to this race, we will be seeing a pit stop being made, and that pit window will open between 15 minutes from the start of the race, so when we do have 25 minutes remaining in the race, as denoted by the top left corner of your screen above the timing tower, and what is when we only have what is 30 minutes from the start of the race. So when there are 10 minutes left in the race, they should have completed their pit stops. That is the pit window. So when the clock in the top left says 25 or less, all the way through to when it hits 10 minutes remaining, at which point the pit window closes. Drivers must come into the pits. The car must remain stationary for 45 seconds. They are not permitted to refuel the car, so they will be starting this race on the full race fuel tank. However, some drivers may have a driver pairing, and what you will see here is there is a driver pairing. They will have to swap driver, as we do get a new fastest lap here as they come across that timeline. And what's now really starting to open up the tanks on the 240Z, the Datsun 83 there, now up to a 1 minute 4.523, absolutely flying. As meanwhile we come to a little bit of a moment here between what is the Elan there of, I believe that's the Elan of Rowe, and then we do have the Ford Capri there of Brayshaw. They are on slightly different laps, but you can see that Elan just absolutely dancing its way away as they make their way onwards towards what is turn number 3. But as they charge the way down, we're heading in towards the braking zone for that left-hander. And well, we are going to very shortly come to them, and that is going to be what's going up the inside there of what is the Capri coming through. You can see the Ford Escort now of Cole starting to fall away. But again, keep in mind as well with the older machinery, the fact that some drivers out here may not want to push the machinery as hard as others, in the fact that these cars, well, they can definitely still do the racing. You're seeing that on your screen right now. If they couldn't do the racing, they wouldn't be here. But some drivers will be cognizant of the fact that they may not want to stress the machine as much as others. But still, it's great to see them all out there in that wonderful camera shot as they come in towards turn number 1. All of the cars line astern there as they make their way through. And, well, the number 83 absolutely gliding away right now, as we do see Ogborn's MGB there just being caught up the road racing car. We've got the Elan there, of which Road tucking in behind. And then we do have what is that sunsetting mode of the Capri as they come down into the braking zone there for turn number 2. But right now, looking at the Ford Escort there of the number 7, Cole looking very happy behind the wheel. The quite boxy and bulky machine, albeit one of the innovative designs of the time, making the way on through here. Right now, Watts carrying on his way as they head in towards that braking zone for turn number 3 once again today. But making the way on around, I do suspect we may, in a bit of time, potentially get some camera shots of our Porsches out there. And, well, there is a bit of a story to be told with regards to what is Bernberg's car out there. Not particularly because I spoke to Bernberg, but I spoke to one of his engineers earlier on. And when we do come to his car in due course over this race, I'll tell you a bit of a story there that his engineer Chris was telling me about. And the fact that running these machines out there, you may be wondering just how challenging and expensive it is to get the right parts. We'll tell you about that in due course. But still, as we do see there, what is one of our drivers being passed, the Capri being passed there by what was, I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, that was Pearson's Ford Escort RS 1600 pushing onwards, the 2.0 Zach Speed machine. Well, there we do come to the 47, and that is Alexander's Porsche 911 ST that right now just managed itself, runs a little bit deep there, lets the Datsun of Watts go, and I believe that is our first pit stop as the pit window opened 2 minutes ago, and that was the car of what is Rory Thomas coming on in. The MGB Roadster makes its way down pit lane, and right now as it makes its way down, which is so short in terms of the car, it doesn't stand that high from the road that we practically lose it behind the pit lane barrier. And indeed, just a sign of how low cars were back in that era, and even more so low, of course, because it is meant to be what is a period of racing car, so they would have been lowered on the suspension to minimise the ride height. But as I try to head on through, well, there into the pits also comes number 7, that's Cole coming on through, and in fact it looks like Cole had been closing up there for a couple of laps. In fact, looking at the time deltas over the last couple of laps and lap times, yes, Cole had been closed up at half a second a lap for the last 3 laps, so whilst Watts had been able to run away, we hadn't been able to run away that far as they head onwards. But going onwards, Watts is still out there. I can imagine he'll want to stay out there for quite some time. He'll probably want to split the race evenly here. I do believe he's a single driver, he's not part of a driver pairing, so therefore he's got all the 40 minutes to do, and he'll want that 45-second break when the time's right. But coming on around, and well, as our driver makes his way onto the Wellington straight here, just opens up the taps, and we can see the Elan there making its way on through, the lovely little Elan, and that is the Elan, unless I'm very much mistaken, of really there, the number 717 Lotus Elan S3, making its way up towards the next corner. But coming on around there, and as we head towards the halfway point, well, a new personal best of our number 3 of Bernberg, the full place runner, and well, as it tries to roar onwards, and we do see there Watts making his way out of our camera and on towards the next one. And as our cameraman plays catch up there to the flying Datsun 240, so it's going that quickly that our cameraman is having a bit of difficulty to keep it up. Who can blame them, to be fair? And we do see here what is the little yellow MGB, and I think that is the number, oh goodness me, I think that was the number 18 making its way through there. We don't have an 18 out there, so my eyesight does deceive me. But as we then look to what is then going to be, that is the number 77, and that's the car of what is Pearson. Well, he carries on his way. He's yet to come into the pits, and Pearson in the Ford Escort RS 1600 2.0 exact speed in reference to 2-litre engine and roaring his way on through. Well, there are subclasses with regards to these machines out there, whereby depending on the size of the engine, they'll be classified in classes 1 through to 6, albeit they're not our racing classes here, whereby you can have cars all the way below what is 1.5 litres, all the way up to cars in excess of 4.1 litre engines, or what is 4,100cc. But as our 116 makes his way on around there with a single pipe exhaust, Alan, well, roaring his way on around, and then we did see briefly what was our third place runner of Bernberg coming through. Well, meanwhile, on screen, ladies and gentlemen, we do have Simon Watts into the pit lane in the number 83, and well, I think he's making his way to his pit stop there for a well-deserved 45-second break. But of course, we do have a question, and that is where exactly it will be. Where will we see what is the Ford Escort of Cole making its way on around? Because, of course, he will go effectively a lap down because of the pit stop time. They've got the 45-second stationary time plus the entry into the pits plus the exits. You would imagine that is going to be worth approximately, if my rough estimate is correct, it's going to be a best part of 65 to 70 seconds of time end-to-end the pit lane. And therefore, we will see Cole make his way back around. But when he does so, will he be leading or will he come back out in second? Well, he takes a bit of a wide track limit there, deciding to push a little bit harder. Perhaps he's quite eager now to make an impression and get back ahead of Watts to deliver some more gentlemanly racing. But he'll be absolutely hustling that car as best as he feels he can do so as he heads into that braking zone. And as the pit window remains open at the moment and our classic machines continue to make the way on through, well, definitely the 20 minutes of the race so far going very quickly. We've still got plenty more time in this race to come, and I wouldn't be surprised here if we do see potentially some more side-by-side moments, as we do see the lovely Erlen machine making its way across the line. And that was the machine there, I believe, of McKee. And, well, as we do see there, what is the Atlanta making its way on around, and well, I believe that is the 717 there, absolutely tiny compared to the Ford Escort coming up behind it. Is that little Lotus Elan in the hands of Really, but he's navigating it through Cops Bend as if it comes natural to the car. And oh goodness me, that is a moment there. I believe that is coming out of the left field corner, and he'll throw up the hands in the air there for the driver. That is the 116 of Rowe, I think, making a bit of an error, and perhaps they're just chiding himself over a little bit of an error. I don't think there's been any contact on the car I can see, so I think Pratt's just got a little bit too eager on the throttle pedal coming out of turn number 4. Very light machine, and we're going to cut to a replay, ladies and gentlemen, as to what exactly happened. And here we go. So it was kind of, oh goodness me, on a tight exit there, side by side, almost with the Ford Escort of what was Pearson. And well, I think you might have felt as though there perhaps some more rumours should be given, but at the same time, both drivers will have their own story to tell there, and we're not going to put any more faults in it. If it's felt that it needs to go to the stewards, it'll be the job of the stewards in order to do so. But as they head onwards and in towards what will be turn number 1, there's the number 90 being passed. When the number 50 being passed, that is Warrior Thomas, and there is your car of the Datsun there of Watts making its way on through. And intriguingly, as a result of the pit stop, Watts has come back out behind Cole, so we are going to see that battle once again for the lead of this race as they make the way closer and closer towards the end. But we've still got 17.5 minutes left on the clock, an empty start finish straight, but non-empty run into maggots. And there's your two leaders, ladies and gentlemen, strategy wise. Pugsley may be leading on track, but Cole has made the jump in the pits over Watts, and now Watts is trying to come back at him. But how long will it take for Watts to get back on through? If he can do so, well, he's got the run here coming down the Wellington Straight, and I wonder whether Cole is letting it go. Well, if he is, he's not letting it go that easily. We thought he might have been lifting off a little bit there, given the speed difference, but in fact, Cole absolutely putting the car in the middle of the road and saying to Watts, you're going to have to work a little bit harder than that if you want to get past me. Was they make the way on through, coming on past what is the little yellow MGB, and onwards towards what will be turn number 1 they go, roaring the way on through and in towards the braking zone. No change at the moment is there as Watts falls back, but Cole right now, absolutely, Robert Cole, showing that he's here not just to finish second to Simon Watts' Datsun, but he wants to take that Ford Escort all the way to the top stop of the podium. But coming on through the right-hander, and I can hear right now in my right ear that our broadcast director, where he's having a little bit of memorabilia with regards to all these older machines out on circuit. It's so great to see it evokes memories. But there's one Ford up the inside of another, as that's the Escort diving. Oh goodness me, as that is a big moment under braking there, and Rob Cole goes around, and well, it's understandable as to why that may have happened. I think there as he just gradually gets himself back up to speed, makes sure the car doesn't stall, and then just brings it back on. Obviously, as well, he'll do a bit of a mental check there to go to himself, okay, is the car okay? Am I okay? And then he'll make his way on through. But the number 7 driver there, I think just on that inside line, under heavy braking into the Maggot's hairpin, just carrying a bit too much speed, came off the brakes, and in doing so quite aggressively, the rear of the car just let go, because the rear brakes let go before the front brakes did. Not they were locked up, but the idea is that they didn't release all at the same time, so the rear of the car felt all the weight suddenly pitched forward to the front, brakes lift off, and then the rear of the car just simply says, right, I'm ready to go round. The front of the car says, well, I'm not, so the front wants to go straight on, the rear comes round, and that's what happened there to what was Cole's car. It just simply went around, snapped on itself, but he's all back up and running. He's not coming into the pit lane, so therefore he's happy, albeit he'll be a little bit unhappy that he's let Simon Watts go, because I think the two of them were definitely going to have a little bit of a ding-dong battle. But of course, it could be also slightly warm tyres there as well, causing the Escort to go around. But as he makes his way into Cops Bend, where it looks as though right now for West Cole, car's looking fine as he comes through the sweeping medium right-hander, and well, therefore it does seem to be a Ford Escort that is a little bit wounded in terms of its pride, but right now he's going to get it back on form and absolutely try and take things in his stride. But rolling through the right-hander, well, coming from what was our previous leader to our now current leader, because we have had the pit stop for Pugsley, who's dropped back to 3rd, and well, our top 3 being the leaders of the 3 classes of Class 4, Class 3 and what is Class M. Although saying that, Bernberg I think just moved up to 3rd place. He's got ahead of Pugsley, and well, has Bernberg had his pit stop yet, I wonder? Yes, he has. I double check over my right-hand shoulder, so everyone has served their pit stops, even though we do have what is the best part of 4.5 minutes left on it. It's a bit of a side-by-side moment there, as we do see Cole making his way up the inside of our little MGB, and that's the MGB, the little yellow machine, 49er McKee, and well, as he comes up towards what will be the start-finish line, while our leader making his way around and onwards towards another lap. As our drivers continue to roar on through here, of course, maintaining what is these cars over 40 minutes of race distance is a unique challenge in itself, in the fact they are running period accurate tyres, and with period accurate machinery as well, they don't have access to a lot of the modern electronics we associate in cars. For example, anti-lock braking systems, so ABS, and traction control systems, or TCS, so therefore they do have to drive these cars as they would have been driven in the period, and that makes them very challenging. The fact that really it's about the driver modulating the aspects of the throttle pedal, the brake pedal. You don't want to be too aggressive on the brakes, you need to be smooth on your brake application. With your throttle application as well, you want to gradually feed the throttle in as you exit corners. You don't want to stamp the throttle down, because the car's not going to be very willing. But as we do see our drivers making their way on through there, that's where the skill comes in, and the gentlemanly racing side of the things as well just makes it absolutely entertaining, as we do see what is there. The 47 of Alexander, a lap down the leaders, but carrying on there in 3rd place in what is class number 4. But as we do see our drivers continue to roar on through and up towards what will be the closing stage of this race, well, our drivers continue to make their way around, and we look to the number 50 of what is Warry Thompson there, Warry Thomas I should say, as I get my Thomases and Thompsons mixed up. And right now the little MGB carrying on its way, the MGB Roadster there in that lovely ruby red coloration, and we also do see where's one of our other drivers making their way on through. But back to our leader we go, and right now Simon Watts, the only thing between him and taking a victory in this race at Silverstone National is him making a mistake by the looks of things, or something out of his control getting out of hand very rapidly. But as he does so, and upwards he goes, finding another one of our machines out there. I believe that might be the car of Ogborn that he's coming up behind there, as the road MGB just gets ready to step aside. In fact, I don't think it's Ogborn next, it's a slightly different colour on Ogborn's car. Light green there, as we do get a lovely fade out shot. But as we do look to what is the Max corner, brilliant to see here the number 3, and there's a bit of a story about this car, so hopefully we do stay with our 3rd place runner for a little bit of time, because just to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, if you're sat there right now thinking, with regards to these cars, how much does it cost to be out there? Is it extortionate? Is it the case that parts are in minimum supply? Well, when I had the chance to catch up with what was the chief engineer of this machine, Robbie Bernberg, obviously being the driver. When I had the chance to speak to what was Chris, his engineer from JS Motorsport, a team based in St Albans, he was saying to me about the fact that this is an absolutely amazing car to work on, and for a car of its period, you'd think, well, given how old the car is, there's not going to be parts in supply. However, particularly over the last decade, ladies and gentlemen, for those unaware with regards to the classic car scene, what has happened is because so many people now are getting into the restoration of older cars, particularly from cars of 20 plus years ago, or in the case here of our 66 through to 1981 cars, the best part of 50 years ago, 50 plus or give or take, the idea is that a lot of companies now are actually reproducing parts for these machines purposely, so that way people who are looking to do restorations and take these cars into classic racing series such as what you're seeing here today with the equipped classic racing 70s, all those parts are readily available. Now, you did point out to me, Chris, that to get those specific parts of the car, they are expensive, and that's why you don't see perhaps as many of these Porsches making its way through, the Porsche 911 2.8 RSR in particular, because cars like this, when you're looking for certain parts, you are talking in what is the hundreds, if not the thousands of pounds in order to get the right parts, whereas perhaps for other cars out there, such as, for example, the MGBs, they may be in the tens to hundreds of pounds in terms of the parts, but the point being, the parts are now more readily in supply and manufacturers are really getting behind the revival of the classic car racing scene. And here's another Porsche out there as well, another example, a fine example, the 47 of Alexander, the Porsche 911 ST, as he makes his way on around. And we would have seen even more Porsches on the grid this weekend, but unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, the JS Motorsport team not able to bring all 4 cars that you do have at their disposal here, but we have got the treat of a couple of Porsches around here, some being brought by independents, as well as what is dedicated, what is teams and engineers out there. But the point being that classic car racing is definitely coming very much alive over the course of what has been the last 10 to 15 years, and it just goes to show, and the fact that manufacturers are getting behind the idea of bringing more parts available, so that way amateurs at home, independents, racing teams can do this, restore the cars and go racing. Well, that's what we do love to see. And the last thought on that as well, if you haven't been following the news recently, Toyota, albeit no Toyotas on this running order, but Toyota actually announced through their GR division recently in Japan that they are also opening up an all-new car restoration campaign where they're intentionally manufacturing older parts. So if the German marks can get behind it, such as Porsche, so can the Japanese. And as we come to, of course, what is the Datsun 240Z, and a big thank you to our cameraman and director for giving us the chance to see the lovely green number 3 Porsche there for a good period of time, to really talk to you about that story of the fact that classic car racing and restoration is becoming such a big thing to manufacturers these days. Well, we're seeing a prime example here of that Datsun absolutely roaring on, as it's going to share the same screen at real estate as what is our number 3 Porsche there as they make their way in towards turn number 1. But coming on through, the pit window has now closed, and well, with the pit window closing, it does mean it's going to be one of the situations whereby it's going to be a situation now where they'll look to try and exchange places as quickly as they can, albeit as they come down to braking. Well, we can see there what will be our driver Bernberg just defending that inside line at the moment, albeit I think Watts is now going to cut round to the inside, and therefore it's going to be Bernberg who just gives him all the space. It will be an exchange of track position, albeit we do see that Watts is already a lap up on Bernberg, so he is now going to be putting that lap formally on him as they come down in towards that braking zone and in towards what will be turn number 3. But coming down then into the closing 8 minutes plus a final lap of this race to go. Well, for those wondering, I do see there are a couple of questions in what is the VARC YouTube chat with regards to what about the prototype races. Well, we will be seeing classic prototypes out on circuit as well from the equipped classic racing series, but those will be tomorrow, not today, as I double check over my shoulder to make sure. But yes, we've got plenty of what is equipped classic racing this weekend, but you've got the 70s here on screen right now, and you will see the sports prototypes as of tomorrow afternoon. But as I try and make the way through, we look to the number 7 there of Cole as he makes his way on around through the right-hander of turn number 4 and up towards Woodcotter 5. Indeed, only 5 corners here at the Silverstone National Circuit, and well, as he heads up towards that line there, we do get what is a bit of vacant space there, albeit very quickly we do pick up some cars, and it is going to be what is our MGB there of what is the 146 making its way on around, and well, the 146 just sliding its way on through. And it is going to be the 146 there, very happily just making his way around for Liam Pugsley, the 4th place runner, as we do see a bit of a 2x2 coming down in towards turn number 3. And I believe that, oh goodness me, that is a big slide there from Simon Watts. And I think not knowing which way to go there under braking, given the fact that 2 cars on his right hand side, and as he makes his way on and around what will be the Capri there, and that Capri just steering clear on the inside line coming through turn number 4, that Capri being at Brayshaw. Onwards they go, and as they do, well, hold up a second, ladies and gentlemen, we do have what is a lap penalty being applied of 3 laps to McKee, and I believe that is for McKee potentially not serving his pit stop within the pit window, unless I'm mistaken. We are trying to understand. Well, I'm not quite sure. I haven't got a reason for why we are going to be seeing the number 49 in 10th place of McKee receiving a 3-lap penalty come the end of the race. But when I did go for the regulations, I do believe I do believe that the 3-lap penalty being applied to any driver who did not take their pit stop within the dedicated pit window or didn't take the pit stop as expected, and well, we haven't quite got them on screen at the moment, but that's what's happened to McKee as we do see what's making its way on down. But what's right now, it all went very sideways earlier on and coming into what was turn at number 3, only a lap ago, albeit it's nowhere near as sideways this time. He gets the car completely under control. I think Simon Watt was there just having a bit of a moment where he decided to push it hard, push it harder, and then push it on its limits. But then again, the car right now, 34 minutes into this race plus a formation lap, I can imagine that right now in his mind, he's been thinking to himself, okay, the car's perhaps giving me some feedback, as we do see the 49 there, that's the yellow MG of McKee, and well, as he makes his way around, he's the driver who does have the 3-lap penalty pending on him, and I believe that is for not conforming to the pit stop regulations. Well, we did see him come into the pits in the pit window, so perhaps it was the stationary times being missed by what is a fraction of a second, and that's always one of those things as well, is when you do have a timed pit stop of 45 seconds, well, you have the stopwatch there, but the problem is, you want to try and get as close as possible, 45 seconds, but go even a tiny bit too soon, and you are going to be subject to that penalty no matter how minor the infraction. But we don't know the formal word as to why the penalty has been applied, so therefore we're only going to guesstimate, and we'll stop the estimation there. But as our drivers continue to make their way through, it does look as though now all the battling out there may be coming to what is a bit of a halt, albeit I think we do have a couple of drivers who are quite close together further down the order. We might be able to get a view of what is Reilly's Lotus Land and Alexander's Porsche 911 running close together, but we will see a little bit later on. But all the drivers are enjoying their run, and as they do in towards what will be at the start-finish line, well, there is one of our Lotus Lands, and there's the other one, and I believe that is Reilly's pulled away, but as they make the way around, and well, from them, we are waiting to see whether we will see what is the 41 and the 49 coming through, because they were running quite close together. Brayshaw and McKee were running pretty much right on top of each other. But I don't think they are close together, right together, as we do see the 49 there, and I believe that is Brayshaw. Yes, that's the Capri as they head across the timeline, and well, right now they're separated by the best part of what is a second, but they're running in a battle for 9th place here, and it looks like the Capri gradually pulling away previously, but that last, well, in fact, he is pulling away at the moment, is Brayshaw, albeit McKee falling back by half a second. And here they come down to the braking zone. And we're two very different styles of car here, two very different approaches to how they deploy their power, and making their way on through the right hander. Well, right now, the little MGB here, absolutely tiny, very nimble through the corners, but doesn't have the straight line speed. But the Capri, meanwhile, well, it's got a bit more performance there. It's V6 engine as he makes his way up towards what will be turn number 3. And well, these 4 Capris now very sought after. In fact, when I did look on Auto Trader a couple of weeks ago with regards to the price of what is a 4 Capri in very good condition, I can tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen, the number for it was not in what was the thousands, it was in the best part of tens of thousands there. The 4 Capris being one of the go-to Fords of what is, if my memory serves me correctly, the 70s and also into the 80s era. And nowadays, they may not be the go-to car for what is the youngsters of the modern day, but definitely the go-to car if you do want a bit of memorabilia. But coming from one Ford to another Ford, this is the number 7 of Cole, and well, as we do see Robert Cole making his way on around up towards what will be turn number 2. Well, right now Cole 16.5 seconds off of Simon Watts, your leader, and I think for Robert Cole at this point he just wants to get it home because he is class leader, and here's your class leader and overall leader Simon Watts. With 3 minutes left on the clock, well, he will get the best part of what will be at least 2 more, if not 3 more laps out of the car. And I've just had confirmation come through, ladies and gentlemen, that the penalty for the number 49 of McKee, the MGB, is because he served his pit stop before the pit window opened there. So he was a little bit premature, and he did pull the gun on having that pit stop early, and that explains as to why. But as our drivers make the way on towards what will be at the next corner into the braking zone, well, it's going to be the situation whereby now all the drivers really settling into the close, and well, they'll all deserve a round of applause when they do get to the checkered flag, for the simple reason, just seeing these cars out here today as presented as well as they are, and coming full circle to what was our pre-race interview with Liam Pugsley, talking about the car presentation, as well as the fact they're out on circuit racing in a gentlemanly fashion. Well, if they all get to the close of what is this race and they're able to all get to that checker flag, they all deserve what is that congratulations for getting these wonderful machines of historical years out there, getting them in racing condition of the period as well, on all the correct tyres, and out there giving it everything. But as they come on past, well, we do see there what is the Capri of what is our driver there, unless I'm very much mistaken, Brayshaw there. So I almost went to say Reilly, well, he's being chased by Reilly, and I think in fact getting a lap back as Brayshaw continues to move onwards. But as we do see Simon Watts now coming out of the final major corner here, where he's got 2 more laps to go. He will squeeze in an extra lap or 2. And I can tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen, if you are planning to be here this weekend, go speak to Simon Watts, have a chat with him, because I had the pleasure of chatting with him, and as I mentioned earlier, absolutely full of enthusiasm for that car. And if not, if you ever do get the chance to meet him at a race event and he's there with the Datsun, well, he will be able to tell you all about what is an incredible car. Have a look inside it, and an absolutely fantastic place in terms of where that car is. But as we do see there, the little MGB, the 49 of McKee, the car that will be put 3 laps backwards at the end of the race, will still McKee out there. I don't think he's going to mind that, to be honest. I don't think he's going to be too upset. It will mean that he'll go from what will be 2nd to 3rd in what is Class M, but he's carrying on his merry way. And there's the 116 meanwhile of Rowe. He's the leader, of course, of what is class number 2, the leader of the Tour Land class, and well, as he makes his way up towards what will be the opening corner for him, it may be his final lap, depending on when the leader finishes, but we are 30 seconds away from seeing that checkered flag pop out, and when we do, it'll be Simon Watts who escorts us to that checkered flag, albeit we come to an escort of what is Mr. Cole, that being Robert Cole there, and well, right now, our 2nd place runner, quite a sizable gap, but here comes your leader then, ladies and gentlemen, and as he does, well, it's a 105.77. He's got 13 seconds left on the clock. He will squeeze in what will be a 36th tour of the Silverstone National Circuit here. And as he looks to put another 1.64 miles on the machine, that's definitely seen some miles throughout its history. Well, right now, that 83 is cruising on high. Watts, to be fair, has pushed his car quite hard. He had that brilliant ding-dong battle between himself and what was Robert Cole in the opening 10 to 15 minutes of the race. And albeit he made his way through in the end, got the Datsun to get its power down the way he wanted it to, going onto the Wellington Straight, and had to be bold, but by being bold and being brave, he made that move happen. But Cole, meanwhile, in the Ford Escort further back. So for Simon Watts, it's been a lead that took some time to get, but once he got it, he didn't look back. The only thing is, he almost had a big moment here, coming under braking in towards Brooklands corner. Didn't go that way in the end. He managed to get it settled down, albeit the car, I think, at one point was saying, okay, you're pushing me a bit too hard. But as he makes his way through Luffield, there'll be no signs this time of him pushing the car hard. If anything, it's going to be the opposite, as it will come out the final corner then, head on to the Woodcott on the National Straight, and as he comes on around, well, Simon Watts is going to take victory here for what will be the Equip Classic Racing 70s race at Silverstone National in what is round number 5 of the series for 2025, and what a lovely drive there from our overall and Class 4 winner, and taking victory by what will be the best part of 14 plus seconds, when we will see our 2nd place finisher come on through. And it might be our red Ford Escort. We don't quite find it, but he has come on past me here in the Conti booth, and it's Cole who does take Wes victory in Class 3, with run-up in Class 4 going to what will be Bernberg in the Porsche 911 2.8 RSR, albeit being a lap down, and then it will be your winner in Group M. That will be Pugsley in the MGB GT V8, and then we will in due course have, I believe, that is going to be Pearson's Ford Escort coming across the line, the RS1600 2.0 litre Zach Speed. He'll take 5th place. There's your 2nd place finisher, by the way, as he's on his cool-down lap, hand outside the window. He's enjoyed himself and given a wave to the marshals and the fans out there, who appreciate him bringing that machine out of the circuit. And well, as he comes on through there, we've also had from Rowe, who was your Elan winner in 6th place overall, but winner of Group 2, really was a bit behind him. And then I believe, as we get that lovely view of the 2 drivers who really gave us that great entertainment in the opening 10 to 15 minutes, I think they'll probably have a chat about it afterwards and how close it was between them. Well, they make the way on through, ladies and gentlemen, and what a run between them, no doubt about it. And I think Watts and Cole right now, they've definitely got a few stories to share about how close it was. But as they make the way back in towards the pit lane on their cool-down lap, well, we'll bring you those race results, those provisional race results in due course, but let's just enjoy these cars as they make their way around a historical site. And again, the Equip Classic Racing 70 series, all about cars from 1966 through to 1981 in GT, GTS and touring car configuration, and we got to see some absolute superstars out there. But here are your provisional results, subject to any stewards' inquiries, and as we can see, Simon Watts then, your overall winner, and also your Class 4 winner ahead of Robert Cole, who took 2nd place overall, was your Class 3 winner, and it will be Robbie Bernberg there, your Porsche 911 2.8 RSR, who finished a lap down, but in 3rd, 2nd place of Class 4. Liam Pugsley taking 4th place, also a lap down in the 146, took victory in Group M for the MGB GT V8, and then in 5th place it was John Pearson there, and an absolutely lovely run in 2 laps down, and it was Bob Rowe, who was your winner in Group 2 in the Lotus Elan S3, 2 laps ahead of his rival, Anthony Reilly, and then we did have John Alexander, followed by what was Nick Brayshaw and Ian Warry Thomas to complete the top 10, albeit Warry Thomas there being at 2nd place in Group M, and then Stephen McKee was 11th ahead of Paul Ogborn, who took his victory in what was Group R, the road racing cars. 12th of all of our runners there, but all of them starting on the grid and all of them making it to checker flag, and all, I think, very happy drivers, all said and done. Well, that was round number 5 of the Equip 70s What Is series for 2025 here at the Silverstone National Circuit. 40 minutes of racing, but it's all capped up there with some lovely pictures of the cars making the way on through. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go down to Parc Ferme because I do believe we've got Jack Oliphant down there ready to interview some of our drivers.
So the Equip 70s have come to a close, a great 40-minute race with some fantastic machinery out there. They're actually all driving out of the pits, out of the part assembly area, which is a bit annoying, but we're going to try and hopefully have a chat to our race winner, Simon Watts, in his lovely Datsun. I think you can all safely agree with me that it's one of the best looking cars that we've got here at Silverstone, full stop. Absolutely stunning. And I have to say, it is brilliant to see, Simon, that it is looking exactly the same as when it went out there, which is, if nothing more than the full objective of this race series, isn't it? I mean, it's to just get out there, iconic circuits, in some iconic machinery as well. Simon, I don't mean to interrupt you too quickly, but we want to get your raw reaction. How was it out there? Is it starting to heat up here at Silverstone?
Yeah, it's hot.
Finally, my shorts are coming into their own.
Yeah, no, we got caught out with tyre pressures, that's for sure. So the last 20 minutes, it felt like I was on balloons.
Oh, really?
But yeah, no, great out there. It's fantastic. It's Silverstone. It's a 240Z that raced in period. It doesn't really get much better than that. And like you say, the series is absolutely fantastic. It really is. Started off at Brands a month ago or whenever it was. Great turnout. I know they had a few pullouts for this meeting, but fantastic series, and the guys should really be applauded for putting this sort of event on. It's fantastic.
I was going to say, Equip as a whole, no matter what the series is, whether it's the 70s, whether it's the 80s, the muscles, as a whole, they run some tight ships, don't they?
It's fantastic. It's back to sort of club mentality racing. A little bit extra. And the guys are fanatical about racing as well. Like I say, it doesn't get much better. It's a real good feel for Equip. Yeah, and I hope that they just do more and more.
Absolutely. Yeah, talk us through a little bit about the car that you were driving so eloquently through that race, I must say. Where did it start? Because I'm sure people who love classic cars, they love the stories that classic cars bring to it as well. So talk us through a little bit about the 240Z that's behind us.
Well, first of all, you didn't see me at Brooklands when I had a bit of a tank snapper. So that was a bit hair-raising. No, the car raced in period. It raced in Motorsports, 78, 79. It was looked after by Four Ways Engineering, good friend of mine, Jeff Jackson, sadly passed away. And it did various things after that, and then was converted, along with another car, as they do, into what was known as the Bluesmobile, which was very famous in Z circles, and that raced a lot, did a lot of sprints. And then I bought this about 14 years ago.
Oh, wow.
First ever race was in this car.
Fantastic. Masters
at Brands Hatch, and myself and a chap called Roberto Giordanelli, the cool dude Italian. We managed to win it. And we were up against some really stiff
your first ever race?
First ever race, yeah, and up against the likes of Gary Pearson and Chris Ward and some serious races. Yeah. It wasn't because of me, because I was incredibly slow. It was all down to Roberto, but it was wonderful.
No, it's fantastic, and it's great to have it here. I believe that the track commentary want to have an interview with you as well, Simon. Thank you very much for coming along and providing such great action. Right, unfortunately, the rest of the field left me. So all over their paddock, which is a good 10-minute walk. So what we're going to do is we're going to chuck to the Mini Challenge Club Sport, because I did a little bit of a pre-recording with one of the drivers. I think it was Freddie Hewitt, who started on second position. Here is that interview now. It's the Mini Challenge Club Sport, and I'm joined by reigning champion Freddie Hewitt, qualified on second place. I tell you what, start as you mean to go on here in the first round of the championship.
Yeah, we'll hopefully push Ollie for the win. We seem to have a good gap to everyone else, so it'll be good to give him a push for the win.
What's the plan for this year then? Because obviously coming back for a championship that you've just won, there's always a little bit of a target on the back, isn't there? Do you feel that pressure?
Massive target. I remember last year coming in as, just another guy and looking up to the champion. So yeah, big target. Everyone's coming over, wanting to know what you're doing, what's going on. So yeah, we're enjoying the challenge. It's great.
It is a great series, isn't it? Or a championship, I should say, ran by fantastic people. What's it like? Why did it initially draw you to it? And then, once you've almost completed the objective of winning the championship, what brought you back to this Mini?
What drew me to the Mini and the championship was my sister racing the original Mini Challenge with the car. So for us, it was we were always going to stick with the car, always going to stick with it. And then this series came along and reopened up, and was great for us. They've been great to us. The budget that they allow us to run on is competitive, which is great, and we haven't really needed to look anywhere else.
Brilliant. I was going to say, you also mentioned just before we did this as well that you have commentated on iRacing a little bit. Yeah, I've commentated on UI Racing. That's why I remember the Hewitt name. Yeah, I mean, you still sim racing? You still getting active in that world, and has that trained you up to be a better driver in the real world, do you reckon?
The time in COVID was obviously a difficult time for everyone, but for racing drivers it was great to get on the sim and really look up some big people that you're racing against on the sim. I was doing races with some LMP1 drivers and some Le Mans racers, and you're able to look up to them and even challenge them, which was brilliant, and really helped show me the ropes as a young man to get in. Helped me develop in my car racing, which was great. Like Callum Newsham, who's here in the TCR cars, we were racing against him on this.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, apologies, but we did have to cut that interview short because we have got our grid here for what will be the season opener of the Mini Challenge Cup Sport powered by Airtech Motorsport. And indeed, if you're a fan of the BMW Minis, then you've come to the right places. This championship hosted and affiliated with what is the Mini Challenge. Well, this is going to be an absolute treat for the eyes. A new format for 2025 whereby they have gone from what is multiple championships down to 2 with what is the Cooper S Oval and then the R50 Cooper Championship as well. But without further ado, it's lights out, and I do believe it's going to be onto what will be away we go with regards to racing as they roar the way away and they get round 1 of their championship underway as they head into turn number 1. And well, that front row of the grid was Freddie Hewitt versus Oliver Wilmot, but it looks like Hewitt's already got ahead as they make the way around. And well, we do have what is the running ticker tape at the bottom of your screen explaining how they all lined up, so you have to bear with us. That was the grid when we started this race, and as they come down to the braking zone here for what is turn number 2, well, our leaders make the way on through. Everyone's safely on through the opening few corners, and these Minis absolutely wanting to roar the way around. But as they do, well, it is a relatively quick fire round of racing here. 15 minutes of racing over the course of this weekend, and as they charge them down in towards what will be turn number 3 here. And well, right now I believe that is Hewitt still ahead of Wilmot as they're coming down, with Langley just behind there in 3rd, but roaring the way on through side by side a bit further back there. And I believe that's a bit of a moment between Clark and Trunley, and well, Trunley's staying on for now as they make the way around. And well, we do have the mixture of what is the Cooper S class machines, that's the R53s and R56s, and then you will also have what is the R50s out there, which is known as the Cooper class or the C class. There's 4 of those towards the back of the grid. They started a bit further back, and well, the pole sitter for that class, unless I'm very much mistaken, I believe was none other than the driver of Daniel Truman there. But as the drivers make the way to lap number 2, well, plenty more laps to come, and Hewitt is ahead of Wilmot, as meanwhile we do see a bit of side by side there, and that is going to be the number 28 of David Taylor, looking to try to take the lead through what is the opening corner in the Cooper class as they roll the way through, but back towards the very front of the field because Hewitt may have got the jump start, but right now he's not jumping away at all. Wilmot's coming right back at him, the number 70 driver all on the back of him as they head on towards what will be turn number 3. But heading down towards the braking zone here, and right now it's going to look round the outside as Wilmot goes all in for it. Side by side they go into Brooklands, but will it be Wilmot or Hewitt who's leading coming out of the corner? Well, right now Wilmot's positioned himself nicely, but Hewitt says whatever you can do, I can do it too, and he's going to hang it around the outside in return to why they go going on through what is turn number 4. It's going to be a mini conundrum, but it's not going to be a miniature outcome as they roar the way on towards the start finish line. Side by side they go. You would think they were on a parade lap, but they're not. They're at full speed here as they come on through, and on towards turn 1 they go once again. Langley meanwhile watches from behind there, and as they come in towards the right hander, well, don't be deceived because that is going to be the number 70 of Wilmot that's found its way back into the lead. Well, coming up then towards turn number 2, and Langley meanwhile watching on. If you're wondering the class calibrations in the left hand side of your screen on the timing tower, well, that is going to be the differences there of what is your S class machines, with what's those with the yellow background being the S56s, the S53s have got the purple background, and then the little Coopers or the C class what is 50s, they are under the blue background there, but treat what is all the cars with yellow and what is purple backgrounds. They're all racing in the same championship, all racing in the Cooper S overall championship, as well as racing for class honours. So therefore, there's a lot of pride on the line, and those of you who followed this championship in 2024, you may recall there was an open class. That's no longer with us, given the fact that it's been decided that we're going to focus instead this year on what is the Cooper S and the Cooper championships. But we also do have some cups, so the Ravenel Novice Cup, which is the first time races to the grid for this season, and also the Ladies Cup for any female drivers out there across all classes. There's plenty of cups out there here. Always the mini challenge clubs powered by Etic and Motorsport racing for this 2025 calendar. And as I try to make the way across that timeline this time, they go on to lap number 4, and it's line astern between them now. But meanwhile, an update further on down the order with regards to the Cooper C class. Well, for our 50 drives, it is still a game of cat and mouse, with Truman still ahead of Taylor, albeit only by a slender margin. You will expect the Cooper C machines, the R50 machines, to fall back gradually because they don't have as much engine power. I believe they are running 1.4 litre engines, whereas we do have what is 1.6 litre engines here for what is our S53 and S56 machines. But roaring the way around, well, Wilmot and Hewitt right now trying to pull away. Langley's still there with him as they head down the Wellington Straight. Nose to tail they go, and well, it does look as though now Wilmot is starting to open up a bit of a gap here in what is his machine. Running away there in his turbocharged R56 ahead of his fellow turbocharged counterpart of what is Hewitt. And meanwhile, you do have what is the supercharged R53 of Langley still trying to stay in there with them in third place. But all these drivers coming on around, and as they do, well, it's going to be at this point the number 70 that is just gradually trying to creep into the distance. But much like we saw in the Miltech Civic Cup earlier today, and also the TCR UK racing, you may be leading, you may have half a second's worth of advantage, but you're not breaking away anytime soon because the toe is so strong around here. But in towards where it's turn 1 they go, and right now the number 5 of Hewitt is not giving up whatsoever as he gives chase, and Langley meanwhile just watching him from a second behind and thinking, well, I'd like to come out and play. But I think right now it may be the situation whereby he's going to have to wait until one of the two cars in front of him decide to make a mistake, and that will be of their own doing. Alternatively, the two of them have a bit of coming together, Wilmot and Hewitt. But meanwhile, looking back here, now we're looking at our second place runner in what is the Cooper class, the R50s, and that is none other than David Taylor. Now, for those of you who tuned in last year, you may remember that the number 28 decided to play Sandcastles at Brands Hatch, and that was where the car had to be retired for the rest of the season because it all went wrong for David Taylor. But he decided to take the rest of the year off, and he's returned to the grid as of this year, and we're very happy to see David Taylor absolutely on attack here. And well, he was absolutely surprised to have taken second place in qualifying, as we're about to see him and Truman coming on through, or are we? Yes, we are. But right now, David Taylor is absolutely... Oh, there's a big front lock up there from what's number 28. He's pushing hard here. He wants to give it everything, because he's literally thrown everything at this to be on the grid this year. And we were saying to me in the build-up, he's had bad luck for him as well. And the fact when they took that car off of what was the trailer in coming into Silverstone, even it dropped off the trailer and the front radiator was cracked, so they've had to replace the radiator this morning before he could go into qualifying. So David Taylor's had no luck since 2024, but he's back here right now, and he's having good fortune come his way. And as he roars his way in towards what is turn number 3, I think he's going to be absolutely smiling. But as this battle for first and second in where's the Cooper class plays out, meanwhile at the very front of the field, we must come back to what is the battle between Wilmot and Hewitt as they roar the way out of turn number 2. And well, right now Wilmot, he was leading by a comfortable margin, and suddenly Wilmot finds himself under increasing pressure. As they come around and in towards what is turn number 3, well, Hewitt seems to have turned it up a notch here, and it does look as though Freddie Hewitt right now is starting to build out that pace, deciding perhaps to cool the car down a little bit, given the fact we have had the sunshine come out here at Silverstone. We were wondering when the sun was going to make an appearance, and I do wonder whether some of our drivers here perhaps set up the cars, particularly tyre pressure wise, for a cooler track, and then suddenly been caught out by the fact the sun's come out of nowhere, and therefore track temperature is going to go up, and with ambient temperature also rising, it means that having too much tyre pressure will actually go against you. You want to have less pressure when it's warmer, you want to have more tyre pressure when it's cooler. But the thing is, when the circuit evolves and the track and the temperatures evolve as well, you suddenly have got to try and find the right balance and guess how warm is the circuit going to be, not just at the start of the race but at the end. But Wilmot had to run wide there coming through Cox Bend. He won't want to keep doing that. He'll get away with it once or twice, he'll get a warning for track limits, but do it enough and he will be receiving a time penalty, and well, that is going to put him behind whether he likes it or not. But as the drivers make the way on around right now, well, there's plenty to wait for. There's another run wide from Wilmot. Wilmot are really struggling right now to keep that mini within the track limits. I can imagine he's pushing so hard, and perhaps in doing so has overheated those tyres. Remember, these minis are front engine and front wheel drive, so therefore it does mean those front tyres take an absolute beating, and you can see it right now. Here comes Hewitt looking to deliver a beating on the brakes as they come in towards Brooklyn's corner, going very very late on the brakes. A big lock up on the front left, but he gets it stopped in time. Doors open there as they come in towards turn number 4, and then he goes up the inside here, where it's going to be all in for Hewitt. Wilmot runs deep, gives him the space to breathe, but I believe he's got the exit here as they coming out. Meanwhile, look at Langley. Langley catches up from behind him and says, okay, fellas, it's my time to join on in as well. As they go too wide through Woodcock Corner. Wilmot's going to take the lead here. He's going to get it back, and just about literally by a hair's width as they come in towards turn number 1. Side by side they go. Wilmot on the right, Hewitt on the left, and then it's going to be Langley trying to look from behind, but he can't find it. But that is Hewitt who takes the lead for now as Wilmot comes back up the inside and says, oh no you don't. And I think right now Langley tucking in and placing his hedge and placing the hedge bets on Wilmot as he wants to try and get involved as well. Keep an eye out for the S53 class Mini at the back of this group in what is blue with the white stripes on it, because right now he is racing for the overall lead with them, and he's up for honours just as much as these two. But oh goodness me, Langley decides to take a very liberal use of the escape road there coming out of the Maggots hairpin. I think he decides, you know what, I might get the better run, I'll sacrifice the track limit impeachment as a result of it. They will get away with one or two of them, but they are seen to keep doing it to gain an advantage. Well, the race director will be very quickly giving them a call, but as they roll the way down towards turn number 3, and that's the car of Dudley there, I think, struggling a little bit at the moment, having to step aside as they make the way in towards the right-hander of Wits Luffield again. But another run deep there from the number 17 Wilmot, just slightly overcooks the corner, and he comes out to the right-hander now, up towards what will be turn number 5 they go. This is brilliant racing, what we love to see in the minis, because here comes Hewitt again. He goes away in too wide, they make the way onto the start-finish straight. And what I can tell you right now, if you're wondering how long we've got left in this race, because we haven't got it in the top left corner of your screen, we've got 5.5 minutes to go, and I don't know what's going to happen first, whether this lead battle will stop or my voice will give way. But as they come through turn at number 1, well, here comes Langley. Langley says, okay, it's now my time. They go 3 wide as they make the way towards turn number 2, and Langley right now trying to go all on the inside, and in the end it's going to be the 70th Wilmot that gets them through, holds the middle road as Hewitt drops back to second place, and Langley now tries to go all the way around the outside of Hewitt. Well, as he comes on around here, well, Hewitt right now tight line on exit, but he won't have as much traction on the corner. In fact, have a lot less speed. You can see it right now as Wilmot drags his way back past, and immediately Hewitt says, right, I'm going to sniff the rear of that car, I'm going to sip on the toe as they come in towards what is turn number 3, and Langley backs off once again. But right now, you've got to imagine, if you are in the shoes where's Andy Langley in that 42, he's probably thinking, are they going to take each other out, or do I need to get involved here? And one voice is going to say to him, you need to get involved because you're running out of time. The other part of him saying, right now, just wait, keep being patient, they may do something silly and take each other off the road, and then you can just take the victory off of them. But coming on through what is turn number 5 right now, and up towards what will be the start-finish line they go. Well, they'll have a little bit of traffic to negotiate there, trying to discern who that is. I believe that's the 28 of Taylor, who is stepping aside there, and Taylor now 6 seconds off of Class Cooper leader, of which Truman, so therefore falling back a little bit, I think settling for second at this point, given he's pushed so hard. But as they roar the way onwards here, well, right now, those leaders, they're separated by only what is 6 tenths from first through to third, and then we do have 11 seconds all the way back to Webb running in fourth, in a very peaceful fourth place, with what is in Trunley behind him as they make the way on around. Well, right now, no difference between this top 3, albeit a very good run there from Wilmot coming off of what was Maggots. So I think that's going to push Hewitt backwards towards Langley. So Langley now gets all over the back of Hewitt. He's been buying his time. He's been really patient as Langley, but now that patience is going to pay off for him, or is it? As we do have what is 4 minutes still left on the clock. Big lock up there on the front left brake. of what is Hewitt, albeit gets the car to come to a standstill in time, and as they make the way in towards turn number 4, where it's going to be line of stern for now, albeit I think he's going to think about a potential run all the way up towards what will be turn number 1, but if he does so here, well, right now Hewitt can play the traffic game here to his advantage as they all step aside. That's the car of what is Truman steering clear. That's your Cooper leader, so that's the driver running down in what is 11th place overall and starting in what is essentially one of the slower classes, but as they come in towards turn number 1 and through the right hander they go, well, right now there's nothing between the battle for second and third, and the TGR machine absolutely glued to the back of its rival as they head onwards in towards what will be turn number 2. But over the crest and down they go there in terms of the crest of the road from our camera angle's perspective, and right now you can see they're briefly into the car of the number 42 of Langley, and it does look as though there, as much as he's hustling, what is that car? Langley right now, Andy Langley, he's pushing himself hard, but how hard can he push now? Can he give it any more beans in order to get closer? Because Wilmot is pulling away. Wilmot has now got the best part of 1.2 second gap as they come on down. One ease up the Wellington straight. You can see him there making his way through the camera shot first, and then Hewitt and Langley right now, well, they're close, but will we see anything between them? Well, we are keeping an eye on the fact that we have seen with some track limits usage from Wilmot, so therefore we are wondering whether that is being picked up. Well, I'm sure it might be picked up by the race directors. They're normally very close to it, but we're just wary of that because all three of these drivers have been pushing it to the absolute limit. We hope that track limits don't have a role to play here because we want to see the racing down on the circuit. That's the way we always want it to be. But as they roar the way up towards what will be at turn number 1, well, right now the battle for second here with what is 2 minutes left on the clock. We will get this lap plus potentially another lap to go, and well, as they come on around there, given the fact we haven't got a clock in the top left corner of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, we'll remind you when we are on that final lap, we are seeing the checker flag, but the rest of the field comes on through there, and a bit of a lonely Webb in fourth place ahead of Trundle and Clark as they come down, and well, Trundle I should say, and it's Clark, they're separated by a bit of time, but as they make the way on through, we come back to leaders there. That's a big run wide, and even bigger run wide there from Langley, and Langley right now, where he's carrying as much speed as he possibly can, really turning what is the runner of Maggot's hairpin from a U-shaped corner into a C-shaped one, and as they come out of the run on towards Wellington, well, Wilmot with what is a 9/10 of a second gap here. I think he feels as though he might be in control of this one, so long as he doesn't make any mistakes. Hewitt, meanwhile, he's right there with Langley close behind, and well, Langley figured out an opportunity. Can he get close enough to do it? But I don't think he can, and I think we will squeeze one more lap into this. I don't think we'll get 2 laps. I think we'll just get the 1. Again, the clock is 1 minute 10, and the lap time here is now, it's 1 minute and 8, so I think this will be the final lap they're about to go on to. Wilmot leads it in, where's the S56? Will he be still ahead of Hewitt and the S53 of Langley come the end of it? Well, let's find out, because as they roar the way through, this has been an absolutely exciting round number 1 on the Mini Challenge Cup Sport powered by Etic Motorsport for 2025, and well, with it only being round number 1, if this is going to set the tempo for the rest of Silverstone, if not the rest of the season, we can tell it's going to be an absolute cracker as they come down to the braking zone, but Wilmot looks to be in control, 7/10 of the gap going on to lap. Hewitt, meanwhile, going a little bit deep on the brakes there, and well, from them at Langley, he's close, but I don't think he's going to be able to get any closer. 3/10 is how he started, but that gap opened up a little bit, so he is in the tow here as they make the way down towards what will be at turn number 3, but as they come in towards the left-hander, well, roaring the way on past, I think we've also got a bit of a close run between Webb and Wes Trundley, in Trundley close behind, albeit the gap there, you can see how much the leaders have pulled away, and there is what is the run of what is the number 18 car, and that's chasing after while the drives out this way through. I don't think that's number 18, in fact I think the number's slightly different, but the point being that there's all fighting to be looked to the left, right and centre, but meanwhile the checker flag will wave, ladies and gentlemen, and as it does, the first victory of the season will fall to Ollie Wilmot, as it's going to be then behind him Hewitt second, Langley comes home third, and will be taking honours in the S53 class, whereas Wilmot takes honours in the S56 class, but remember they are competing for the overall Cooper S Championship as well, and it's Wilmot who takes victory in that ahead of Hewitt and Langley. Webb will finish 4th ahead of Ian Trundley, who finishes 5th, and then it is going to be what is Clark coming home in 6th place. Truman will take victory in what is the R50 Cooper class, and well, he'll be ahead of Taylor, as we do have some more cars coming to line here, and that is going to be Belk just holding off Trundley, and that will be the other member of the Trundley family there just finishing behind, and that was Ben Trundley just missing out, but there is your race winner of Wilmot, and what a drive there from Ollie Wilmot to hold on after an absolutely close and nail-biting start to the race. In the end, he gradually crept off into the distance and got the job done, as meanwhile that's the number 15 we do see there, and that being the car of what is it, McKean's making its way to the end. But here are the provisional results, ladies and gentlemen, for round number 1 of the Mini Challenge Club Sport with Airtech Motorsport for 2025, and Oliver Wilmot taking victory there after 13 laps of racing by 1.1 seconds over Freddie Hewitt, with Andy Langley 3rd place there, but in the lead in S53 behind the 2 S56 Minis, and then Steve Webb in 4th place, fended off a charge from Ian Trundley right to the line. And then it was none other Neil Clark in 6th, and a lonely 6th place, albeit Paul Sawyer started to close up to the back of him at the end. Freya Belk finishing in 3rd place, I do believe taking what was honours there in the Ladies Cup ahead of Ben Trundley, and it was Chris Johnson who finished in 10th place there ahead of the Coopers, the R50 Coopers, and Daniel Truman taking victory in that class ahead of David Taylor, finishing where he started, and Chris Aram and Jason McKeans completing your 14 car finishing order there. 14 starters, 14 finishers, and what a way to open up what was the opening round of the Mini Challenge Cup Sport. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, that's enough here from us in the commentary booth. Let's head down to Parc Fermé and hear from our drivers there, and was an absolutely brilliant race, and bringing all those interviews, of course, will be none other than Jack Oliphant. We will be back with you shortly for our next race.
Thank you very much, Paul. Yes, you've actually come to me slightly early, but luckily, well, no, actually, let's call it bang on time. Well done, Paul Walsh, because we have our race winner here. Oliver Wilmot is pulling in to his number 1 space. Let's see for the first time today if all the drivers will successfully park in their allocated positions. Well, Freddie Hewitt is about to run over our microphone umbilical cord, which means he's in the correct position. And then finally we got Andy Langley, who's obviously a class winner and 3rd place overall. So while they try and let themselves out, this is all the drivers that we need to interview. What a race it was, by the way. Freddie Hewitt was throwing everything at Oliver Wilmot, but it was Oliver who ended up taking that victory, like we mentioned. It is hot here. Hewitt is actually having a chat with his mechanic. He's throwing his hands up in the air. I'm not entirely sure whether he's happy with how the car went or whether he just doesn't know why it went off, maybe, because there was a bit of a gap towards the end of the race. But I'm just waiting for Wilmot to get out of the car so we can have a quick word with him. He may well be quite emotional because he's obviously just taken that race victory, a hard-fought race victory as well. We can see over to my right-hand side, Langley with his helmet off, getting ready as well. Mr. Wilmot, a fantastic race result there. Are you good to have a chat with us as a race winner here at the Club Sport? First race of the season, that must feel good.
Feels really good, yeah. After we've had a really bad 3 years, I would say, with blowing up cars and fire damaged cars, and yeah, I'm pretty happy with that.
I was going to say, touch wood, it's only the first race, but we don't want any of that going forward for this season. A great start to a championship, and is the championship really what you want to be aiming for this season? Do you think that's in your grasp? You can take that.
Good question.
I get the good questions in early. Put the pressure on.
Yes, hopefully. It depends, because I live in Switzerland, so travelling from Switzerland to here is not the cheapest, let's say it that way. But I'm going to try, and we will see.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for having a chat to us. Apparently the cars are already on circuit for, I believe it's the track action. So we are going to shoot to the interview for the track action, which is shooting to me interviewing those people. So enjoy that pre-record, and then we'll be back to Paul Walsh for the race. The track action is the next action that's out on track here at Silverstone, and I'm very pleased to say that I'm joined by Trevor Algar, the driver of this absolutely lovely specimen of a BMW. Trevor, you've qualified in P13.
That's
right. Are
right.
you happy with that? Do you think there's a little bit more in there?
There's certainly more to give. It's down to the driver. I mean, that's a lovely car. It's well set up. But no, it's down to me. It's down to me. P13, I'm quite happy. It's the first time we've actually raced this car at Silverstone. And I'm very happy with the way it came out. It was really an enjoyable qualification. So I'm quite happy. Now, the proof is in when you go out on the track now for the actual race itself.
Yeah.
Which I'm looking forward to. Look at that. The sun's come out.
Finally.
Finally the sun's come out, and it's very sunny and nice and warm. So that track will heat up, and this will go well.
I know, yeah, Google weather actually lied to me this morning. It said it was going to be like this all day, hence the shorts, and I'm finally glad I wore them. No, P13 is fantastic, but there's a lot of cars on that grid, isn't there? And Silverstone National is famed for liking 3-4 wide here, there and everywhere. Is that something that happens quite often in the track action as well?
Oh, very much so. I mean, there's a real difference in speeds, obviously, because we're all different classes altogether. And that's what makes it fun. That's what makes it fun. So, and of course, this is one of my favourite tracks. Two great tracks, Brands Hatch Indy and Silverstone National.
Very different.
Very different. Very different. I like Silverstone because as we're racing on part of the F1 circuit, you get some nice spin-off areas, so it's not quite so frightening as some of the tracks.
Alton Park often is one that I quite am scared of.
Yeah, you've got to be careful.
The mini Nürburgring is a bit nerve-wracking, especially in a lovely specimen of a car like this. You mentioned, I mean, it's not exactly historic, I would say, right now, but it is a car that you want to take care of, isn't it?
Well, you want to look after your cars. I mean, that's what one of the attractions doing track action. We're not the youngest people that go around the track these days. We're not the
quickest. Do yourself a disservice there, come on.
That's very sweet of you. But no, we tend to, it's more gentleman, we like to think it's more gentleman racing. Everybody gives each other a little bit of room. At the end of the day, there's not much point in destroying or damaging a car just for one place. We're not into that sort of league. These are great guys and very safe drivers. So when you're in a situation, you can feel very comfortable going alongside them, knowing they're not going to do something very silly.
Yeah, fantastic. Right, Trevor, I want this car looking as spotless as it is right now, because we're going to go into the race right now. Back to you, Paul.
Thank you, Jack. Well, we were hearing there from Trevor Algar, and you're going to be seeing multiple family generations of the Algar family racing over the course of this weekend, with what will be their youngest member racing in the Junior Sports Saloon Car with the Junior Saloon Car Championship later on today and tomorrow. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we roar away then into what is going to be race number 6 of the weekend with the Track Action Racing Club. And well, this is how they'll line up for what is their first race of the weekend. William De Claudio lines up in pole position ahead of Sean Govard, who lines up second. Then it will be on the second row, Paul Rodderson ahead of Robert Buckland, with Adam Croft in 5th place ahead of Anthony Ollett, starting 6th in the Honda Civic. Then we'll have the Renault Clio Gen 4 of Andy Tate. He'll line up on the 7th spot ahead of Jake Alden in the Citroen Saxo VTR. And then completing the top 10, it's going to be Andy Presswell in the Opel Astra VXR ahead of Grant Hatfield in the Mini Cooper. Well, that's your top 10, and goodness me, what an eclectic mix of cars we have in the top 10, and Track Action is all about that. And well, then we come on to what is the remainder of the grid, starting in what is best the rest in 11th place. It's David Thomas in the Toyota MR2 Mark 1. I saw that earlier at a distance. It is absolutely beautiful, that car. Stephen Rigby starts in 12th in the Mazda MX-5 ahead of Trevor Elgar, who we spoke about only moments ago. The BMW Compact driver starts 13th. Andrew Mitchell is 14th in the Peugeot 206 GTI, and it's going to be Peugeot 206 GTIs all the way to the rest of the field, with Mervyn Beckett in what is 15th place ahead of Jacob Baldry, and 17th will go the way of Noah Checkley there, who starts last on our grid. But ladies and gentlemen, that is a run through of your order, and I do believe as our drivers all make the way around on their formation lap, they'll very quickly be heading back to the grid for a standing start. And they do have 2 races this weekend, one today and one tomorrow, for what will be rounds 5 and 6 of the Track Action Racing Club series. And again, just to point out, we do understand that this is a series, not a championship, so therefore there's no point to be tracked. And there's a whole host of classes here whereby they all have individual cups, where you have the Britannia Marks Cup for anybody running a machine which is British manufactured, from say Lotus for example, as one of the many British manufacturers. You've also got the Peugeot 206 GTI Production Cup, and you saw all the 206 GTI drivers towards the back of the grid. They're fighting over their own spoils in what is the 136 brake horsepower 2-litre EW10 J4 straight 4 cylinder engines. And then we'll have the Deutsche Marks Cup, and you have seen what is the BMW Compact out there as one of the fine examples. We've also got the Nippon Challenge, which the Honda Civic and the Mazda MX-5s will be, and that's dedicated to any Japanese or Asian manufacturer. And we've also got the Tricolor Trophy, which is for any French marque machine, one of which being run through there by Checkley as he makes his way on around there in Noah Checkley in the TF class machine, and that's the Peugeot 206 GTI. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, as they all come to their spots on the grid, where it's going to be a packed grid, and well, after what was Bram Thatcher and Thruxton, where we have seen a whole mixture of drivers take victories, well, they all get into formation or into position for 2 15-minute races today. This is the first of what is our 15-minute races. The other one tomorrow. That grid is absolutely packed. It's low cost, high excitement racing between all of these drivers here, and it's absolutely affordable. A very basic route into motorsport, if I quote their website, and you can understand why as they get themselves set then. Well, they've just been told that it's going to be the lights on very shortly, and well, all of our drivers there absolutely itching to go. 17 cars, one opening corner. Who's going to be leading coming out of it? Well, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, because it is going to be for what will be their 5th round of the series. It's going to be lights out, away we go for the Track Action Racing Club here at Silverstone National, as it's a good start there from what is William De Claudio as they come in towards the opening corner. Behind him is Sean Govard, who just tucks in behind, and then we do see the Mini a little bit further back there getting involved into the fight, as the Peugeots meanwhile getting all their elbows out before they've even made one corner. And we do see the BMW Compact there of Ulgar just having a bit of a slow start as they come down into the braking zone now for turn number 2. And Phil going line of stone for now, a bit of a sniff there from what is one of the drivers a little bit further back. I believe that's the Volkswagen Scirocco of Croft trying to look for an opportunity. Ooh, car round, and well, everyone taking a base of action there, including the Toyota MR2. And as they make the way around, who's that who's gone for the spin? It's the number 11, and that is the car of Andy Presswell, I do believe, the Opel Astra VXR that's taken a spin but gets it back together, and well, he does so, lets the field get out of the way. Cold tyres and cold brakes, not a nice combination, sends him on around. But meanwhile, speaking of those going around corners, Well, there's plenty of change going on in the midfield pack right now. It's the Mazda MX-5 there of what is Stephen Rigby trying to hold on, and well, as I try to roar the way through, well, it's been an absolutely entertaining open lap, and there's going to be plenty more of them before we do see that checker flag. So after one lap of racing, it is still William de Claudio who leads, but further on down, we've got side-by-side fighting there, and that is going to be side-by-side, I believe, between what is Hatfield and Alden, practically nothing between the two of them as they come through, and that is going to now see what will be some movement being made there. Rigby also trying to make some progress, albeit right the way onwards. Buckland there, and to tuck in behind what is Croft getting up into full place as they cross the timeline, but back to the leaders, and the Peugeot 106 GTI of William de Claudio right now is absolutely roaring off, albeit I say that, Sean Govard's not letting him go too much, and the little Citroen's AX right now is staying right there with him, but these two gradually disappearing off into the distance, and the best part of what is at 2 seconds a lap as they head down towards what's turn number 3 once again. In what's third place, meanwhile, you do have what's the car of Rodderson in the Skoda Octavia, and then it's Croft right now, Volkswagen Scirocco, who after passing the Clio of Buckland, well now he's trying to make a bit further progress here, albeit it does look as though in fact the two places have been swapped back there, unless my eyes do deceive me. We'll have to get an update on that very shortly. Meanwhile, we do see a bit of side-by-side moment there. I think that was Tate and Hatfield coming together, but as I try to make the way on through then to complete what will be the second tour of the circuit under race conditions, well there are your leaders, and de Claudio did have a big gap, and that gap has been absolutely slashed in half. It's down to half a second already, and well, what is the car of Govard there? I think he took a bit of time to get himself up to speed, but right now he's got himself together and heading in towards what will be turn number 2. Nothing between them here as they make the way into what will be the Maggotts hairpin. Onto the brakes they go, and well, I think so long as Govard can keep up this pace, it's going to be a question of when, not if he can look for that move, and de Claudio is going to be very cognizant of that as they get a bit closer. But heading onto that back stretch then, well, as they roar the way on down, and I do believe there is going to be an investigation for car 95 after the race, and that's with regards to the start for the car, maybe a potential jump start, and that would be for the number 95 of what is Mitchell in the Peugeot 206 GTI category, all the way down in 14th place, but we'll put that aside. That's at the discretion of the stewards, and once the drivers will make their way through, then a lovely view showing as they make their way into the Brooklands, into Lovefield complex there, and how they all come down together, and well, from left into right they go, and as they do, we do pick up where's the rear there of where's the car running in 5th place, making its way on around there. That's Buckland's Clio in the 172, and then we do have where's the run of the Civic and Renault Clio Gen 4, but from them back to the front of the field, and it is still only what is 0.45 of a second between the two leaders. They come across Cops Corner and down towards the run of Maggotts hairpin again. Well, onto the brakes they come this time, and well, the 17 is definitely looking a bit under pressure as de Claudio will find. The more he looks in his rearview mirror, he will see a move coming, and here it comes from Govard as well. We cut from there to a bunch of Peugeot 206s who are absolutely nipping each other's heels. They're practically side by side as well. There's action everywhere as that is going to be Beckett who's trying to hold on to leader Mitchell Baldry, but then back to the leaders. And has there been a change of position, I hear you ask? And the answer is no, there's not. De Claudio is still ahead just about. He managed to find a way to get the pace down at straight, but look at Govard absolutely over the back, and de Claudio's going to go deep. He goes deep, and that's going to be Govard getting up the inside there as they come out of Lovefield Bend. It's a lovely move, the pressure was applied, gets it done, but now the question will be, can he hold on? Well no, the answer is no, he can't, because de Claudio gets the better run, sweeps back in front, and right now it really is a game of who's faster in the corners versus who's faster on the straights as they make their way to turn number 1 here, and it's still de Claudio who leads now with 10 minutes still left on the clock, and roaring the way on through. Well, we have had a black and white flag for number 52 for track limits, but that's further down the order that car, that's Jeckley, all the way down in 15th place, but we stay focused on the leaders right now as they come down in towards where it's turn number 2, and de Claudio here going a little bit deep, and Govard looking up the inside here, but remember, by going deep at Maggotts, you do give yourself more room to accelerate all the way down the Wellington Straight here, and it's going to be that drag race again, and for all the speed that Govard has through the corners, the problem is de Claudio is faster on the straights there. It's the difference of the two machines, and the Peugeot 106 GTI just pulls away just that tiny bit more compared to the Citroen AX of Govard, and well, that Citroen is absolutely flying through the corners. He's practically running on the rear bumper there, and de Claudio is pretty much saying to him, can you go a bit faster please through these corners, so I've got the more speed. And de Claudio of course will only take the speed he can through the corner, and he will frustrate Govard as much as possible. But Sean Govard makes his way around here. Well, he's close, but is he close enough to look for a move? No, not this time. He looks to the inside briefly. He jinks there, then jinks back in and says, okay, no, I'm too far back. So he will pull back a little bit right now and think about an opportunity to get involved a bit more here as they make the way on through. And well, as I try to continue to roar the way on around in towards what will be turn number 2 now, these leaders absolutely pushing each other in very similarly coloured machines as well, albeit the coloration of the stripes being the difference. But through turn number 2, and again, here comes Govard up the inside. He's got the better corner. corner speed, but now as soon as they go on the straight, Claudio says, now it's my turn. But interestingly, notice that there, the fact that Govard was ahead much earlier on, and as they make the way down, well, they're going to be too wide here, but I wonder whether Claudio here is going to be under more pressure into Luffield, because Govard's carried a lot more speed, but in fact, he gets to the apex there. Govard tries to cut it back, trying to do something different, but I think as he makes his way through here into Luffield corner, right now, whether Govard's going to be kicking himself at the fact if he tried to go all the way around the outside, I think he would have felt much happier with that run, but still, we can only talk about from the commentary booth here, the decisions made by the drivers when they're running this quickly, that's a completely different story. As they head onto that start-finish straight, half the race almost complete here. They're now going to start to come up behind some traffic. That's the number 11 there, and that is the oval that we did see earlier on, of course, go round. The oval of what is Presswell, that had that spin on the open lap. So he's stepping aside there, flashing the lights into Claudio to say, can you politely move aside? Well, I think it may not be as politely or gentlemanly the way he wants him to get out of the way, but as we see a flash of lights there from Govard as well, he says, you're not getting in my way, because otherwise you're going to spoil my battle for victory today. All through, turn number 2 they go. Oh, that's a Mazda MX-5 that's had a big spin there, and I believe that is the Mazda MX-5 of what is Rigby that's taken the turn. The 111 driver gets himself back up to speed, so the Nippon machine having trouble, and as the battle for the lead of the Peugeot 206 GTI category makes its way past us there, well now the overall leaders a lap up on them are going to come onto the back of them, so this is going to get very dicey. We're going to have 2 lead battles on 2 different laps come onto each other at the same time, and now the problem is going to be here for the Claudio, which is he's the first one, he's got to pick his way through. He flashes his lights there to say to Allgott, can you politely step aside? Allgott sees it coming, and now as they all tug on through Woodcock corner here, it's going to be 2 trains past each other in terms of the cars. The Peugeots all go to the outside, the racing leaders all go to the inside, they all make it through brilliantly, great awareness of everyone all around, and that's what we love to see, because our racing continues, as there you do see Mitchell, your Peugeot 206 leader, still holding off Baldwin Beckett as they roar the way through turn number 1. So onto the second half of this race they go, and as they do, coming down towards what is turn number 2, well right now it's absolutely tooth and nail between them as the drivers make the way on through here. In terms of other battles out on the circuit, those are the 2 main big battles that are happening out there, and well, as it's a little bit of a run wide there from Claudio, but he knows he's got the power to make up for his mistake. They're running wide at Maggots. Well, right now Govard's probably thinking to himself, okay, I've got to do it all in the corners, I've got to be even faster in those corners, which I'm already faster in, and well, they always do say play to your strengths and mitigate your weaknesses, but how much more can he dig into his strengths, can Govard? And the answer is, I think if he tries to turn any more aggressive in the section, he's going to turn the front wheels off of that car. Oh, but he's absolutely throwing it around there right now, the little nimble machine, and we're coming out of the corner. That's the Toyota MR2 stepping aside, that being the MR2 of what is, I do believe, excuse me, well the MR2 making its way on through there. We'll get a thought on the name of the driver in a second, but as our leaders make the way through, no sign of stumbling over each other. They stay us out, and that was the MR2 of Thomas there, as I try to make the way around. That was David Thomas in the MR2 who's stepping aside there, knowing what's coming, and Thomas running in 9th place. So it does mean that right now our leaders have already lapped up to what is 9th place in the running order. That's the speed they're carrying around here, but of course that's why track actually exists. It really is the case. You turn up in a whole variety of machines and race it, and here we go then, side by side coming out Maggots, and that's a lovely run this time from what he's covered. He gets ahead at the apex, and now can he cover off the run? Well, he's going to put himself on the outside line here, so Govard thinks as though he can do this on the outside from Brooklands to hold the inside into Luffield. Alternatively, do a switch back here, so he's going to make the Claudio take that inside line again. Perhaps he's trying to tease out for the number 17, trying to get him to go deep at Brooklands, as they make the way on through Luffield corner, again right on the rear bumper of the leader. He can't be any closer. If he was, he'd be taking the paint off and also taking the sponsors' logos off of it as well. As they come through what is the final corner here, onto what will be 5 more minutes of racing, was absolutely nose to tail between these 2. They are throwing everything at this. They'll be absolute superstars out there right now as they go into turn number 1, and we love to see it. Well, we're in their way through 9 laps complete. They're still going to get at least another 4 or 5 laps. We'll go through that right-hander and up towards turn number 2, where it is going to be Claudio still holding on at 3 tenths as they make the way over the rise and down into that braking zone, and Govard there right behind this time. Does he try anything different here? And the answer is I don't think he does. Oh, there's a little tap between the 2 of them. I think he runs a little wide there. I think he's of 2 minds Govard right now, and I think he wants to just absolutely stay on the toe here with Claudio. I think he wants to try and to get into his rival's mind, which is make him think, you know what, he's run out of steam, and then try and jump him on the last lap. We've seen that earlier on in some other racing today, where sometimes the driver behind just takes it easy for a couple of laps, makes the leader think the move's not coming, and then Sonny sends it, but in towards Luffield they go. They both run a little bit deep there. Claudio runs deeper. Govard can't really get the car rotated in time. He picks up a lot of understeer, and almost they go there, tucks back out again, but look at how close they're to run. And the thing is as well, he's not gaining here, he's just trying to offset the speed difference by running in the drift, as the draft, I should say, as they head in towards turn number 1. In they go then, 4 minutes now left on the clock. These laps continue to trickle upwards, the time continues to trickle downwards, and right now, what else can Govard throw at this is going to be his challenge. Well, as he makes his way onwards, update further down the order in the Peugeot 206 GTI category, Mitchell is the class leader ahead of Bulgy. He's opened up a 1 second gap with Beckett a further half a second right, so their battling has calmed down a bit. So we're staying absolutely transfixed to the battle here for the overall lead, and right now these two absolutely delivering brilliantly as they make their way onwards, as the Claudio here back on the inside again, but Govard side by side with him, but he will accelerate ahead, and the camera angle makes you think they're side by side, but then we come all the way down to what is turn number 3, and you suddenly see that in fact Claudio getting the better run, but a bit more traffic in front, and that's one of our Mini Coopers, our BMW Mini Coopers. That's Hatfield, who's going to step aside now as he runs a bit deep, and Govard are right on the back of him there, so Hatfield wants no part in this. I think you see it coming a miles away and been told you better get out of the way, or as they draw the way onwards then on towards what will be another lap. 3 minutes still left on the clock here. Time continues to turn and laps continue to tick upwards, and well, as it does, what else can Govard do? I think the answer is just keep the pressure on, the hope something comes about, but in fact, hold up a second, as they make their way through the right hand there, falls a little bit further back. I thought there might have been a bit of an issue there given how much the gap opened up, but my eyes do deceive me, and in fact they stay as close as ever as flames spit out the back of the number 68 Mini of Hatfield. That was lovely to see, and well, as they come down the braking in, it's a quick switch back to the inside. He's going to go in for it this time. Is Govard. He got the Claudio to go deep, but he runs out wide himself. Now it's going to be a drag race here, but surely Govard now has got to pin his car to the inside line. He's not going to take it to the outside line, because here comes the Claudio looking around the outside then, going all in, but now he's got the long way round to go. He's not going to have cut off the nose of Govard as they come in towards Bretland's corner, so he's going to have to go the long way round, but he hasn't got the corner speed, so it's going to be Govard who now leads into the left field corner. But can he make the brake kicks? He will have the better corner speed. You can see what Claudio is doing straight away. He goes deep intentionally because he knows he hasn't got apex speed. He's got to use his straight line speed in what is that Peugeot 106, so it means we've had to change a leader. 2 laps remaining here at the Silverstone National Circuit for what is round number 5 of their series season, and as they come on towards what will be turn number 1, well, here comes the Claudio looking up the inside. He's got the speed into top speed, but has he got the brakes? The answer is yes, he has, at least for a meantime. They come on through there, they stay within track limits, but here comes Govard coming back. He's got the corner speed, he's got the better exit, so now it's 2-1 as they come in towards turn number 2. And as they go side by side on in, we'll go with their backs off, and Claudio right now back into lead here, albeit it's only going to be temporary, because again we'll see a switchback kick over in Maggot's corner. Oh, goodness me, there's some elbows out there, and I think Govard running wide, I think trying to say to the Claudio, no, this is mine, and the number 17 driver's not going to be too happy about that, as he was given the slight elbow to jink wide, but right now I think the gloves are off between these two as they come down towards turn number 3. Side by side they go, but it's now going to be the Claudio up the inside this time, in what is the white and green machine versus the white and blue machine of Govard. Govard's going to go around the outside. Surely he's not going to get this done through Luffold Corner on the outside. It's not easy to do. No, he cuts it back here. And as they come on out, well, it's going to be one more lap then, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to complete lap number 13. And then there'll be a 14th lap to decide who's going to be the winner here. Will it be what is the number 17 of the Claudio, or will it be the number 15 of Govard? Well, here we go then. We're going to stay with the leaders all the way to the finish now, I do believe. And as they roar the way through turn number 1, well, Claudio there leads into the corner. Govard's not close enough here. He's going to have to wait for an opportunity into turn number 2. That's where he's normally gone for it. He's normally got ahead into the apex of turn number 2 and then just tried to finish the job in towards what is Bretland's corner, but Claudio takes the corner there. You can see the hesitation that Claudio has. He doesn't want to let the car run too wide unless he knows that Govard's not alongside him, and does exactly that, and Claudio now will have the lead down the Wellington straight here. I think Govard's too far back, and with this traffic they're coming up to, the MX-5 there plus the Peugeot 205, was they make the way into braking, well, it is going to be what is Claudio ahead, and well, that is going to make it single file, albeit, oh goodness me, it's bad position from Claudio. He gets tucked in by the MX-5. They're going to go 3 wide going around through Luffield Bend, but Govard runs out of traction on the outside there. He can't get the car to grip up, so as they power their way out the final corner and on towards the checkered flag, it is going to go the way of what will be the number 17 for the first time this weekend, and it is going to be William Claudio who takes victory there over the number 15 machine of Govard. And what a battle between the two of them. I think they both deserve a round of applause there. Sean Govard huffed and puffed as much as he could, but William Claudio in the end stood the test of what was the wonderful little Citroen AX's Peugeot 106 GTI. We do then have the best part of which 16 seconds to what will be your third place finisher, and that is going to be Rodderson, who comes on home in third in the Skoda Octavia, and then we will have a sizable bit of time before we do have our next finishers coming through, and it is going to be Croft in fourth ahead of what we Buckland in fifth, and then completing that top 10 I believe it is going to be Alec ahead of Tate, followed by Hatfield, Pressfield Harold and Thomas. But there's our leaders making the way on around, and well, a deserved what is wave of the hand there from what was your race winner of William de Claudio. He'll be absolutely ecstatic with that one. But as all of our drivers come towards the close of the race, and ladies and gentlemen, here are the results subject to any stewards' inquiries. And goodness me, what a race of the Track Action Racing Club. And well, it was William de Claudio there taking a victory after 14 laps of intense action ahead of Sean Gubbard, with Paul Rodderson in third. Adam Croft then finishing fourth in the Volkswagen Scirocco, having fought his way past Robert Buckland in the early stages. The Renault Clio driver had to settle for fifth ahead of Anthony Ullett in the Honda Civic. There was Andy Tate in what was seventh ahead of Grant Hatfield, with Andy Cresswell, David Thomas and Trevor Ulgar in the end completing what was the run to 11th. And winner of the Peugeot 206 GTI class lap down was Angel Mitchell there, who fended off the charge of both Jacob Baldry and Mervyn Beckett. Goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a race. The Track Action Racing Club absolutely delivering what their name suggests, which is action on track all the way through that 15 minutes. And that was a brilliant run all the way through. But as I do believe we have got our drivers gradually making the way to Parc Ferme, well, we'll be shortly getting interviews with our drivers, particularly our winners there, and we'll get to hear the story of the battle of the Peugeot versus the Citroën. And in fact, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen, as I do believe our drivers are just making their way in position. We're going to go down to Jack Oliphant in the pit lane and hear the story.
Thank you very much, Paul. What a race right at the front of that Track Action stuff. It's just great racing all round. And I was speaking to a couple of the drivers before. Don't know if you saw that interview before the race, but it's just a real good feel-good atmosphere. A lot of gentleman drivers, a lot of people who are really just passionate about their cars, the racing. They want to get out there, fight fair, but ultimately, obviously, win whatever is in front of them. Speaking of winners, I believe they have parked elsewhere. Buzz Lightyear has, well, reached for the stars and missed his parking spot. So we're going to have to get all the way over here and take this lovely, lovely cord that I've got wrapped around my wrist now and try not get run over by all these Track Action cars. William de Claudio was obviously your race winner, but it wasn't without a fight from Sean Gubbard. And in fact, I can see he's got out of his car and the marshals are actually shouting at me. He's got to move over elsewhere. We're going to just quickly squeeze through this little gap here. That is Rigby, who is going over to the scrutineering bay. So I think there's a few people who obviously... Oh, it's being... Sorry, I'm just trying to... And now they're being moved over here. Right, okay, so Mr. de Claudio, we are running after you, basically. Let's go over here, because ultimately we need to make sure that we're not going to get shouted at. William de Claudio, a fantastic race win, but it wasn't without its challenges, was it?
No, definitely not. No, Sean gave me promise all the way around, to be honest. It was, yeah, it was a good race. I've been, we've done five races now, and I was keen for a win. So, I know Sean didn't quite have the legs on me, but he was definitely quicker through the corners. But yeah, it was overall it was a good race. We're teammates as well, so we respect each other. So yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it.
Talk us through the livery, because that is how our producer was following your battle through. You say the Buzz Lightyear car is in second. No, he's in first. No, he's in second. Okay, Buzz Lightyear car won. I mean, where did that one come from? Is it your favourite as a child, or is it a child's favourite that you know? Or
unfortunately, I'm too old to be a favourite as a child. So no, it was my son's. It was his idea. I just said to him, what should we do for the livery for this year? And he said Buzz Lightyear, so I was like, okay, that's fine.
It's a great shout. It's a great shout.
Yeah, it's a great shout, and obviously Buzz is amazing as well. So yeah, brilliant.
It spurred you on to victory. You mentioned that you were sort of itching to get on that top step a little bit before. It's obviously not a championship, is it? But it still means that you still want to get that pride and bragging rights, really.
Yeah, to be honest, we had such a rubbish year last year. We had numerous engine failures. So this year, just to top it off with a win now has made it all the hard work worth it.
No, absolutely brilliant. I'll let you get back to it, because there's a couple of people that are wanting to do interviews left, right and centre, and I want to see if I can find... Is Sean? Fantastic. I'll be honest, there's like 350 drivers' names. I don't know them all by face, but Sean, a brilliant drive from yourself, and obviously from William, though. So how are you happy with that race, or are you a little bit annoyed that you couldn't quite get him at the end?
A bit of both, I think. A bit of both. I mean... I think I would be that close during the race. I thought he just had the edge on the straights, and but in the corners I managed to close up. A few corners going into, I can't remember the name, but just going in. I had him on the inside, but then he just dragged me down the straight. again into the last sort of like complex. I knew I was quicker, but it just pulled away a little bit on the straight, which just gave him that edge. But I thoroughly enjoyed it. I mean, the car felt like it was on rails.
I was going to say, because realistically, you've got a lot of different cars out there on track. Do you still find that the racing is just as close as ever?
Yeah, I think so. I think you can see it, but just watching that race, I think, it was quite close. Obviously, we're different classes, so we dropped, third place a little bit, which we got a good start, and I think just from then we didn't look back, and then we had a great battle with him. It was fair as well. I mean, I reckon I touched him about 3 or 4 times. Going into certain places, but I know how he races, he know how I race, so it was fair racing.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much. Well done on that second place. We're going to throw straight over to Paul for the next race, because I believe we've got some more 1600s on the way.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as our racing continues at this fine Saturday afternoon, the sun continues to shine, and after hearing from our top 2 finishers in the Track Action Racing Club, and goodness me, they looked absolutely exhausted, they threw everything at it, we are back once again then for round number 2 of the Heroes of Formula Ford 1600, the FF 1600 Sprint Series of 2025, and this is how our drivers will line up there. Well, we do have some names left over from what is our previous track action, so I think that the grid's still being updated and fed through at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. But just to walk you through that grid, which we do have on standby over here in the meantime, we'll start on what will be a pole position for what will be the FF 1600s will be Jordan Dempsey after that huge move under braking on the final lap of what was the opening race of the day here. And well, the of course line up when they finished in race number 1. Alongside him will be Tom Nippers, who'll be looking to try and get one back at him. And there's the grid updated then ahead of Connor Willis, who will take 3rd on the grid ahead of Rob Hall, and then behind them it'll be Drew Cameron and Ben Maludi who complete your first 3 rows. William Liston will start the day in this race in what is 7th place there in the Class A pole position ahead of Ben Tilley, who'll be taking Class B pole position on 8th, and then it will be none other than Yap Blayleva ahead of what will be Grace Parkinson to complete your top 10. Behind them on what is row number 6, we're going to be seeing starting 11th, it'll be none other than John Hayes Harlow, who's our sole Class C competitor, and he'll be there. And then we will see what will be Simon Fraser on, well, not, yes, it will be Simon Fraser in fact, so I double check my eyesight there, and then Bernard Leclerc and Michael Fitzgerald, and that is how all our drivers will line up. But that's your top 10 on screen there, and as all our drivers gradually make their way on through in towards what will be the final couple of corners. Here's the quick view of what is the final 2 rows of the grid, as we said moments ago, with John Hayes Harlow there in the Crossover 32F line up in 11th place, and Simon Fraser in the Van Diemen, and then Bernard Leclerc and what is other than Michael Fitzgerald completing that starting order. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, as what is our FF 1600s get themselves in position, this is going to be another 15-minute race, and I know a number of you are very eagerly been waiting for this race, as we have looked in the YouTube channels for both the TCR UK and also the Bark TV broadcast, and well, it's always good to see these FF 1600 machines out there, and well, will we see another nail biter all the way through? I know there's a few who fall into the camp of what is none other than Mr. Nippers and wants him to try and get an opportunity back. Good old Tom at trying to go for the move, but Jordan Dempsey as well will be very eager to make it what will be 2 victories out of 2 here, and will he be able to? Because remember, they're only racing this Saturday, the Heroes of Formula Ford FF 1600, and they will be moving on to Thruxton in June after today, but there's still plenty more racing to come their way, no doubt about it, as they all take the spots on the grid. 14 cars out there, all looking for that one green light to go racing, and well, as they await now, the engines will rev up, the 5-second board gets flashed up to them, or drivers will be looking upwards there, and the lights will go on. But who's going to be leading into turn number 1? Well, it's lights out and away we go to find out, as it's a brilliant start there from our 3rd place round of Connor Willis, also tries to get involved immediately. Willis looking to the inside in towards turn number 1, they go 3 wide there in the battle for 3rd through to 5th, as they all come through. Well, right now it looks like all the drivers there through immediately. Fitzgerald up into what would be their 12th place as they come down in towards what will be turn number 2. Leaders there going side by side already, and it looks like we had a change for the lead before we've even cleared turn number 2, and that is Nippers ahead, as further back the fight for 3rd and 4th and 5th is actually intensifying, as Cold Tides and Cold Bakes will see a number of drivers escorting themselves wide. Or I think there's going to be more battling here as we now start to get what will be the slipstream effect down the Wellington Straight. You can see they're all bobbing and weaving in, they all want the toe of each other, but it's definitely now Tom Nippers into lead as they make the way on down, with Dempsey falling backwards, John Dempsey on down, and as they come in towards what will be turn number 3, where it's going to be a side-by-side battle there, roaring on through in towards now Luffield, where they all go what is one astern as they roar the way onwards. And from the one-line formation, we're coming in towards what will be the end of the first lap. Let's get an update down on that running order after one lap of racing. Albeit it's going to be plenty more than before they're all said and done, as we do have their move being made by one of our drivers further down the order. But it is now Nippers who leads ahead of Dempsey, followed by what will be Willis, then Hall, Cameron. That's your top 5. Liston leads Class A still in 6th, ahead of Maludi, followed by Tilley, who's your Class B leader. And then you do have Billaleaf and what is Parkinson completing your top 10, with Hayes Harlow, Class C leader, in 11th place, with Fitzgerald, Fraser and Leclerc completing your order. But as the drivers make the way on through, well, we are getting a bit of an echo of what was race number 1 early on today, which opened up our weekend of racing here at the Silverstone National Circuit, with Nippers leading but Dempsey giving chase, and Dempsey taking some time initially and then absolutely going for it on that final lap. And Willis, meanwhile, the best part of what is a second further back. As you can see, Willis has got Hall and Cameron for company there as they head onto the brakes here, in towards that left-hander, but through the left into the right they go. Side by side further back for Liston versus Maludi, as the Invitational number 11 tries to make its way past the Class A leader. They're still side by side there, and that is going to be Maludi taking the place. A lovely run there as Ben Tilley watches on from behind, and well, Tilley meanwhile just playing the patience game here, as he's going to have what will be Bellalev up the inside of him here as they go side by side in both of the white machines, with what's the 43 try to look one way, then looking the other, then tucks back into the toe because he hasn't got the overspeed, and therefore plays what is the game of waiting up the inside in turn of 1 into Cox Ben. Goes Maludi, he'll move into what will be 6th place overall, and Liston falls back there, but he won't be too upset about that. He'll be more concerned about Bellalev, who's coming up behind him, with Tilley being the separator between the two of them. But it's the top 5 now segue the way into the Maggots hairpin. Well, from them, then we come back to the second pack here, and right now you can see Billalev is starting to feel as though there's an opportunity to look for a move here. He wants to get past Tilley, but Tilley has got other ideas. He's all over the back of Liston, pulls out to the racing line here, and well, Liston having to go defensive, but noticing as soon as he comes out the toe, he loses the speed here, given the fact that Liston's got to turn Maludi in front, and therefore he's got to be absolutely patient in order to make that potential move. So they all tuck in back to each other here, and it really is a game of high-speed chess, if you will, whereby you've got to make those conscious decisions at the best part of 100 plus miles an hour down the straight, as to when's the right time to look for a move versus when's the right time to stay behind. But looking from them back to the 35 of Hall. And Hall now starting to close back up to the back of Willis a little bit more. Match the lap time there of Cameron just behind him. And intriguingly, the leaders, the top 2 Nippers and Dempsey, starting to be condensed backwards a little bit towards Willis. We might see a top 5 fight for the lead, and that's how it started in race number 1 of the day between these drivers. As meanwhile, Nippers sets the fastest lap of the race. It's a 1 minute 2.348. But I suspect we've been a 1 minute 2.380 for Dempsey behind. That fastest lap is literally marginal, and well, any moment these two fight, you're going to have the whole field coming back together. But down the Wellington straight they go. Dempsey a little bit closer again, starting to creep forward, just creeping forward there on this lap by a tenth or 2. As you can see, Willis meanwhile putting the car to the inside, back to racing line, wants to break the toe, as we've got Hall and Cameron staying with him. Cameron playing what is the game of just sitting there and watching. We saw that in race number 1 where Cameron was just very patient in the number 12 and deciding only to go for moves right at the end, where everyone else had been frustrating themselves and running out of rubber. As they come up through Woodcock Corner, well, the top 2 definitely pushing each other onwards here. And Dempsey right now looking to the racing line. Nippers meanwhile holding it to the inside there, wants to break the toe as much as possible. Personal best being set by Willis, Hall and Cameron behind, so everyone now starting to match for lap time. Willis, however, losing a second there in terms of the lap time compared to where he was previously, dropping back from what was 8 tenths behind to now 1.3 seconds behind, so half a second now, I should correct myself. And the fact is that Willis right now doesn't seem to be in as comfortable a place to stay close to these 2 leaders as he was in race number 1, and that's going to really start to push the field backwards. But as they make the way on towards what will be the Wellington straight this time, well, that gap a little bit tighter, in fact looking nice and close, and roaring the way on down in towards what will be turn number 3 into that braking zone through the left-hander. And as they come all the way through that left, no change for now at least, albeit you see Dempsey getting a little bit excitable with the way the car's balancing itself out there, and the fact he's now starting to let that rear slide around a little bit more. And these cars, you can actually chuck them into the corners. They do not have as much mechanical grip as some of the other cars that we'll see tomorrow, but these cars are cars where you can have a lot of confidence, and by throwing them at the corners you can feel happy with them. But Nippers again, and pulling off racing line, doesn't like the toe being there, but as he does so, he'll scrub off speed by pulling off racing line and returning to it, so he is essentially losing a bit of speed in order to gain some race time away from Dempsey. So it's a bit of a gamble, as we did see there briefly Hall running a bit wide in the 35. I think he was able to get away with that, but leader's coming down to that braking zone right now, and the number 5 still there, just wants to be about half a tenth closer, and he might be able to look for a move here as they come on down. I don't think he's going to be able to look for it for now, as we do have, I think that's Leclerc, who's running last of our runners, albeit we caught up by the leaders shortly, have a lap put on him potentially, and that can become a little bit of a conundrum with regards to being able to find a way in. But in towards the left-hander they go then, and as they do, no change, but the leaders are putting away. The gap is now 1.5 seconds between second and third, so it is a sign that Willis is falling backwards towards Hall and Cameron. He's not moving forward on the lap time, also definitely demonstrating that as they come on around, in the fact that it does seem that for Willis at least it's now going to be a fight for third. But on towards this lap they go, almost towards the halfway point of the race, and oh goodness me, Nippers now not putting onto that inside line as much as he previously did. Perhaps he's starting to feel as though he doesn't need to, or it's just costing more time than he needs as they come through turn one, albeit running very wide there, and I think that is to essentially put a lap on Leclerc. So both drivers there deciding to run wide for the instance of carrying as much speed as possible and not lose the race time, and also avoided a bit of an altercation with the 50 Leclerc, albeit I do wonder whether they will be warned about those track limits as a result of it. But regardless, they carried on, the pair of them, and the gap now to Willis almost 2 seconds as they head up towards what we turn number 3, and again a weave from side to side. They're allowed to do a certain amount of weaving, but not too much as to be deemed excessive. And in the fight for third, well, here it comes, ladies and gentlemen, and here it's going to be a move. It's going to be Hall going all the way to the inside, but just not close enough on the brake there to go all the way up the inside. And then Willis, meanwhile, will be looking in that left-hand mirror and thinking to himself, okay, it was a near miss, I'm not going to let that happen again. But I don't think he's going to have a question of being able to break away here, because it's going to be Cameron right now who, watching behind the pair of them, will be thinking, okay, how can I potentially get involved? Well, patience is going to be a virtue, and he'll know that as they make the way across that timing line. 7.5 minutes left of the clock, and it's going to be Willis going defensive here as Hall looking around the outside, looks to cut it back instead, going from racing line to inside exit. And well, from them, Cameron right now also there. Does he decide to make it 3 wide? Well, if he does, it's going to be very close. We'll come to them into turn number 2 shortly, and as we do, well, here it goes. It's going to be Hall up the inside, a big lock up there. He gets it stopped in time. Willis sees it coming in 99. He's escorted off the road, however, with otherwise what would have been side-to-side tyre contact. Takes a little bit of grass and dirt with him for good measure, and as they head onto the way into the straight here, well, the leaders are making the way up free. You can see they're getting close to Tasty, but it's getting very close meanwhile in the lead battle for third place. And well, in the end, that is going to be, I believe, Willis has been able to get it back as a result of Hall being in the middle of the road, so therefore no change at the moment, albeit Hall almost having it. But from them back to leaders, and whilst we've cleared the first half of the race, it really has been Nippers leading ahead of Dempsey. Dempsey now is starting to come back at him as they make the way on towards turn number 1. Well, the sun shines on them, but who's it going to be shining on most brightly here as they come in towards turn number 1? And the answer is it's going to be Nippers currently, as meanwhile the fight for third makes its way past what is Fraser there, who is the 13th place runner in the number 90, and out of the corner they go. And well, this third place battle, it stays at a standstill for now. Looking back to the lead battle, well, from them it's very close between them. Off camera as well, we have had a change of Class A lead. It is Bellalev ahead of Liston now for the Class A honours. And well, as we continue to look at the leaders, they make the way onwards here. Well, Nippers right now defends the inside. Here comes Dempsey looking around the outside. He's going to start it, but he's not close enough to finish it, so therefore Nippers will finish it for him. And in towards the left hand they go, and it's no change again, but it is so close between them right now. There's anybody's guess as to which of these drivers will be leading come the end of the race. Albeit I wonder if Dempsey is lined up a potential late lunge again like he did at the end of race number 1, where if he is planning it, I think Nippers will be wise to it, and I can imagine that final lap he will be putting the car so close to the inside he can practically go off track with it. But here they go then across that line, and Dempsey, that last lap from Dempsey, a 101.960, the fastest lap that's been set so far in this race, and I believe for the whole of today unless I'm mistaken. So Dempsey is pushing onwards here, albeit Nippers was a 102.239, so close to them. And coming up towards what will be turn number 2, well, the battle for third meanwhile is 4 seconds back now, but look at them as well. Oh my good lord, a big lock up down the front left from what is Hall. He's pushing hard as Hall, but perhaps he's pushing a little bit too hard. There's a bit of a slide down the rear of Willis's car. The number 99 coming loose and then coming back under control, but he's got the rotation. And well, from them back to the leaders there, you see them making their way on past us very quickly, albeit Nippers and Dempsey as they were. There comes a move, a switch back to the inside. Oh, looking up the inside this time. Willis sees it coming. He leaves the door open there. 2 wide they come through Brooklands, 2 wide into Lovefield. They touch briefly, and as they come through the right-hander, I think it's still going to be Willis ahead just by a hair's margin for now. It's literally absolutely neck and neck between them and Cameron right now. I'm envious if we could ride on board with Cameron. Unfortunately we can't, but if we could, we'd love to see it from his perspective as they make their way onwards in towards another lap, because it is right now the Willis and Hall showing the battle for third place, with Cameron being the third party to it, albeit 2 wide they go in towards Cox Bend, but now it's going to be Hall coming cutting back in towards what will be turn number 2 on that long run. Our leaders as well, less than 2 tenths between them. Under braking they go, and Nippers there, very smooth under braking. Dempsey, meanwhile, trying to get his position in under braking. You can see that the number 5 just wanting to wiggle around on that front end. He's really pushing it hard right now, but he's rewarded for his efforts because he will have the overspeed here, and also a little bit of side draft as they make the way up towards what will be turn number 3. Looking around the outside, he's going to go for it here, but will he be able to get it done? Can he get to the inside of Luffield? No, he can't. Unfortunately, Nippers will get there well before him, and he will nip it in the proverbial bud. But as they come out to 4 and onto the Woodcock section, going onto that national straight, 3.5 minutes to go, and one thing that's definitely noticeable is that Dempsey, much like in race number 1, he's gone from a period of just run close to I'm going to get really close, and now I'm going to start to really throw every move I can out of the book of overtaking here at Silverstone National. And well, we absolutely love it when Dempsey does this, as Nippers still holds on to that lead, coming through the right-hander of Cops. Well, he's close. It's less than 2 tenths. They make the way out to the corner. Is it going to be even closer going to Maggots? Well, here we go then, heading to the brakes. Looks one way. Nippers says, no you don't, it's going my way. But will he have an answer here? Will Dempsey to that? And the answer is that he'll just tuck back in again, and Dempsey just waiting right behind and making his way all the way in the draft here, where he's not going to get any closer than this. He will have to pull out eventually if he wants to look for a move, otherwise he's going to be hitting the rear of his rival. And in towards turn number 3 they go, looking to get around the outside, this time much closer on turn in. He's still just got a wheel in alignment, but Nippers gets headed to Luffield Bend there and just make sure that Dempsey can't find a way in. But you can see every time we're going there, Dempsey's braking later and later and later. Next time around, will that be where the lunge comes from? We're about to find out as they make the way up towards what will be another lap. 2 more laps to go at least, if not 3. Here they go then in towards Cox Bend. Nippers defends the inside. Dempsey on the outside. They've got a little bit of traffic in front of them. I believe that traffic in front of them is going to be potentially what will be the car of, I believe it's going to be none other than Hayes Harlow, but I could be mistaken on that. But he won't be stepping in their way whatsoever, as these 2 leaders have pulled the best part of 7.5 seconds over the rest of the field. They are absolutely running away at a rate of knots, but running the way out of turn number 2. You see Dempsey there sweeping out of what is the Maggots hairpin, and in doing so, the speed he carries there out of that corner compared to Nippers, much more conservative on the line. But I think Nippers might be worried that he might be pushing the tyres too hard, or in towards turn number 3. And right now, not close enough this time is Dempsey to try and look for a move. So there will be 2 laps remaining, and there might be 2 more opportunities. But further back here, where it's all action stations, as this I believe is what is Tilly, Liston and Bellalive, and we had a change of class A lead. Liston's back into Bellalive off camera, so that move's been made, and we'll from them on towards what is turn number 1 they go once again to our leaders. 2 laps remaining here, and time is running out for what is the move from Dempsey. But when's he going to make the move? Is it going to be this lap, or is it going to be the next lap? Well, we're going to find out in due course. And well, place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Will it be Nippers or will it be Dempsey who leads all the way to the end of this race? Well, I think if Dempsey were to be any closer right now, he'd be reaching out and touching the rear of his rival. I think he's been doing that all day as they come through the right hander of turn number 2. Close. Nippers follows him on out there in terms of the lines they take this time, whereas Nippers has been much tighter on previous laps. Dempsey getting the huge toe there down the Winton straight, albeit not fully alongside at the moment. He will get there eventually. He will be there now, as he's given literally the bare minimum breathing room to coexist on the outside of Brooklands corner. And well, he's going to try and get all in, and here he goes. He's going to go for it into Luffield this time. He's sized it up a few times. Oh, goodness me, there's contact between the 2 of them, and it sends Nippers out into the grass, and will both drive there fighting absolutely right to the limit. And in the end, Dempsey will take the place, and well, it is going to be Dempsey who leads onto the final lap. But has he picked up any damage here which may stop him from making it to the conclusion, or can he limp on home? Well, I think he's carrying out a pace right now, but that's definitely going to be heartbreak for those in what is the camp cheering on the number 189 the Nippers, as we do get a replay of what happened here, and where it was side by side going from Britain's into Luffield. And well, the camera angle not being obliging to the exact story, but in the end, the rear right of what was the 189 the Nippers jumping over the front left of Dempsey's car. They practically squeezed each other to the apex of Luffield. Well, both drivers wanted the lead, but in the end only one could have it, and Dempsey in that instance has had it. But as a result of that, it does mean our lead battle comes to an abrupt halt. But meanwhile, we've still got a brilliant battle going on here for second place, and that's the Willis Hall Cameron battle, and Willis still holding on to that, as we do see, good to see there that we do have a 189 driver Nippers out of the car. So it looks so though all well, although I think he won't be too pleased about what's happened. That car will be recovered in due course. But there's your leader, ladies and gentlemen, and after what was an absolutely brilliant race number 1, it's been another fantastic race number 2 here, and it will be none other than Sean Dempsey who takes victory here in what will be race number 2 of the day at Silverstone for the heroes of Formula Ford FF1600 Sprint Series. As he crossed the line, well, it's then going to be a sizable, what will be 8 seconds back before we do see what will be Willis coming across the line. In fact, I think he has just crossed the line. It'll then be Hall and Cameron coming on through, and then it will be in Class B. It's going to be Ben Tilley who takes honours there in 5th place overall, with what will be then Liston coming on through in 6th place to take Class A honours, and then Maludi, Belalev, and what will be then none other than Parkinson and Fitzgerald completing your top 10, with Hayes Harlow taking Class C honours in 11th place, as we do see number 57 making its way to its checkered flag, and that will be the car of Leclerc heading on through. But ladies and gentlemen, what a race. 15 minutes of incredible intense action, these FF1600s, and here are going to be your race results, subject to any stewards inquiries when they come up on screen, and there they are. A brilliant race, and Jordan Dempsey, apologies, I said Sean Dempsey, gets the name mixed up, but Jordan Dempsey taking victory there, and also the fastest lap by 7.8 seconds over Connor Willis, with Rob Hall rounded off the overall podium there in the Ford Furman. Drew Cameron was 4th ahead of Ben Tilley, your Class B winner there in 5th overall in the Van Diemen RF86. It was then William Liston who completed his race in 6th place to take Class A honours with the Reynard FF88. Ben Maludi finishing there in what was 7th place ahead of none other than Yap Bilalev, and then we did have Grace Parkinson and what was Michael Fitzgerald completing your top 10. Hayes Harlow, there's in John Hayes Harlow taking Class C honours in 11th place ahead of Tom Nippers, and well, unfortunately for Tom Nippers there with that contact with Jordan Dempsey right on the final lap, and well, not the final lap, on the penultimate lap I should say, and ended up into the grass, but out the car thankfully as we saw, and then Simon Fraser and Bernard Leclerc completing your finishing order. 14 starters and well 14 as classified finishers, ladies and gentlemen, but what a race. And that will be all of our racing for the heroes of FF1600 at Sprint Series 2025 at what is the Silverstone National Circuit for rounds 1 and 2 of their series campaign for this year. And well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be cutting back to Parc Ferme, because we've got Jack Oliphant there to conduct interviews with our race winners and hear the story from the heroes themselves.
Breathe. That was one of the most hectic races we've had here at Silverstone. I'm about to be run over by one of them. The Formula Ford 1600 never fails to disappoint, and we're going to talk to one of those protagonists right now, Jordan Dempsey. As soon as he takes his helmet up, I'm not trying to ignore you, camera, don't worry, I'm just trying to make sure that this goes around the correct location so no one gets in the way. Jordan Dempsey, a massive congratulations once again for a race win. That was hard work my heart was racing watching it.
Yeah, for the first few laps I just wanted to break away from the guys behind because we were fighting too much in the first race, so I was working with Tom, and yeah, we managed to break away, and then I said 5 laps to go, I'll give him a bit of hassle. Then just unfortunately I got a run on the outside of him with Brooklands, and he just put me straight on the grass, so I had nowhere to go other than he turned right in on top of me. So yeah, happy to come away with 2 wins and no damage on the car. So
I was going to say, no damage on the car is pretty crucial, isn't it, really, when going into the next round and everything like that. I mean, this is the first round of the championship, I believe, isn't it? So, I mean, or series, I should say. So what is the plan between now and the next couple of races that you guys have got?
Well, we have a programme that we're doing this year thanks to Peter Martin. He got in contact with me. Our plan is, this was a kind of a test weekend to get ourselves into it, and then we'll do the United Formula Ford race in Brands Hatch and the Festival in Walter Hayes. So yeah, it's a great start. The car's really, really good. It's one of the best Formula Fords I've ever driven. So yeah, hopefully a sign of things to come.
That's what we like to hear. That's what we like to hear. Jordan, massive congratulations. Good luck for the future. Right, okay, I need Rob Hall. Rob Hall, come across and have a chat as Jordan Dempsey greets his adoring fans on my left-hand side. Rob, that looked hot, looked pretty heavy. I mean, but it looked like great fun.
It was good fun. Like I was just saying now, I'm too old for this now, really. I think these guys are probably half my age. But no, it was all right. We've been struggling with a little bit of pace this morning, but that seemed to come better there. We haven't got Jordan's pace or Tom's pace, but the race was good. Unfortunately, we had a bit of fuel surge coming out of Luffield with the last 3 or 4 laps to go. So every time we thought we could get a run coming down the start-finish straight, I was 4 car lengths back. So that's a bit of a shame. But Connor drove real well. It was real close, real tight. I haven't raced against him before, so no, he was real fair, and we can go again with that. So that's good.
That's fantastic. It really, really was a very entertaining race to watch. One of the best of the entire day. And big congratulations to yourself, and you can make sure you get off. Have a nice, well-deserved rest here at Silverstone, and maybe get a new fireproof potentially as well.
Probably. Well, they're going to have a pint first, I think. But, yeah.
That is a good shout. It's a nice day. Right, we're going to shoot over to the next, and what is, I believe, the final race of this Saturday here at Silverstone. It's the Junior Saloon Car Championship, and I caught up with one of their drivers. So let's go and have a look at what they had to say. By the way, the kid was 14, probably the best interview I've done all day. Very impressive. Timothy Leonard is alongside me for the JSCC Championship. This is the last race of the day, I believe. Now, Timothy, is a little bit complicated. You are lining up in 17th, even though you qualified in 14th. I will explain. This is a Brands Hatch race we're doing at Silverstone because there was an accident. They ran out of time. And so, although you qualified 14th this morning, this is the Brands Hatch where you would have qualified for Brands Hatch. So you are 17th. Is that correct? Right, yeah. Brilliant. Okay. Pretty quick then in qualifying. How do you think you're going to take it into the race? Are you sort of glad you're at Silverstone? Do you feel like you're a bit stronger here than you were at Brands Hatch?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, obviously Brands Hatch was literally my first race. Pretty much all of the other drivers have done all 3 so far. So we had Donington, Brands and Thruxton. Brands was my first one, and then I missed Thruxton as well. So this is my second one. So obviously super happy to be 14th. But yeah, this first race will give us a really good chance to just see where we line up in terms of the race, because obviously that's just completely different to practice and quali, and yeah, we'll go from there.
You didn't race these last year, you were saying, so this is your first entrance into JSCC. It's a brilliant championship. It is a hard championship. Is that what you're finding when you get out there on track?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're sitting in the grandstands, you're just watching it and thinking, oh, they're quick, but when you actually get on track, it's like, oh, this is actually quite difficult. Yeah. And so that's obviously what we spent Brands Hatch doing, but I'm really glad that I've got these guys behind me. I've got a really, really solid car, and I can start to really claw through the times now, which is amazing. I'm really liking this track as well. It's just such an amazing circuit.
It is awesome, isn't it? And for racing, it's even better. You're going to be an absolute blast. The fact you had that extra race here is a blessing, honestly, because it's absolutely brilliant. Now, who have you got supporting you, team-wise, sponsor-wise, family-wise? Anybody you want to give a shout-out to before we get into the race?
Well, firstly, obviously, my dad. I wouldn't be doing any of this without him. So it's just amazing to have a supportive family around me. Oryx competition, we had a couple car issues at Brands, but they were straight on it, and they've been honestly flawless. We're still hunting for sponsors, so if you are a company out there,
good plug.
3,500 extra followers, then the Timothy Leonard Racing on Instagram and YouTube. But it's just honestly, I couldn't think of everyone that I want to thank. It's just amazing.
Very well done, Timothy. You can watch all how Timothy gets on and all the action, obviously, coming up for your screen right now. But I just want to point out, he's 14, and that's probably the best interview I've had all day. Well done to you, young man. Right, over to Paul.
Thank you, Jack, and what an interview there from one of our rising stars in the world of British motorsport there. And where we go then, ladies and gentlemen, our final race of what is this fine Saturday afternoon. It is, of course, the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the JSCC. Now, we should point out there are 4 races of the JSCC this weekend. We've got 3 tomorrow, which were the originally scheduled races, but we've also squeezed in a 4th one because this was the abandoned round 6 from Brands Hatch Indy, and this is how the grid will line up because these are the qualifying positions from that race. What was the best part of 2 months ago? Josh Salvadore lines up on pole position ahead of Wilf Butler. They line up together ahead of Luca Maserati, who starts 3rd. Carl Wells is in 4th ahead of Oliver Kerr, and then we do have Ollie Smith completing the front 3 rows. On row number 4, it's going to be Lewis Stannard ahead of Max Scharfegger, and then we do have Lewis Austin and what is Matthew Swatton completing your top 10. All of our drivers, of course, in Citroen Saxo VTRs, very closely controlled here, and this is all about mastering the art of what is a very lightweight and fast advanced machine. But your top 10 there, absolutely packed full of brilliant drivers, and of course, what is your pole sitter is your third place driver in the championship coming into this round, and Luca Maserati, meanwhile, your championship leader, starting third. Further on back, we do have starting was 11th, Martin right there, the scholarship winner, I do believe, coming into this year, starting 11th. Leon Holly joining alongside there in 12th, ahead of what is Sherry-Ann Powell, who starts off our 7th row in the company of Joe Wood. On 15th will be the youngster Tom Algar, and you'll remember I said watch out for multiple generations of racers because he is the grandson of the Algar member of the family that we did see in track action only a couple of races ago. Timothy Leonard, who we heard from, starts 16th there, and then Lexi Powell completes your running order of 17 drivers here for what is their first race of this weekend, or their rescheduled race from Brands Hatch, if you will, albeit we can't transport Brands Hatch up to Northamptonshire, but we can bring the racing spirit from Brands Hatch, and as all the drivers have made their way onto the grid, I do believe they're already in position, and they have been given the countdown board, so you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. For the final time today, it does mean we've got more racing to get underway, and it is to our Junior Saloon Car Championship drivers there as they get in position. We may have a warm-up lap to be fair, perhaps I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but let's wait and see, and well, as they all sit there, we will find out very shortly. And I believe they have been given the countdown board there, unless I'm mistaken, from our marshal up in the gantry. Well, no, it is their formation up there. Getting a little bit ahead of myself. I do apologise. I'm just so eager to see what is the racing here for what is all these drivers. And to talk a little bit about this championship, in the fact that all the drivers you see here are aged between 14 and 17 years old. Now, have a think to yourself, what were you doing when you were between the ages of 14 and 17? Were you racing at Citroen Saxos? I can tell you, to be honest, ladies and gentlemen, I wasn't doing anything like this. I hadn't even learned how, or started to learn how to drive in a car until I was 19 years old. So the fact they're all out there right now, and this is their way to step from karting into car racing. Now, this championship is in its 11th year. It started in 2014, the first ever champion being James Dorlin, and look at what he's gone on to do. He's gone on to race in Porsche Sprint Challenge GB, British GT, and it's now on the 2025 at BTCC grid with Toyota Gazoo Racing. So he's gone all the way to one of the highest tiers in British motorsport, and it all started at what was this championship in the Junior Saloon Car Championship, the JSCC. And there are 3 championships contested over the course of the year. You have the overall championship, which everybody's competing for. You also have the rookie championship, which is for any driver who is new to the grid. And you have the independent championship, because some drivers race as part of official teams, others race as independents or privateers, as they're also known. And with regards to the rookies, the leading rookie is Ollie Smith. Meanwhile, your leading independent is Oliver Kerr. They're very close to the battle for 5th place in the overall championship as well. So therefore, it's all to play for around here. And we'll talk tomorrow about what their regular format of the weekend is, but just keep in mind this is a bit of a special race for them, because this is the carryover race from Brands Hatch, what was all the way back on Sunday the 20th of April. But we've brought the clock forward by the best part of a month and a half. Well, in fact, the best part of a month there, as I can't count my days. I'm definitely out of sync with my calendar. And well, as we do see there, a bit of weave from side to side for the number 26 driver there of Austin, getting sort of all set and ready to go is Lewis Austin. Well, they're all absolutely itching, and well, they've had some great racing so far this season. We're going to see plenty more of it. I think a few drivers did have a few words said to them at was Thruxton after a few major incidents between them all, particularly at the chicane, but I think they've all calmed it down here today, and we'll see very shortly as they all get into position there. A marshal step aside, they get them all to line up, and well, then the countdown board will go on, and they'll be looking to the lights for 15 minutes of racing action for race number 8 of this fine Saturday afternoon. Now the engine's revved, they've been given the 5-second warning, so without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be an absolute roaring score of Citroen Saxo VTRs, as it is going to be lights out, away we go for our JSCC Championship round, and as they make their way down towards turn 1, it's a great start there from pole sitter Salvador as he leads on down, but it's going to be side by side between himself and Wilf Butler, who gets a better run in towards the braking zone. Everyone's safely off the line as they make the way around now. Will we see any changes? We do see was the last car there of the 333 of Powell getting a better run, a slow running car there in fact, on was the exit of the corner. I wonder if somebody's encountered an issue. Couldn't quite see how that was, but our leaders battling here 2 by 2. They come in towards Maggott's corner. Brilliant battling between them. A bit of a lock up there from Wild Drives further on down. I think that's our 7th place runner there of what was standard, and was they come through 3 wide on the corner exit. And these Saxos, they're going to be very lightweight, and therefore they can be thrown around the corners, but they're front engine front wheel drive, so therefore they've got to get those front tyres up to temperature and manage them over the distance. But here they come down in towards what we turn number 3. And onto the brakes they go at Seldai right now, being looked at around the outside by Wolf Butler. Butler has a huge slide. There's a huge amount of oversteer from letting the rear of the car go. The front way to go one way, the rear way to go another way. He falls down to third place as that is going to be a move up the inside from Luca Maserati. And as they come out of that right-hander, we're right now absolutely roaring on through and towards the end of the opening lap. It's been an absolutely tight opening lap, but there's plenty more to come as we do see Smith there being closely chased by the number 10 as they roll away through the number 19 of Standard. In fact, well, after one lap, it is going to be Salvadori who leads ahead of Wells, followed by Butler, then Maserati who's dropped down to fourth place, Smith in fifth, ahead of Standard, then it's Austin, Schofegger, Swatton and Wright completing your top 10. Out the corner you got a couple of drives there opting to run very wide, and well, they'll get away with it once or twice, but they won't get away with it thrice. And as they come on towards what will be turn number 2 this time, will there be a change between them? Well, it's going to be 2 wide in the battle there for second. Wells and Butler absolutely going hammer and tongs between them as they come through the right-hander, and well, I believe that is going to be Butler back up into second for a brief moment as a couple of drives run very deep there, experimenting in just how deep they can go through the corners, and we're heading up towards what will be at turn number 3 this time, where a leader of Salvador is breaking away gradually, the gap starting to open up, albeit further back. That fight for second right now is going to take centre stage, I would imagine, as I look up the inside there for a brief moment from what was, I believe that was Smith on the back of Maserati, but as we see Wells and Butler still side by side. Are they going to do the entire lap 2 wide around here? I don't know if that's the script or what, but it's definitely not scripted here in the fact they're trying to come through together, and it is Butler who does get ahead. He's up into second. We're coming out the corner then and on towards what will be their third turn of the circuit. Well, right now everybody falls into line of stern formation for now, as we do see there the number 27 of Swatton being chased down by Wright, and Wright having a decent start to the race, making up a place early doors, and therefore trying to push a little bit further forwards as they come through the right-hander in towards Cops Bend then, and out this time they go. The 46 then bouncing over the apex curb of West Cops. That's Maserati still pushing on. He does have Smith keeping him in close company, but these leaders right now separated by literally what is half a second from car to car, and the only car that's the exception is your race leader overall. At Salvador just gradually pulling away here as he tries to put a little bit more distance, but coming out to turn number 2 then, well, right now everyone seems to have calmed down, and with the calming down I think they've all got what is their sensible heads back on here, which is, you know what, we've got a race leader, he's pulling away gradually, and nobody wants to let Salvador run away, given the fact that, keeping in mind that Luca Maserati, Wolf Butler and Josh Salvador have already dominated the podium finishing positions so far this season, but Luca Maserati is the man to watch out for, currently running in fourth. In the fact he has yet to miss a podium this season. He has finished on the podium in every single race. There's a big movement there, and a move being made, I believe that is Swatton fending off Wright for 9th place at this time, and we're under a lot of pressure as Wright still trying to look for an opportunity. It's Martin Wright as they come out of the corner and onto the start finish straight. Well, there's going to be what is a run nose to tail between them for now, as Swatton hold on to that position, but I would imagine it's going to be a question of when, not if. Wright's going to look for another opportunity here as the JSCC machines roar their way in towards turn number 1, and well, there's battling up and down the field. We are starting to see a bit of a split in the field, the top 9 all running close together, and then you've got a 2.5 second gap to what is the next pack, which is the Swatton Wright Holly pack, and then you've got a what is Powell close onto the back of that, and then Wood as well. So in fact everyone coming together, and well, the leader here in the Lightning McQueen machine at Salvador right now, well, it's a very distinctive car, and well, Butler is right there with Salvador absolutely managing this race, I'd imagine, but Butler is going to push him every step of the way, and Wilf Butler, well, he's had 2 wins so far this season and 6 podiums, but the thing is, he wants to try and make it a 3rd win and be on parity with Salvador, who is the leading winner so far this season after what is 5 rounds of the, in fact, what is it, 8 rounds of the championship, I should say. Let's get my numbers correct, but Salvador goes defensive there. Well, now it's definitely the 110 and the 70 going all in for victory, and we've still got the best part of 10 minutes to go. We haven't even cleared 5 minutes, and to push each other onwards and roaring the way through right now. Well, as close as they dream to there to be to do so, they'll absolutely go all on to the next lap thinking, okay, well, where have I got to go defensive, where have I got to go offensive? But for a lot of these drivers as well, given it's their first racing series in a closed cockpit car and closed wheel car, it's about them learning as well at the race car. They've got to learn how to defend, how to attack. It's very different from karting. They've also got to learn how to manage a car which is going to eat up its front tyres very aggressively, and therefore you can't afford to be as aggressive over the race distance because you naturally run out of rubber. It's all things they will develop over time, well before they've even developed the right to own a road driving licence, albeit they'll have the road racing licences well beforehand. And as they come through turn number 2, Well, Silverstone running a little bit deep there as we see Wells taking a major excursion there at turn number 3. Brings himself back on comfortably, but I can imagine he might be drawing the eye of the steward's eyes a little bit there as they make the way down the Wellington Straight. But Butler firmly in the draft now as they come up towards what is turn number 3. Can he see an opportunity here? I don't think so. And in fact, he's going to go for it there. He does, trying to get a nose in. Silverstone there goes a little bit deep in the rear of the 110, steps aside, but it forces Butler now to look around the outside. But Butler's getting what he's wanted, this Wolf Butler, which is to have an opportunity here to try and put Josh Silverstone under a bit more pressure. And remember, these two currently in the championship sitting only what is 2 and 4 points respectively off of Luca Maserati, the top 3, separated by only 4 points in the championship, so therefore every place and every point is critical. But intriguingly, Wells right now, Carl Wells holding on to what is that 3rd place and not letting Maserati get any closer to him. They are sitting exactly as they have been for the last couple of laps, so I wonder if Maserati's perhaps just managing this race, perhaps hoping the race will come to him a little bit later on. As Silverstone runs wide, there's some pressure starting to build on the 110 driver. Of course, they have plenty of runoff area to use and abuse here if they can, but they can't use it too often, but therefore it does mean mistakes as not as punishing as perhaps other circuits like Thruxton that we saw last time out and what was the 3rd and 4th of May, or alternatively at Brands Hatch Indy back in April. But as the top 5 make the way on 3, you can see those leaders pulling away more and more. Wells now the best part of a second back as Maserati closing on him, albeit the gap between these two has pretty much stayed to the best part of 3/10 over the last couple of laps. Leaders make the way back into our camera shot, and as they come down into that braking zone for what is turn at number 3, where it is going to be Butler looking around the outside. It's getting very tight between them, but it's also getting very tight between what is Wells and Maserati as their Butler's forced to tuck in behind. A bit of contact, there's further contact between the two, and Silverstone is made to go wide there. I think there was a tap, but Butler is going to get ahead here, so getting where's the elbows out there, touring car style, as they head up towards what will be the start-finish line straight. And as they do, we get to the halfway point of this race. They are neck and neck as they come across the line here, and it is going to be Butler, who I believe is just ahead by a slight nose. There's nothing between them. I think it was 600s. They can cut it fine if they wanted to, but I don't think they're going to be able to right now. As they go too wide into turn 1, it's going to be a cutback for Silverstone. He goes for it, finds the dirt on the apex, but it's a lovely cutback there as they head up towards turn number 2. Butler now on the outside. Wells and Maserati have been brought right back into this battle, and Smith is being brought with them. And Wells, they come down to the braking zone here, too wide they go. But look at this, Wells comes all the way in under braking and gives Silverstone a little push and says, no, I want you to go a little bit forward, please. So I want to get a bit in on this. And as they come on through here, well, Maserati and Smith just watching from behind right now. Keep in mind, of course, that Ollie Smith is your leading rookie, and he's your 2nd place independent coming into what is this round, with Oliver Kerr just ahead in the Independence Championship. But here they go then down to the braking zone for turn number 3, and well, it's going to be 1 and 2 as they come on towards that left hand in terms of the number of cars side by side. And well, it does look as though Silverstone has been able to get back ahead, albeit here it's going to be a staggered 2 wide between what is Butler and Wells. And well, it looks as though Wells has been able to sneak his way through into 2nd place up the inside into Luffield Bend. Wells just making his way forward, meanwhile Butler losing 2 places that he gained at the start of the lap. We're going on to the start-finish straight then. Well, now it's going to be the opportunity for Butler to try and come back here, as he's going to be giving Wells a push down the start-finish straight for a brief moment and then pulls out to the inside. Albeit these sections are so small as well, the fact they can go 2-3 wide and still make the corners absolutely happy. We'll ruin the way on through right now. A little bit of run wide there from what will be Wells, but he'll get away with that one, given the fact he just tripped slightly wide on towards what will be at turn number 2 they go. And onto that braking, well, they'll come into the shot there, and now it's back to a line of stern for the moment. Smith just watching behind, but I think Smith's got his eyes on the prize, which is to take what will be that 5th place. That'll be worth a lot of points, and also for him that'll be the independent and also the rookie win, especially given the fact that we do have Kerr all the way down in 17th place, a lap down after the car was crawling early on, and I'm not quite sure what's happened to Kerr's car. In fact, it's multiple laps down there. I think Kerr's car's had to make its way to the pit lane for repair work, or something's gone wrong on it. We'll try and give you an update when we can. But meanwhile, as we continue to focus on the leaders here, as they roar the way through what is turn 3 into 4, well, right now Silverstone just holding on for now. Wells is there, Butler with him, but you can see these 3, they're literally pushing each other along here, and well, as they come out of the corner now with 5 minutes left of the clock, a bit of a drift wide there for a brief moment from what is Butler, deciding to see whether the sand's nice out there and recognise the fact all it does is slow you down. We're coming up towards what we're at timeline, 5 minutes on the clock then, and with an average lap time of our leaders of what is a 1:13, you would imagine, doing the quick mathematics, we are going to be seeing, well, we 4 more laps. We may squeeze a 5th extra lap in, albeit it's going to be very tight. It'll come down to how much the pace stays with these drivers as they make their way through, and I can imagine that their front tyres right now will definitely be quite hot. hot, and with that heat on the front tyres, now it's going to be about who can manage those fronts as much as possible all the way to the end. If they don't manage them, you could suddenly see a driver plummet off the proverbial tyre cliff in terms of lap time. But Silverstone right now keeping these drivers all together with him as they come on around. And onto what will be the Wellington Straight they go, and there's nothing between them at the moment. It's 2 tenths by 2 tenths by 2 tenths between all of them. And well, with the top weights 5 separated by effectively what is 1.5 seconds, because Smith has fallen a bit further back. Well, right now, right in the way and through. Nobody wants to make a move at this time. I think they're all right now trying to gauge when's the best time to make a move here. Can they get an opportunity to do so? Well, we'll have to see as they slide the way around and out of the corner they'll roar. But as they do, we can see Wells they're just getting a little bit closer to Silverstone. He gets a better exit out of Luffield. That seems to be the strength for Wells. He gets better exit out of what is the final 2 major corners. Silverstone, I mean, are stronger in the opening 2 corners of the lap. You add it all together and they cancel each other out here. But of course, the one thing that Wells does have that Silverstone does not have is the draft off the back of the leading Saxo. And as they come in towards wedge turn number 1, through that right-hander, will come in all the way around here. Any change this time? And the answer is no. It's pack racing at its finest here, as we do see Maserati man a little bit wide there. He's just not been quite on the pace, being able to stay as close as he would like to be, and therefore he's just going to have to watch it and wait and see if there's an opportunity. But again, the advice that might have been whispered in his ear by his family or his parents, and indeed all these drivers will have mums and dads watching, indeed family members coming along, and I can imagine all the family members right now will be loving seeing this racing, but the one thing that will be on their minds, they always want to see their children, son or daughter, make it to that checkered flag. It's understandable there, but a lot of family pride on the line right now, and all very eager to see who's going to take this victory. But Silverstone makes his way down to that braking zone. Well, again, just doing enough to make sure that Wells can't get side by side here. But you can imagine if Silverstone makes one small mistake, it is going to be a situation whereby we'll see Wells and Butler look to pound like a pack of absolute piranhas. But through the right hand and up towards what will be turn number 1, roaring the way around, and well, it is still close all the way to the finish here for a little bit more. But of course, just to remind you, it does say this is the Brands Hatch race because this is the rescheduled or the abandoned Brands Hatch race from what was round number 6 of the championship, because of the British Truck Racing Championship having an incident that cancelled this race. But we've been able to squeeze it into the schedule today, so you are getting a bumper packed race action of 4 races this weekend for the Junior Saloon Car Championship. And well, that action now is starting to be expedited upwards once again here as they make the way through it down towards what will be turn number 2 they go this time. And well, we can see that Smith is getting a bit closer, but not close enough in order to be really involved with Maserati. But it does look as though Maserati and Smith are falling away from this battle. I don't think they've got the tyre life anymore in order to be able to stay there with this top 3. So this top 3 are gradually pulling away, but with 2 minutes left and what will be this lap plus potentially 1 more lap. Well, potentially, well, it might be 2 more laps depending on how quickly they get on around. What we can see right now, I think Silverstone and Wells have got the tyre life to keep in the hunt. Butler's falling back a little bit further, but I wonder if Butler's potentially just deciding to watch, wait and listen until that final lap, just because he may find that the 2 leaders get stuck on each other and he can pick up both places for the price of 1. But coming out of the corner, well, Wells was close again. The standard, he gets the better run out of Luffield, but is he going to be able to think about it? As we do see the bonnet briefly pitch up there, hopefully that's not going to come flying upwards. I don't know if anybody else saw that very closely. The bonnet just slightly vibrating upwards there on Wells' car. I'm sure that's just where he's had some brief taps on the back of Silverstone's rear, but coming in towards what is the opening corner then. Well, 1 minute 15 left on the clock by the time they go into cops, so presuming they don't fight too hard on this lap, we will be getting 2 more laps in. It literally will be by a second or 2, but further back down the order we've also got a good little battle going on here, as that is the younger member of the Algar family, that is Tom Algar, racing along here, and he's been looking forward to the race all weekend. He was telling me earlier on, albeit the track limits being very strict, he chases after Leonard, and well, we'll talk a bit more about him another time, because we come back to leaders right now, 50 seconds left on the clock. And I don't know if Josh Silverstone realises this, but if he does end up battling, he will reduce this race to what will be only 1 lap remaining, the lap they're on. But if he doesn't battle and keeps up his pace, they will squeeze in 1 more lap, I do believe. It's literally going to be a very minor margin from which we will squeeze in what will be potentially a 13th lap here. Given we've done 11, we're on lap number 12 and covered on around. Well, right now, the 110 driver making his way on through here. I think we are going to squeeze an extra lap. 20 seconds left on the clock as they come out of Luffield corner. I think they will just get there, unless it does get called, given how marginal it is. But I think we are going 1 more time, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, as we do, it's 1 more lap to go then. 10 seconds left on the clock. They have been able to squeeze it in. It's Josh Silverstone in lead. He's got Will, what is behind him there, that is going to be Kyle Wells. The 7th place man in the championship is actually roaring high, and then it is going to be your 3rd place driver, Wilf Butler. They're all fighting for what will be the podium places, but will they do a bit of a shuffling before it's over? And in 4th, watching on a distance, is championship leader Luca Maserati, who may end up breaking what is his run of podiums podium since the start of the season. But will that be the case? Well, here comes Wells, then he gets a lot closer this time. A brief dip of a tyre onto what is the grass there. They all run a bit wide. Maserati, meanwhile, just watching there, stays of his racing line. Down what is the Wellington Straight, they go there. 2 more corners plus the curve of Woodcock to complete the lap. And as they come on down, where it's going to be right now, a very close 1, 2 and 3. Nobody coming off that racing line. They all want to be in the draft, but will we see a potential move for anybody? They're all thinking about it here. You see Butler in the end getting much closer to the back of Wells. Salvador runs out a little bit wide, but that guarantees him the inside line into Luffield Bend. He won't be upset about that. So all he's got to do now is park the car on the apex and drag it out the corner, and he does exactly that as Wells, absolutely glued to the back, will push him all the way to the finish. But it does mean, ladies and gentlemen, as they come on through what will be the final corner, the checkered flag will wave, and it will be the Lightning McQueen machine of what will be Josh Salvador, who takes victory in the rescheduled round number 6 of the championship ahead of Wells, followed by Butler. Maserati will finish 4th, ending his run of podium finishes since the start of the season. Smith will come on home, and that will be none other than Ollie Smith to take rookie and independent honours, I do believe. It will then be Max Scharfegger, who's moved all the way out to 6th place, Standard in 7th, Wright in 8th, and then Austin and Swatton completing a top 10 with Holly best of the rest in 11th, and then we will see what is Wood in 12th, Powell in 13th, and I believe that will be one of the 2 members of the Powell family, and that will be Sherry and Powell ahead of what will be Tom Algar, albeit between them it will be Leonard, and then it will be Lexi Powell, and finally after that the retirement, unfortunately, of what will be Kerr that completes the order. But goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, what a race, and here are those race results brought up on the screen, subject to any insurance inquiries. And as we can see, Josh Salvador, he had the pressure on him all the way for the opening stages. Lost the lead, in fact, in the runs to turn number 1, but he got it back and then he never let it go. But he took victory over Kyle Wells by what was 2.5 attempts there. Wilf Butler was in 3rd place, and what a run from the trio there. Absolutely as close as possible. Luca Maserati, meanwhile, a little bit further back, but still within a second of the race winner. But Maserati's run at podiums comes to a close, and this will shuffle what will be the top 3 in the championship around and bring them even closer together. Ollie Smith taking rookie and independence honours ahead of Max Scharfegger, and then we do see Lewis Standard, Martin Wright, Lewis Austin and Matthew Swatton complete your top 10. Leon Holly, best of the rest in 11th ahead of Joe Wood, and Sherry Ann Powell holding on to 13th place, the best part 4 seconds clear of Timothy Leonard, and the fastest lap being set by what was Butler, and that was Wilf Butler who took the fastest lap on lap number 3 at 1:13.23, but the lap times between all the drivers at the front never dipped out of the 13s all the way through the race. They made it last, and they absolutely enjoyed it out there. But goodness me, what a race, ladies and gentlemen, a phenomenal one at that. And well, we will be getting some words with our young drivers very shortly, but just to remind you, of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Junior Saloon Car Championship. All the drivers you have seen today in this between 14 and 17 years of age, and this is their first step from karting into car racing, and what brilliant racing. But very quickly, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do, because the racing concludes as of today for this Saturday, but we've still got plenty of racing to come tomorrow on Sunday the 18th of May for the TCR UK racing weekend. And well, we do see there is one part of the schedule, but to walk you through that, and it is as follows. We started off tomorrow quite promptly at 9:25, the Junior Saloon Car Championship actually kicking off their races that were scheduled for this weekend, the Silverstone races, as they'll be having rounds 10, 11 and 12 of their championship. The Miltech Civic Cup will follow, and then you'll have the Mini Challenge Cup Sport with what is AirTech Motorsport. We'll have TCR UK after that for round number 2 of their racing this weekend. The Junior Saloon Car Championship will then return, and it'll be the CRCC at Formula Libre back out on the circuit. Well, in fact, that'll be their first time out of the circuit after their qualifying. Track Action Racing Club will return to the racing at 1:05, and well, into that afternoon we'll have more TCR UK action and Mini Challenge Club Sport. That'll be their 3rd round of the championship there. It's going to be an absolutely hectic afternoon, as much as it'll be a hectic morning on that Sunday. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to make our way down to Park Ferme and over to Jack Oliphant for interviews with our race winners from the JSCC.
Thank you very much, Paul. It is an absolutely stacked schedule that we've got tomorrow on the Sunday here at Silverstone. But the racing is finished, but the interviews are not done just yet. Let's have a chat to a couple of the drivers that have provided some of the best action that we've seen here at Silverstone all day. And I'm proud to say, there we go, that Hollywood royalty is among us, because Lightning McQueen is with us as a... Ben's looking at the wrong one, but still, it's this one here. He just realised. Anyway, let's get Josh Salvadore's sort of take on what on earth was going on in that race, because I have to say, I thought the other drivers were biding their time, but he played to his car absolutely bang on perfectly. Josh, by all means, you can take your helmet off if you want. It might be a bit easier to talk to us, to have a chat to us while we're doing that. The track commentary are taking care of Butler at the moment. That's Will Butler, who of course came third, and we've got Kyle Wells here. He's still got his helmet on. Josh, come over now. It's a bit easier to talk to the camera when you've not got your helmet on, isn't it? Even if you've got a helmet here. But I have to say, actually, you've done pretty well to make it look good. Josh, that was a good-looking race as well. My goodness, I thought you were going to maybe fall down to 4th or 5th on that final lap. I thought they were biding their time, but you put your car perfectly where you needed to be.
Yeah, it was really tough. They gave a really good run for money, but yeah, just really tried hard to, try and keep in front of Carl. He was doing really good, catching me. But yeah, just threw everything at it and tried to be as good as I could.
I noticed when you got out of the car, even with your helmet on, you had a beaming smile on your face there. Does that mean a lot to you to get that race win here at Silverstone and start the weekend off strong?
Yeah, it means a lot just to get a win anyway, but a prestigious track like this, Silverstone, it's something else.
No, fantastic. Congratulations on a massive race victory there. Josh, I'm going to have a chat to a couple of the other drivers, so we'll chat to you, I'm sure, tomorrow. Right, well, I'm going to try and get Will Butler in. Come in, Will. That was... hard. I thought you were in the middle of a really tight battle there, weren't you? And it's one of those classic motorsport cliches. If you attack, you might be left vulnerable behind. Was that in your head going through those last couple of laps?
Yeah, I mean, the first half of the race, I was trying to work together with Josh, put a nice gap, which we did. But then, yeah, as soon as we started fighting, Kyle just caught up, and yeah, I got stuck behind really because them two were towing each other along. Yeah,
I was going to say, you did really put on a strong performance right at the beginning, but Silverstone is one of those tracks where you can attack, you can go too wide, but as soon as you do, that momentum's gone, isn't it? And all of a sudden, you're susceptible to the people behind.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you go for a move around here, no matter the gap you've got, it narrows really quickly. So, yeah, Kyle just got the better of that and caught up and got past.
Anything you want to be taking into tomorrow then in the second race, straight in the morning? It's going to be probably a little bit cooler than it is today. Any setup changes you might ever think about?
Yeah, we'll definitely have a think of some setup changes. Obviously, cooler weather. Maybe try and get a little bit more front, but yeah, just see how it goes.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Congratulations on the 3rd place. And finally, I want to talk to, because it is the end of the day, Kyle Wells. We have the time. Where's Kyle Wells? Is he? Oh, there we go. That's it. Looking right at him. Kyle, again, that was a really, really strong race from you. I thought you were going to have a little lunge into the race lead there, but did you really feel like you were biding your time but couldn't quite get there on that last lap?
I think I was just trying to play it safe as much as I can. I mean, a P2 is better than the DNF, and I'm speechless with what I got. I just want to thank Team Vina for everything I've done, and yeah.
Very mature way of thinking about it, to be honest, a championship way of thinking about it. We've got actually quite an audience here, Ben. I don't know if you can pan over. He's got quite a few people watching here, supporters for Wells. It's fantastic to see, and that support really makes a podium feel extra special, doesn't it?
Very special, yeah. I'm really happy and for everyone for supporting me. I don't know what I could do without them.
No, that's brilliant. Well done for the 2nd place, and you never know, we might be having a chat tomorrow one step higher. Right, okay, that is the Junior Saloon Car Championship. That's not only them finished for the day, it is everyone finished for the day. But if you are a fan of the JSCC, don't worry, because tomorrow we open the show with it. That's right, we are live Sunday here at Silverstone at 9:25, I believe that is, for the 2nd race of the Junior Saloon Car Championship. We've still got TCR UK, we've still got Miltech Civic Cup here, we've got Libres, we've got loads of cars, loads of action. If you've enjoyed what you've seen today, please, by all means, come back. Get yourself tuned in on YouTube for about 9:15. Get a cup of tea. It's going to be a great day's racing. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.